All right, and we are live. Welcome to the Paid Search Association Conference 2025, also known as PSAC 25. My name is Brett Badofsky, President of the Paid Search Association, and I'm thrilled to kick off today's event. We have an incredible lineup of speakers today. This event, what makes it truly special is the fact that we are for the community, by the search community. What that means is that each individual that you see on screen today is a volunteer, graciously donating their time in support of workforce development, education, and the future of paid search. As a 501c3 nonprofit, we deeply appreciate our sponsors, Jumpfly and Clever Programmatic, for helping us maintain operations and have this event be possible today. If you do anything today, we strongly encourage you to follow and reach out to and connect with each individual speaker, as well as our sponsors, Jumpfly and Clever Programmatic. Now, we have a great event planned ahead of us. And without further ado, I would like to go ahead and kick it on over to Vice President of the Paid Search Association, Sarah Stemmen, to go over some logistics for the day for what is going to prove to be a truly inspiring event. Sarah, take it away.
Thanks, Brett, for that wonderful introduction. Hello, everyone, and I'm so excited to have you as part of our exciting virtual conference here, wherever you're watching it, via YouTube, X, or LinkedIn. We're very excited to have you. So we have a lot of thoughtful speakers who have put together presentations, and over the course of the day, I believe we've counted up to 12 speakers, which is super exciting to be able to share with you today. So we're going to be working on a jam-packed schedule with back-to-back speakers following the link that you have for the entire day. Logistically, one thing that I want to make clear is that you can ask questions in the chat, whatever platform you're watching. And so this is really your chance to be engaging directly with these speakers who are all thought leaders within the paid search community. You can submit your questions in the chat, no matter what platform, and we will hear them. And then during the live Q&A, we will go ahead and ask those questions. I highly encourage questions, because if you don't ask questions, then I have to ask questions. And I love asking questions, but it'll all be about me at that point. So go ahead and encourage you to do that. The other thing we want to talk about is just keeping your questions respectful and focused on that speaker's expertise. One of our core values here is that we're positive and we're productive and we're about learning. So just try to keep those conversations as net positive as you can to make that a good environment for all of our wonderful speakers. We are really, really fortunate to have this distinguished group. I've mentioned, and Brett mentioned, that they are all leaders in the industry. So reach out on LinkedIn and their socials and engage with the people who've dedicated their time for free to be teaching within our paid search community. We can't wait to share with you. Also, I know Brett said this, but I would like to do a shout out right back to Brett. He is our president, and if it weren't for his vision and leadership, we wouldn't actually even have this event today. He's dedicated his time for free to put together all of this agenda, and we'll be leaning in together to make this a great day for everyone. Another thing that I would like to mention is that we do have our sponsors. I think Brett said something about them, but we wouldn't really be here without them. And you see the banner below. Clever Programmatic and Jumpfly are our sponsors today. Like I said, any questions, feel free to engage with us. And without further ado, I am going to bring our first speaker up on stage to do an introduction. And thank you very much, Brett. Hello, Ameet. So I would like to welcome Ameet to the first speaker. So thank you so much, by the way, for being first. I know it's always a big step at a conference to be the first person on stage. Ameet is a PPC powerhouse with over 16 years of paid search experience, global accolades. She's spoken all over the world and virtually. She has a real true passion for sharing her knowledge. You can find her on all the socials, posting almost every day with that dedication to learning that we love at Paid Search. She is also a former Google Partners Ambassador. She is a rising star in the paid search community. She's spoken at top marketing conferences, leads a thriving marketing agency that she owns called Hopkins Media. And when Ameet isn't optimizing campaigns, which I feel like she's optimizing campaigns all day long on behalf of her clients, you're going to find her cheering on the Dallas Cowboys. She also spoils her dogs and mentors future marketing talent. So without further ado, Ameet, I'm going to go ahead and get your presentation to the stage. I'm going to drop myself off, and then I get to see you again at the Q&A. I'm really, really excited to hear what you have to say today.
Thank you so much. Just an FYI, I don't normally sound like this. I woke up sick a couple days ago and it just hasn't lifted. So we're just going to push through and hope that this voice lasts for the next 20 minutes. But yeah, let's just get started. I'm Ameet. I'm the AdWords girl everywhere on the internet. And today we're going to get to talk about a topic that I seemingly can't shut up about, and that is humans versus AI and who truly wins at the end. What started as a simple experiment at Hopkins Media, my agency, has led to like really interesting conversations, but also really fascinating insights that I kind of want to just delve into, where we can see where AI truly shines and where humans are irreplaceable. So we'll look at real data, case studies, and a couple AI fails that made me really, really laugh. And I hope that they'll make you laugh as well. So why this matters in 2025, according to a recent PwC survey, 81% of CMOs are planning to implement generative AI in their marketing strategies in the coming years. We've seen major platforms like Google introduce Gemini AI for ads, where the Google's conversational AI now allows advertisers to generate search ads all from scratch based off of landing pages. Meta rolled out Advantage Plus. Microsoft integrated Copilot into its ad platform. As we already know, the landscape in PPC is changing, but also the landscape in AI is changing, and figuring out how to navigate both is obviously something that's a priority for all of us. So let's talk about the experiment. To better understand the capabilities of AI in copywriting specifically, we conducted a study to compare performance of human-written ad copy versus AI-generated ad copy. So let's talk about that study a little bit more. Before I go into it, I did write a case, or I guess a data study for Search Engine Journal about this test basically a year ago at this point, but I still think it's a great read. So if you want to check it out, you're more than welcome to. But back to the test. So the tool that we chose was Copy AI. At that time, Claude wasn't available in Canada, and then ChatGPT was just not something that I was really into. If we were to do this test again, I would probably explore either like GPT-4, the newer version of it, obviously, of Claude, Jasper AI, or even Gemini, or maybe like a mix of all of them. Who knows really at this point, but I would probably choose like a much more robust tool than Copy AI this time around. So before we get into what we learned and who won and all of that great stuff, I have a screenshot of the top 2 performing descriptions, each from AI and from human. In the chat, just as a fun little game, who believes that copy A performed better, and then who believes that copy B performed better? And I'll give you guys a couple seconds to kind of just enter your guesses, I guess. I feel like that was long enough. So if you guessed A, you are correct. Our incredibly talented and very, 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 very smart marketing manager, Juliana, wrote the ad copy, and based off of the data that we collected, human written ad copy was very much the clear winner. As you can see, Juliana completely kicked AI's butt. Although it is clear that humans won this particular battle, there are some cases where AI is a great benefit to a campaign, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But before we get into that, I actually want to talk about where AI goes wrong. Learning from... Sorry. So we're talking about AI failure, and I failed to write learning correctly. Oopsies. So let's talk about when AI goes wrong, because it does. And when it does, it's pretty spectacular. During the Super Bowl last year, so not the one that just passed, Google's Gemini AI confidently stated that Gouda consumption that Gouda cheese made up 60% of global cheese consumption. There we go. Which, if we looked at the data, is completely wrong. And if we looked at my own personal study, is completely wrong. I'm pretty sure that it's aged cheddar. I haven't checked that, but it's my favorite. And I just needed to put that out there in case anyone wants to send me cheese one day. But these failures teach us valuable lessons about the importance of human oversight and the fact-checking side of AI-generated content. We know that it's made up false case studies, false articles, and it's up to us to be the ones to go and do that oversight and go in and actually double check if this information is correct. The NYC graphic honestly just really made me laugh, so I just decided to add it in, even though it doesn't really have any context to PPC. So one of the more, I guess, prominent AI failures that I remember is the November 2023 Coca-Cola ad, where Coca-Cola released an AI-generated Christmas ad that tried to recreate the iconic Holidays Are Coming campaign that they run every single year. 3 AI studios collaborated using multiple AI models, but the results exposed AI's limitations. They had to make extremely quick cuts, 10 cuts in 15 seconds, which is quite a bit, because the AI couldn't maintain the consistency. They couldn't show Santa's face and only his hand holding a Coke bottle. And viewers even noticed that he had 6 fingers, which is kind of funny as well. Even simple elements proved pretty challenging. The team needed hundreds of attempts just to get one usable shot of a squirrel. The ad showed trucks gliding without the wheels moving, distorted backgrounds, weird proportions to everything. And the backlash was pretty immediate. Professionals called out the technical flaws, while other people criticized Coca-Cola abandoning the human element, the human creativity of one of their most culturally significant campaigns. And then one critic actually noted something that I really liked, and they said AI doesn't create, it blends and remixes what has already come before, creating glitchy, uncanny. Made that more, what's the word for it? Noticeable, maybe? Yeah, we're gonna say just more noticeable. So this case really demonstrates that while AI can create short, stylized moments, it can't match the consistency and emotional resonance of human created content. And even Coca-Cola, with all of their resources, couldn't make this work. And it kind of just tells us where the technology stands. And then if we're looking at more recent examples, admittedly not specifically PPC related, but Google's SGE had some really fun times with giving suggestions out. I tried the Elmer glue stick trick, and unfortunately the cheese still slid off. So I don't know about that one. To maintain ethical AI in PPC, we need to establish clear accountability measures, promote responsible innovation, build trust through transparency, and just continually audit our AI systems, making sure that the usage of AI still aligns with our values. So really looking at the tools that we're using and looking at what the training, or trying to figure out what the training data might have been, so we can kind of look at what algorithmic biases might come out, but also how they're utilizing that information and who has access to it, I think is probably one of the most important parts. And that's just information that we want to make sure that we have, though that way if clients come back to us and go, okay, well, what's going on, we at least have some kind of answer for them. Privacy and transparency are now fundamental requirements in AI advertising. In 2025, we've seen pretty significant changes, or well, in 2024, I probably should say, we saw some pretty significant changes with how platforms and regulators approach AI in ads. I believe it was oopsies, what did I just do? Okay, there we go. I believe it was September of 2024 when the FTC released guidelines that now require advertisers to disclose when AI has played a role in ad creation. Failure to comply is very much like any other regulatory body. It either will result in fines or possibly even ad disapprovals. Both Google and Meta have responded to that FTC guideline. and updated their own policies. And now they mandate that advertisers maintain human oversight over AI generated content to avoid that misinformation and misleading claims. So if you're using an AI generated headline, advertisers might have to add like generated with AI, reviewed by an insert brand name. And this disclaimer might be something that's actually going to be something that we have to do more in the future. So it might be good practice just to kind of get into the habit of doing it now. I'm a big fan of being proactive rather than the reactive side of things, right? These requirements aren't simple, or these, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. Um, these requirements aren't simply about compliance, but rather about building sustainable, trustworthy advertising practices that respect user privacy while leveraging AI capabilities. So now to kind of learn from the success stories, but also the learnings that we learned, uh, the learnings that we learned from our own study as well. For whatever odd reason, I couldn't find like an English version of this ad in ads library last night. So I think this is Dutch, maybe. I'm not too sure. Somebody else can confirm that for me. But anyway, Headway, a Ukrainian ed tech company, significantly improved their advertising performance by integrating AI tools into their marketing mix, which I thought was really, really cool. So they added AI in the ad creation process. So they utilized AI platforms like Midjourney and HeyGen, and developed compelling ads that resonated with their target audience. But when you read through the article, you can tell that they maintain human oversight. And I'm going to be sounding like a broken record for the rest of this talk, is that we need to maintain that human oversight to really make sure that we are creating content that resonates with our audiences. And what ended up happening from this this usage of AI is it led to a 40% increase in their return on investment from their video advertising, which demonstrates the effectiveness of AI in optimizing ad content and delivery. I feel like this really just shows us how businesses can leverage AI to create more effective advertising campaigns. And then obviously in the inverse, or what happens naturally after that, is improved engagement and higher returns. So our study revealed a couple key factors that copywriters have, or a couple key strengths that copywriters have over AI. First, that we excel at understanding audience nuances and crafting emotionally appealing content that resonates on a deeper level. Humans, human copywriters can leverage cultural references much more easily, and subtleties in language that AI still struggles with. AI really does help us with scalability, speed, and quick data processing. But also it does have its clear limitations, especially when it comes to ad copywriting. So what we noticed with the copy that AI generated is that it lacked strategic thinking, that kind of creative spark, but also reasoning behind why they chose like particular phrases and stuff. So the key takeaway for our study was that copywriting is likely going to evolve into something that's much more of a collaborative approach where we and AI work together. We can use AI to enhance our efficiency and productivity, but we rely on our own minds for the creativity, strategic thinking, and most importantly, like ethical considerations. I firmly believe that a balanced approach between the two, between humans and AI, is the path forward. So where it falls short: brand voice, creativity, and compliance. With GDPR and CCPA, privacy and transparency are pretty fundamental requirements in AI advertising now as well. We've seen significant changes in all of those, in the platforms and the policies that regulators are putting out. Like I said before, FTC issued clear guidelines requiring disclosure when AI is used to generate or optimize ad content. Both Google and Meta have responded with those policies. With Google, they require the human oversight, like I said before, but with Meta, they've actually introduced now. They've introduced new transparency controls over AI power ads. And when we think about AI in advertising, compliance isn't just about the regulation. It actually kind of extends to creative strategy as well. We saw with the Coca-Cola AI generated a holiday ad and how that backfired. It lacked the human touch and the emotional connection that people were looking for with this iconic campaign. This is why creative strategy still requires that human oversight, which I think Headway did a really great job of. AI can assist in scaling content but without giving it proper direction, kind of treating it like it's a 5-year-old, you risk producing ads that are inauthentic, factually incorrect, might alienate your audience, and that could be just based off of like language use, but also potential biases if you're not looking at if you're not maintaining that oversight, because the biases are determined based off of the training data that was given to that AI model. And I feel like that's one thing that sometimes even I have a tendency to forget. So yeah, making sure that we maintain that control or that oversight's always been a big thing for me, because I have a tendency to forget about the skewed data sometimes. And then one of the biggest challenges with AI is, or at least for me, it's been maintaining a consistent brand voice. AI can generate a ton of text very, very, very quickly, but it lacks that nuance needed to reflect a brand's voice. And whether it's refining AI, it's refining the AI copy or prompt engineering or some form of it, and we'll talk about how I use Claude in a couple seconds. Ensuring the AI outputs align with the brand tone, the messaging, and the values is essential for authenticity and trust. So this is our Claude account, I guess. And within Claude, you're able to create projects, which I'm pretty sure you're able to do in all of the, like, I know that you can do it in ChatGPT. I'm not too sure if you can do it in Google Notebook. So I assume that it's across the board, but you can create projects. And within this, we decided to do one for a client, or like client copy and stuff like that. Our Juliana had left for Brazil for her honeymoon, and then I was kind of tasked with the copywriting, unfortunately. So I went to Claude and I went, okay, here's the last approved ad copy that we have from the client. Here's pages from the website so you can understand the language that they use. Here's some additional information that the client has given us. Now write us ad copy, basically. And what we ended up getting was this. And at first glance, honestly, it's really not horrible. We did have to make some changes, but the bulk of the work, where I would have sat around for probably 30 minutes, maybe 45, because I'm not really a writer, trying to figure out how to start this copy and what to write, it kind of removed that time, or helped me get that time back so I could just focus on editing this. And the client literally approved it on the first go. So I would say that's a success story with AI as well. So to effectively harness the power of AI, we obviously have to kind of look at what is, or kind of look at moving forward. So my 3 tips, I guess, are test and learn. AI tools are evolving really, really, really rapidly. What worked today might look different tomorrow, and honestly, with AI, it definitely will look different tomorrow. And then also when we're looking at even platforms like Google and Meta, they're regularly updating their AI capabilities. So the same thing what worked yesterday might not look the same today. Make sure that you do stay informed about the privacy changes and the platform updates. They happen on the drop of a dime, and can kind of alter quite a bit. So staying on top of those updates is going to be something that we really, really need to do versus kind of figuring out everything on like a secondary, which I guess I was a little guilty for a couple years ago. So now just staying in front of everything with new regulations and technology will help you kind of just obviously stay in the forefront. And then most importantly, keeping strategy first and at the forefront. AI is a powerful tool, but it works best when you give it clear guidelines and objectives. I've said it before, not here, but garbage in, garbage out is basically how I explain prompt engineering or even talking to AI. So my belief, this isn't going to be a shocker, is that a balanced hybrid approach is what's needed here. We've seen AI excel at speed, automation, testing at scale, and we've seen where it struggles with brand voice, emotional connection, creative thinking, even ethical considerations. So the takeaway here is really that AI isn't a replacement for human expertise. It's a tool to enhance our ability to strategize, create, and optimize more efficiently. So when we talk about AI in advertising, the best approach isn't human versus AI. It's more of a human and AI working together scenario, leveraging AI for the efficiency, where ensuring strategy, creativity, and the oversight is still human driven. And that's how we're going to get the best results. Thank you.
Thank you, Ameet, and thank you for bearing with the Paid Search Association having a cold. So I'll give you a minute to breathe here and get some water while I ask the audience to please start entering any type of question that you have. This is really your opportunity to ask Ameet questions. And as I mentioned in the introduction, as the questions are rolling in, I will start with my question. I'll be a little selfish until people start. So Ameet, my question is, when we start talking about privacy with AI and disclosures and a lot of the regulation that could be coming, may not be coming, we oftentimes think about the end asset or the end ad that was generated using AI and disclosing that, saying AI was used in this ad. How deep do you feel like that has to go for the rule followers among us? And what I mean by that is you can take something like all the reviews of your competitor product and paste them into AI and tell AI, go ahead and analyze these comments that people are saying about my competitor and tell me what people don't like about my competitor product, and then make sure I introduce that into my version of the ad. But the ad is human based. We're just using AI at a 3 steps removed process. What is your feeling about disclosing then? And just give me all your thoughts.
Honestly, that just sounds like research to me. So I don't see that being something that we would have to disclose. I think I haven't fully read the FTC guidelines, but from my understanding, it's just very much where the ad was created and how it was optimized. And that's basically strictly it. I don't know if regulators are going to be able to track down that far. Like, especially, let's say we wanted to find Coca-Cola, like the amount of work that it would take us to find out how much competitor information and public information they took to find out all of those pieces. I feel like that would just be such an undertaking that wouldn't be worth the fines. So I feel like ad copy, ad optimization is a good start and stop. Yeah, if they went further than that, I'd be kind of shocked, actually.
Okay, no, that's a great answer. And then Navah actually has a question. So do you see AI having more or less of a role with visual content? So what she's kind of specifically thinking about is like demand gen, PMAX, video display, more than search.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we see it with demand gen right now, where we have the AI powered videos as well. And I just think if we're talking about like moving down into the future, I think it's gonna become more of a thing just because it is a lot easier. Like talking like for us, we tell clients to create video content so we can run some YouTube ads sometimes, and like getting that kind of content is so hard. But if we were to tell a client to just go into Midjourney and kind of create something, and then hand it back to us or something, and then we can kind of give them feedback, that process is significantly easier. So I see it being utilized actually significantly more. I really like how Headway kind of went around it, because it really did yield a significantly, like 40% isn't something to scoff at. It was, so I see a lot of businesses kind of following suit.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So we have another question, and this is more is along the lines of, is there a link to follow the FTC rules with AI and create ads and the disclaimers, or do you see that as something your clients have been creating and telling you? I mean, obviously the FTC is going to have a website.
Yeah, the FTC is just the website, so I just found that information there. Clients aren't really aware, like they're not keeping up with um, these policies or anything like that. We're kind of the ones who go back and go, okay, well, this is what's happened. This is what's going on right now with the ones that would be somewhat affected. But we're not so heavily using AI right now in our ad content creation, just because like most of our work is in search. And as admittedly, our study is a little old now, but Juliana completely killed it comparison to what AI did. So we're still pretty confident in just using AI as like an idea generator and then writing the copy ourselves.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, okay, I'm going to ask another question related to privacy. So I talked about using it as a foundation, and thank you for clarifying that being research versus ad generation. What about when you're, and this goes back to the research phase, you're using the AI tool to, you're basically plugging in what would be considered a little bit of private data into the AI tool in ChatGPT, because we know what our clients' end goal that they're trying to achieve. We know that they're building a new marketing campaign. They're getting to us, and you'll often hear people say, well, put all the keywords in there, put all this. How do you feel about when you're plugging data into AI and our assumption of any type of privacy?
Yeah, that's where it gets a little murky. I don't know how much information I want to be giving AI. I'm still kind of flirting around with that a little bit as I kind of explore what I want my relationship with AI to be, in a sense. Because I mean, GPT now, or ChatGPT, I should say, now has the capability of connecting Google Drive, and that's such a petrifying thought to me. Because if it's truly sensitive information, you've basically just given it up to OpenAI at this point, right? So if it's keyword stuff, I don't think I'd be too concerned. It's more of like the more intricate business details. That's where I get a little like, I don't think I want to give this to an AI, because naturally it's going to take that information and output it somewhere else. And we don't know where that's going to go. And we don't know if they're going to reference that business specifically. We don't know any of those things, right? So yeah, it's an interesting place, especially when we think about it, because like we truly don't understand how AI is learning. So then I get paranoid about the information that I'm giving it, because I'm like, how are you learning from this? What iterations are you making of this? How are you going to possibly screw this up? Is really kind of the doomsday questions that kind of go through my mind. So I don't know if I really answered that question or not, but
no, I mean, I think you did. And in fact, Steph in the chat commented that was a great area and a great question, as she called it, privacy data insertion. And I think that's a great way. And if I were a company, I would certainly be thinking about that and want to know how I can make that, a walled garden, especially in certain sectors, right? Like healthcare, finance, etc. So speaking of Steph, she did have a question. It's a little bit more specific. Out of all the AI programs you mentioned earlier, I know you like, I think you said, did you say, which one did you say again that you like?
Claude. I used Claude first. Yeah.
Okay. She wants to know what you like. Jasper, is there one in particular that you go to the most?
The one that I tend to go to the most, I would say, is Claude. But if I'm doing research, then I'll go to ChatGPT just because it has the most up-to-date information, and then I'll go in and obviously verify if everything's correct. Um, in the agency or at Hopkins Media, we use a little bit of Perplexity for like our sheets and stuff like that to pull information in. And that's just because our lead analyst is really a big fan of Perplexity. So my two are ChatGPT for research and then Claude for actual writing if we're using it for ad copy and stuff like that. Just because I feel like Claude is just significantly better at capturing brand voice than what I've been able to do with ChatGPT.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it's interesting. I think the ones that are meant for writing are more writer centric versus the ones that are meant to be sort of a question and answer bot, aka Gemini Chat GPT, are a little bit more geared in that direction. So I'm watching the chat here. A lot, by the way, of very positive feedback and interaction. So thank you to our audience for keeping that going. One thing I think it's under the username Jyll. They are saying you can run localized models, and this account is commenting that they do that for the financial sector, and local models keep regulators happy. I don't actually know what they mean by local. I'm assuming they mean more of like a closed box, but have you had any experience with that or?
No, not yet, but I think I'm going to take a look after this because I'm kind of curious how that works, honestly.
Well, it's interesting because Michael Wispy said, ensure you're using a paid model so the data you put into it isn't used for learning. And I find that one interesting as well, because I would assume that a paid model has to learn. I think this overall is something where I may be reading disclosures a little bit closer because I don't know either.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. The more I talk to people about AI stuff, it'll like something new will always come up, and I'm like, I think I didn't read that article closely enough, or I didn't read this closely enough, and now I'm like, I don't think I'm reading the disclosures and in the platforms closely enough.
Yeah, no, it's changing. It's changing by the minute. And I would certainly think, a lot of these things are going to change based on the size of client that you're working with, the sophistication. But I think the thing that you highlighted on that I would like to reinforce, and I know our friend and colleague Julie Buccini from PBC Chat is probably looking over it, is like protect yourself, right? Like I'm going to channel her. That is not what I say. That's what she says all the time, is really, really protect yourself when it comes to this. The platforms are not looking out for like Ameet in the agency that you owned. You need to look out for yourself and then act in that consulting role on behalf of your clients to protect themselves. So that should always be a factor when using something so new and open-ended like AI and every way that you've talked about using it.
Yeah, the one thing that I've always I feel like the sentiments towards Google Ads sometimes is kind of interesting, especially a couple of years ago where I used to almost feel like people thought Google was a charity that actually cared. Like, well, not to suggest that Google doesn't care, but like, you know what I mean? Like that they actually cared or whatever. And I was like, well, they're a business. They're looking to make money, right? So like when everybody was like, these Google reps are giving me these recommendations, and when we actually used to kind of take them when we didn't really know any better, it's kind of one of those moments really at that point with AI as well. Just because they have a free version that they're giving you all this information doesn't necessarily mean that they're looking out for you. It's still a business, right? So they're still capturing something from you. So just knowing that, I think, is a big game changer in just how you utilize these platforms as well.
Yeah, that's a really, really good way to think about it, because you're right. After all, we're almost using AI chat models as like our personal secretaries, our personal meeting agendas, and we're plugging in so much information, marketing related, marketing adjacent, to get those good ad outputs and good campaigns. So if you were to close up, just because I think we have one more minute, if you were to speak for Juliana here, the human behind the experience, what do you think her statement would say? Would she laugh and say job security?
Yeah, it was actually really funny because she wrote the ad copy without realizing we were using it for testing. She thought I was just making her do random exercises. So she didn't put a lot of thought to it, which I think helped with this study. Because if we're thinking about it, if we're looking at baseline copywriters really at this point, like they probably would have written at that level. They probably wouldn't have been like trying super duper hard to outperform an AI. So for her, I think, yeah, she's very much secure. She was really, really proud of herself for a couple of weeks where she just kept on calling herself the queen of AI. And it was really kind of funny. So yeah, I think I've been encouraging her more to utilize AI in like the ideation phase. And that's actually helped her output quite a bit. So I'm hoping that she would echo the same thing that I've been saying, which is just that collaboration, having AI do things for us, but having that human oversight. That's really, really, really the important part, especially when we're talking about just ethical and biases and stuff like that.
Awesome. Thanks so much. And thank you so much for your time. And without further ado, I'm going to bring you off the stage. So thank you for being in the hot seat. And I'm going to bring our next speaker up. Hi, Des. Thank you so much for being here today. And I heard, saw you behind the stage getting to listen to Ameet. So I really, really appreciate it. So Des Calton he's a PPC professional with over 13 years of experience. So it looks like so far together, all of our speakers, I mean, we're reaching decades here. And he has been managing multi-million-dollar pound ad spend. We say dollars here in the US, so this will be a good take. Across platforms like Google, Facebook, Microsoft, YouTube. So you've seen it all. And Des is known for his transparent, jargon-free approach, which I know we can all appreciate. And he is the managing director of an agency called Optimized. They are a performance-focused PPC agency where he and his team, they help businesses scale through highly targeted campaigns. So welcome, Des, to the stage. I'm going to go ahead and bring up your presentation and jump off here, and I will see you at the Q&A. As always, just a reminder is to put your questions down. You can put a question at any time, and we will get to that at some point. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks a lot, Sarah. Thank you. And yeah, Ameet, well done. I know you're struggling through that a little bit. You did really well, so excellent job. So today I'm going to talk about something that I'm really, really passionate about. Ever since the Discovery Ads format got launched and then transitioned into demand gen, we've been really, really keen on how that's performed. So I wanted to go into today about some targeting strategies that we're using and we're seeing a lot of success with. But yeah, so just ever so briefly again, yeah, my name's Des, Managing Director of Optimized. We focus very much on performance advertising, which again is why we've really kind of like appreciated what we've been able to get out of demand generation ads. We have a team down in London and a team in Peterborough over here in the UK, and work across various platforms, various industries. Now, before we kind of get started, always with these things, the one kind of expression that I like to use quite a lot is the kind of one size fits none approach. Going to be talking quite specifically today about using demand generation ads for lead gen. So you know, it's a little bit, it will be different. Some things will be different compared to e-commerce, for instance. But I'm pretty sure that a lot of this stuff could be pretty adapted to suit whatever it is that you're looking to run. So just wanted to kick off with a real kind of brief history around demand gen. Originally launched as Discovery Ads on Google in 2019. Again, we adopted that quite early, found the results to be so much better compared to display ads from a point of view of actually getting conversions. So what we got was the YouTube home feed, the Google Discover app, and the Gmail promotions tab. That's where these ads were showing. More of a natural sort of ad experience compared to the Google Display Network. And certainly what we found was, it was the premium placements of those Google owned sites that really made a difference, along with extra options when it comes to audience targeting. Because this is how I always felt with the Google Display Network, particularly when we were trying to target actual audiences. is it was just whack-a-mole. I'm sure a lot of people may have experienced similar things where, you know, you're seeing so many placements that are not real or just not very, very good performance. So you're constantly getting rid of poor performing placements. So this is where, again, when discovery ads were first launched, where we saw the real benefit. And then what happened is in 2023, I think it was sort of autumn time towards the back end of 2023, Google transitioned discovery into demand generation ads. The placements that then became available, the biggest kind of difference, I suppose, was the introduction of YouTube Shorts, the introduction of a video ad. So not just the static ad like you saw on discovery. Personally, again, going into this, we're going to be focusing quite a bit on the static image side. We've not really gone too much on the YouTube Shorts because, again, we've been using demand generation for conversions. But now what you can also have your ads appear on the in-stream, in-feed, and also announced just, what are we now, 2 weeks ago, I think it was, end of January, that the Google Display Network is coming to demand generation, which when I first saw that, my sort of heart stopped. It was, you know, again, that was the whole point of why we found discovery and demand generation working so well was those premium placements. But fortunately, what was also announced was that you're now going to have control over over which channels your demand generation ads appear on, which is really, really good news. It was a heart stop moment. It was a crying moment. And then, oh my God, we're getting some control on this, which was like a big relief. So yeah, more placements, a lot more placements, a lot more options, and also a lot more additional targeting and a lot more machine learning built into that additional targeting as well. The first one being on the first party data side, getting more granular information, allowing you a lot more deeper segmentation when it comes to your first party data. Using things like purchase history, signups, email data from your CRMs, things from different website interactions, etc. Or if you have your own app as well, app usage. And on what you can do with that first party data, obviously, is use it to either target or exclude. So again, you know, whether we want to make sure that the data we have, for instance, is only going, or the advertising we're running on demand gen is only going to new users, we can do that, or we can target people specifically. And also with all of that first party data, one of the really good things that we've found in demand gen is the use of lookalike audiences. So this actually dropped in at pretty much the same time that similar to audiences in search kind of went away. And then lookalike audiences came into demand gen. So what we can do here is just what it says on the tin, of course, find people that look like, whether it be high intent, similar users across those sort of YouTube, Gmail, Discovery, and now the display network if you choose to use it. So again, we can target users based much more likely to convert. It has a similar approach to Meta with regards to these lookalike audiences, where you can have narrow targeting, where it only connects up to 2.5% of your audience to make it as highly targeted as possible. There's also what is the default option, the balanced one, which is 5% of users, to increase a bit more the volume, but still be very tightly linked to the original seed audience. And then there's a broad match, which not as bad as the keyword sounds, where it is matching up to 10%, which is definitely a higher number, but it's still pretty, I think it's still pretty concise. So that's the kind of thing, whether it be the narrow, the balance, or the broad, that's the kind of thing that people are going to want to test and trial themselves to see where they find the best performance. But there's some really good options in there. And then where we've found an awful lot of success now is on the custom segment side. So with improved targeting, more and more machine learning getting built into this, it then moves away from targeting things like context of a page, the contextual targeting, demographics. It's getting those ads now on those premium placements in front of people based on the sorts of things they're searching, keywords and search behavior, the sorts of websites they've been visiting, the kind of apps that they use, and then also you can utilize interests and purchase intent in there as well. So what I wanted to do today was to go into a bit of a real world example that we've used. And again, when it comes back to that kind of one size fits all approach, one size fits none approach, this is why I wanted to just be very sort of specific about what it is that we're going to sort of discuss today. So again, we're using demand gen for a lot of lead generation. So pretty much bottom of the funnel stuff, even though it's not necessarily what it was created for. The industries that we've done the most work in using these are finance and insurance. And as I said as well, we haven't really touched too much with regards to video. We've stuck to the original kind of static image, single image as well, as we found the carousel sort of style, even though you would think it'd be better because you can get more information in there. We've actually found that the single image, static images work better. So one of the areas we do a lot of work in insurance here in the UK. So the best performing demand gen campaign we've run has been targeting learner drivers, because we can really dive into those signals that we were discussing. So the objective here is for us to be targeting learner drivers who, whether they're actively searching for insurance at the time or they're actively giving signals that they are learning to drive. So using the keywords sort of search history approach, here we're focusing on things that indicate real sort of strong relevance that the user is in market. So very much lower funnel would be if they're searching for terms around learner driver insurance itself. We don't focus just on that though, because in theory we could be we may miss people that if they go search for something learner driver insurance and they may go click something, buy it quite quickly. So we don't focus only on that particular kind of term. We also focus on some of these other things that may be a bit more mid funnel, where people are looking for recommendations for their first car. Here in the UK, you have to take a theory test before you can take your actual driving test. So if people are researching things around the driving theory test, if people are searching for driving lessons, or if they want to go and do an intensive driving course, you know, they could still benefit from having learner driver insurance. So we plug in these different search terms into this campaign. We then also look at highly relevant websites. So we're going to look here. We have to be specific. We want to make sure that we're targeting learner drivers. So again, there's a few different options here of different websites that the only reason you go to these is because you're learning to drive. There's no other reason that you'd need to go to these. So a couple of, intensive driving course, something about getting you ready for your theory and tests. And then again, the one at the bottom being where you go to get your driving lessons. And what's important to note when you target websites for these audiences, for these segments, is that nothing after the kind of the .com, the .co.uk, the path, nothing there kind of counts. So if you go do research via AI, hooking back into what Ameet was talking about earlier, if you ask ChatGPT, for instance, what websites to target learner drivers, it will tell you to target the government website where people go to apply for their provisional licenses. But to do that, you'd have to be going to gov.co.uk/ to make that connection to the bit where people go for their driving lessons, for their driving license. But what actually would happen is it would just target everything on gov.co.uk, all of the other things, and that covers all sorts of things around tax and local rubbish collections and all sorts of things. So it's important to remember when targeting websites for these segments that you're not thinking about trying to target something /. For instance, in motoring, there's a big website over here, Auto Trader. So if we try to just target vans by going to autotrader.co.uk /van, it wouldn't target just the van section. It would target the whole of Auto Trader. So just something to keep a note of. And then this one in particular, we've found to be incredibly successful, particularly for this campaign as well. And this is the one where I think it probably doesn't get touched quite so much for audiences. So maybe that's one reason why it's worked so well, is there's been a lot less competition on this side. So you can target people based on the types of apps that they have on their phone. So a few examples we have here of a driving theory app, another one with tips, Learn to Drive UK with tips and lessons, and then another one which is full of tips, guides, features, videos. So these apps here again are a really strong signal that you're a learner driver. Again, there's very little reason for you to have these apps on your phones if you're not looking to try and take your test. And yeah, I think that we ran something separately as well, trying to, not to do with this particular campaign, targeting architects. So again, we went and did some research on, what are the kind of apps that an architect is going to have and no one else is going to have. So this is, I think, a really good opportunity when you're researching audiences to have a real good look into the app targeting side. But again, just be really sure that that is your actual audience, depending on obviously who you're trying to target. But the app targeting side of things has been really positive, so can't recommend that one enough. And then going into interests and purchase intent. So here you can use a mix of the different things that Google's got on offer. So in-market audiences, they do have some really relevant things, again, depending on what it is that you're looking to advertise. And then also by plugging in to see something from either your email data from your CRM or website converters to create lookalike audiences. So for instance, in here, we've targeted the motor vehicles by type and hatchbacks. These are small cars. This is the sort of thing that a young driver, a learner driver would be looking at. We plug into the auto insurance in-market segment, and also plug into auto loans, because again, these are all things that learner drivers, young drivers could certainly be researching. So we make use of those in-market audiences. And then on the lookalike side, yeah, we're gonna throw in email data of existing customers and use that for lookalikes. We're gonna throw in website converters to build those lookalike audiences as well. So we've got these really quite highly relevant lists to kind of go from. And then surprisingly, the optimized targeting we've found, again, certainly in some circumstances, has worked really quite positively. Again, it's not something that we'd always use. It obviously will depend on your budget and the size of the audience you're already targeting. But using optimized targeting on Google. So this is the other good thing about demand gen and the kind of the growth of the machine learning side of things. It's constantly adapting and evolving. So data-driven expansion. So it's going to be analyzing that all sorts of different signals that we just couldn't do ourselves. It's, obviously far too many data points than we'd be able to cover. And also they adapt time after time after time. So it's going to be going into those different, how those different things are performing, and, people who've previously engaged, whether all sorts of signals. Similarly, on the lookalike side of things, this is going to keep refreshing. This isn't static. It's going to keep looking for similar users. They might not have been in your original audience, but those characteristics that they've got that are matching to those things that are performing the best. So it's, again, just constantly updating and live. And yeah, it's going to be, looking at all sorts of things, whether it be based on devices, whether it be on users, different audience signals they have in the background, etc. So I think optimized targeting is definitely something that as long as you're not limited by budget, or as long as you're not already got a very, very big audience to go after, I would recommend testing optimized targeting. What I've seen, for instance, in this campaign we're looking at here, as I said, we're going to look at some data from it shortly as well, is that the optimized audience isn't particularly big. So it's targeting the audience that we have, but that optimized targeting audience is as well performing pretty well. So it's definitely worthwhile testing. See this okay? I wanted to share just a little bit of information about the results that we saw. So a couple of things to point out as well when we look at this one in particular. So this is the longest term thing that we had running, and we had it running on Discovery, and we've kept it running. The learner driver insurance side of things, we've kept it running through demand gen as well. As I said, just using the static imagery, not putting it into YouTube Shorts or anything like that. But what we're seeing here is lower CPAs than we were seeing in search, because on the insurance side of things, I'm sure it's the same in the US. Insurance is not a cheap thing to bid after when it comes to paid search. So the CPCs being so much lower, and then the audience is performing so well from a targeting point of view, and also performing so well because they're on premium placements, proper placements. CPAs we were seeing, like I said, lower than search. And then if we look at the last two columns as well and see the numbers of people that were either cross-device conversions or view-through conversions as well, when you layer that information back into the actual kind of conversion data, then it's been performing incredibly well. And again, to kind of reiterate, this is lead generation. This isn't a soft download. This is a submit a quote form. This is a submit a call form, etc., or dial the number on the website. So that's worked really, really well. And then the second one, we were advertising for overseas real estate. This one converted at much, much lower than search. But the caveat to that is that from this campaign that we ran, this one was a little bit more of a soft conversion. It was signing up for guides and things like that. So the leads, they weren't quite as higher intent as search, to be completely transparent with everything. But the cost of the leads was a fraction compared to what we were getting from paid search. So this was perhaps more higher mid-funnel, but this performed really, really well as well. It's really, really positive. And then finally, on the finance side, another a smaller campaign that we ran, which again, we saw pretty comparable CPAs to search, again, in quite a high cost kind of space. And also this allowed us to get a lot more volume in a space that was really actually quite niche. So yeah, it was very, very positive. And again, demand gen, we've just been static imagery, using it for quite mid-low funnel stuff, and really drilling down on the audiences. We've just found an awful lot of success, so that worked really, really well. So yeah, just wanted to then recap kind of where we would then be going. So as with anything, always starting with the goal. Demand gen can fit various sort of stages of the funnel. It's not really billed as much of a bottom of the funnel kind of campaign type, but again, we've had an awful lot of success with it, especially if you compare it to kind of display. It blew it out of the water. So whether you're thinking about using this as a top of funnel, mid funnel, or lower funnel, think very carefully about the search term targeting. So again, you can use the search terms that you've got in your search campaigns if you want to aim very much lower the funnel. but then also you can go and look at what kinds of things people are going to be researching before they would get to that stage to build things perhaps a bit more mid-funnel research terms. The relevant website side of things, again, just to remember, you can only target the main website itself. It doesn't mean it won't target every page, but you can't filter that targeting, if that makes sense. So just be sure that when you're going to use websites, that website is specifically for your audience type. And then similarly, again, with the app targeting side of things, it's really important to be able to identify apps that only that audience is going to use. If you think, again, if you put this into something like ChatGPT, it gives you a few recommendations, and a lot of the time it will mention targeting people with the Pinterest app because they're researching, I don't know, homes, for instance. Well, the thing is the Pinterest app anyone could be using for any kind of thing. So similarly with that, be very, very specific with your app targeting. Interest and purchase intent, again, you can match that to whichever stage of the funnel that you're at. Take those Google audiences, the in-market audiences, or even affinity audiences, if those things are relevant. And then on the purchase intent side, you can utilize your own first-party data to, whether it be from CRMs or website and app performance. And then, finally, again, obviously just spoke about the optimized targeting side. If you have the budget, or if your audience that you've picked is quite small, then optimized targeting is definitely worth something to test. I think I might be a little bit ahead of time. I think I've zoomed along a little bit there. But yeah, I think that's everything that I wanted to cover. And then, hopefully, as I said, one size fits none. These things can definitely be adapted, though, I'm sure, to better suit whatever audience it is you're targeting. But yeah, I think that's about everything. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Des. So actually, you're perfect on timing. So we have you scheduled to 11:15 in questions. So if anyone has questions, add them to the chat wherever you're watching. We already do have a couple questions coming in. So the first question that we have is from Mindula, and it's coming in through YouTube, and they want to know the lead to SQL ratio. So I think that really gets to what are the qualities versus a pure number of leads that you're getting with something like demand gen.
Yeah, I think I think it was definitely something that was noticed in the second example that I gave, for instance, on the real estate side, that wasn't necessarily a lower quality, but a different stage of the buying cycle. So the thing is with the insurance one that I shared, the biggest one that we've done, this is people who then click through, go to a website, and this is about, do you need a quote for your learner driver insurance? So it's very, very specific, and people are either filling in I'm sure we all know how long an insurance quote form is, or they're kind of phoning in or asking the company to phone them back. So it's a very solid conversion. So yeah, as I said, we've not seen any sort of vast difference when it comes to the insurance side. But again, it invariably, that's why I wanted to highlight that on the real estate one. We could certainly see that some of those ones were at a different stage or perhaps lesser intent. But again, that's the joy of demand gen ads. You can get them at the bottom of the funnel, or you can use it to feed with incredibly low costs. Some of the lead costs there were crazy low. So sorry, that's a really long answer. I'm terrible at short answers.
No, I help yourself. I mean, the good news about questions is we're asking experts, and I will say, as a fellow expert, I'm not known for my short answers. So I think you did that perfectly. And so a couple questions. So speaking of long, so I'm going to read this one. It's a little longer. So Steph says, I see we can negate placements for demand gen, and I'm seeing it's mostly YouTube placements. Any thoughts or suggestions on taking advantage of manual placement strategy? Is that even a thing? And actually, yeah, I'm going to share that on there.
Yeah, so I think when when it first transitioned from discovery to demand gen and the YouTube Shorts thing was coming along, we were kind of really resistant, because it's like, listen, it's been performing so well with just static ads on Gmail, YouTube, and Discover. So we didn't put in any video creatives. We were worried that, is Google going to auto turn your static things into video creatives? But they didn't do that. So you've been able to kind of avoid placements, I suppose, or a video ad type quite easily by just not using it. With the new update, which was, as I said, I think it was 30th end of January, the option will actually be to pick where your ads are going to appear. So you can pick YouTube and also YouTube Shorts, in feed, etc. You can pick the Google Display Network or not, and it's actually allowing you to deselect those. So I think that's incredibly positive. It'd be nice if you could actually see some performance data based on those as well, so you can make some informed decisions. I'm not sure if that wasn't actually announced, but that would be a really cool thing. But yeah, so certainly. But again, the most important thing would be to test it and see what works for the industry, the audience, the stage of the funnel, etc. But yeah, certainly from my point of view, we've stayed away from the video side with it for now.
Awesome. We have a lot of questions rolling in. So this was the next question: is what is the minimum budget that you recommend for demand gen?
Yeah, so I think this is the one thing that we found quite really useful, was that you could run a display campaign for a few pound or a few dollars a day to get some kind of impressions. But with demand gen, because it is machine learning and we're trying to optimize towards conversions, then we're definitely going to want to be given things healthier budgets. So I mean, I don't know how it would scale compared to if you were trying to do something broadly across the US, for instance. But we don't run anything unless we could invest 40-50 pounds minimum a day, whilst we're bidding at a CPA of under 10 pounds, sort of between 5 and 10 pounds, for instance. I've probably got a sheet somewhere where we work the budgets out. We'll do the sums, but yeah, you definitely want to make sure that there's probably not as many as what Google say. Like if you're looking at your CPA times, I think it's times 10. I think they say as a that might be a little bit high, but certainly you're going to want to at least sort of 5 or 6 times perhaps that CPAs to give you your daily budget.
Awesome, thank you so much. And then it looks like the next question right here, and I think this is another interesting. Do you see real estate that there's a lot of audience overlap? I'm not too sure. Audience overlap with what? Real estate specifically. So like some type of, I think this is really more industry specific. And I know that you didn't give real estate as an example. So I think it's a little tough if you haven't experienced.
Well, yeah, there was one thing of the results that we had there on the overseas real estate thing. I mean, I think what we did with that, again, because it was overseas and specifically for people buying sort of holiday homes, again, we were able to be really quite specific about the audience. So for instance, we weren't just targeting a very broad real estate website, for instance, that in the UK we have a couple of really big ones. We were able to target really quite niche, and similarly with some of the apps as well. So yeah, we didn't have, if I'm answering that question correctly, I think we didn't see too much overlap.
Okay, and actually I noticed that the user clarified a little. So he was saying, for example, buyers versus renters, owners versus renters, in short, very different intent that could convert in the same campaign and skew results. So sorry about that. It was a two-part. Yeah.
No, so we had to be careful with this one because again, because it was holiday homes, it did run the risk of blending in with holiday rentals and things like that. So again, at the research stage, that's just where you've got to be really, really specific, and then go and assess how those audiences are performing. Because again, you don't necessarily get this thing right the first time. So yeah, again, we were just really, really specific about those things that we targeted. So yeah, we didn't see anything particularly too bad on that side of things, but I definitely get the reference for sure.
Okay. No, that's a great clarification, and thanks for that question. And then I believe there are two more questions that I see in here. So the next one is, have you noticed the spinning in the first few hours of the day from midnight until the, yeah, I mean, this happens with campaigns, so it looks like something that Gabriel has noticed.
Not particularly, but to be fair, if it converted, it wouldn't really matter too much anyway. We tend to keep these things running just specifically at certain hours of the day. We don't run them throughout the entire day. They're usually focused at the time we want to try and drive as much volume as possible. So for instance, in the example of the insurance company, during their call center hours. So haven't really ever noticed about sort of budget getting blown out of the water particularly quickly. I just saw Clash Owls about the CPA times 10. Sorry, it made me laugh. Yeah. Yeah. Again, you know, you trial and test and see where that spot works for yourself for sure. But yeah, we don't go quite as high as the Google one. Certainly not to start with.
Awesome. Well, I really, really appreciate your time today. I think this was super helpful. The timing was perfect. At this time, what we are going to do is we're going to take a quick break. We had a scheduling change come up today, and our break is now going to go until it looks like 11:50. But it is a long day filled with speakers, so we are excited to have you. And Des, I cannot thank you enough for being here. It was a pleasure to get to meet you, and absolutely everyone connect with Des on all the socials. You're on LinkedIn, Blue Sky, everywhere.
Mostly, yeah. I think LinkedIn's the best one. That's what the QR code. Yeah, give me a search on LinkedIn by all means. But yeah, awesome. Demand gen, definitely give it a bash. Really, I've been really impressed with that, with the conversion based side of it. Really impressed. Thank you. Thanks
awesome.
so much.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. So just a quick reminder that at this time we're going to take a break, and we will start back up here. Same link that you're using where you're watching at 11:50 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I will put a note up there just to make sure that everyone is clear. And actually, never mind, we will not be doing that. Give me 1 minute here. Sorry for the awkward pause. I'm going to bring Brett to the stage for a really quick. Hi, Brett. I'm sorry about that. I wanted to bring you to the stage to just remind everyone of the Paid Search Association and do a quick promo for our sponsors as we bring our next speaker up, if you don't mind. Sorry, that was my fault.
No worries at all. Our speaker has arrived, and we're so excited to have him here today. But yeah, just quick reminder that our sponsors are Jumpfly and Clever Programmatic. Without these two businesses, we would not be able to have this event here today or maintain operations throughout the year. So we are extremely grateful for Jumpfly and Clever Programmatic. Be sure to connect with them on their website. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for the promo, Brett. I'm going to remove you to the screen and get started with our next speaker here. So our next speaker that I am bringing to the stage here is Cory Henke. Cory has had 17 years of advertising experience, and he's had 7 years of running his own media agency. He focuses on YouTube and Meta. And what's really different about his agency is they're using custom analytics via BI. He also has been speaking domestically and internationally for 7 years. And I cannot believe this is your first time with Paid Search Association, so welcome. This is usually a lot of speakers' intro, so glad to have you here today. You've served over 100 clients. That's a tremendous career there, so lots of real-world experience. And you have 30 active clients, primarily e-commerce. And then you have kids, you're in Los Angeles, and you live in Utah, man, you're living an amazing life for an agency owner. And you enjoy cold plunging, which, wow, that's a fun life. I'm very excited to hear from you. I'm going to bring your deck up, and then I will be back in a little bit to ask questions. But for our audience, just a reminder, go ahead and put all your questions in here.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate it. Let me see how I can go to the slides. Okay. Well, hello, everyone. I'm super excited to be here. Like Sarah mentioned, this is my first time at the PSAC. So, yeah, man, this is going to be an exciting time, and, talking about a topic that is, very close to my heart, and, something that we've used to be able to scale a lot of brands. And so today we're talking about the future of YouTube advertising and how multi-format tactics can maximize impact. Thank you for the intro, Sarah. She gave, I think, a really good rundown of like who I am. I think the big thing I love to do is just, hang out with my kids nowadays, but, always love building new BI tools and, really watching this industry advance. And I think YouTube has had one of the biggest advancements over the years, and we'll get into that. But today we'll talk about the different ad format strategy between in-feed, shorts, and in-stream. I'll take you through a variation case study, and then also look at demand gen as one of like the newest products that has affected video. So I think when we think about the YouTube ecosystem, the big thing that I think I want brands to sort of, merge together is the viewer, the creator, and the advertiser. We as the viewers are probably the most important, right? But we also use these platforms, and these platforms use our time. And the reason why we go to these platforms is for the creators, for the content. And the advertiser, their job is to really bring this entire ecosystem together. And that's what we're here for today. And I think YouTube and Google Ads has really created the tools to be able to do this at scale. And also, the innovation has been, something telling. And so in this slide, I want to walk you through sort of like a timeline and highlight some of the key periods where Google Ads and YouTube have really advanced their platform. 2010, launching skippable ads. I still think one of the most interesting things is how no other platform has been able to build, a skippable model, right? And it kind of shows how people spend time on the YouTube platform. They only go there for video, so that you get longer watch times. You get a user that is more like a TV user from the past. In 2019, they bring in Google TV, something that we'll talk about today. YouTube Shorts launches in 2020. And then most recently in 2025, the creator partnerships, the move to demand gen from video action campaigns, as well as like the in-feed segmentation that I'll talk about today that has been vastly impactful for our brands. So let's jump right into the ad format strategy that, we employ at our agency and we consult with and we train with. The first thing to know is that, like, I believe in 2025, we have to look at these different ad formats in 3 areas: in-stream TV, primarily for educational; in-feed, which we usually run on the mobile and the desktop. That comes with, an inspirational aspect of it, because I'm getting somebody that's really on the home feed or searching. I want to be able to inspire them to click through and learn more from a video. And then shorts has been, the TikTok and the Reels and the Stories competitor. And so with this placement, I am really trying to give that organic feel. I'm really trying to build a realness or a humanization to the brand. So inside of Google Ads, and we've seen this over the years, and especially more recently, they give you these call outs of get up to 40% more views by allowing Google to mix the ad formats, right? Get up to 50% more unique reach at a lower cost by coupling, these different ad formats together. In my opinion, as a media buyer, a big data analysis fan, I'm a guy for segmentation. And this emoji face that you see right here is the face that I have every single time Google wants me to, do something that they want me to do that doesn't really give me the control I need to understand placement and platform. Now, this is how I break up, my campaigns, and that's whether I'm spending $5,000 a month or I'm spending $500,000 a month. And sometimes at the higher end, we end up into like some more campaigns that have different categories and attributes, potentially different targeting capabilities. But I really have that cost per view campaign that focuses on skippable and really is after a user to watch my video for the longest time period. And then the next thing that I do is I focus on TV. TV is another thing that I think is a beautiful way to get on the big screen and have impact. And then also the in-feed placement, due to the ability for reach, is that in-feed is so cheap and so cost efficient that I am maximizing this placement for every single brand, and it has become wildly successful. And so let's dive into all three of them. Let's first start with the in-feed placement. And the reason why I want to start with the in-feed placement is because I think it's the most impactful today. I think if you went back to your Google Ads account and you're running YouTube, this is a placement that I would break out and test just to see what type of CPMs, what type of rates, and what type of halo effect I could create in the next couple of weeks. So the in-feed placement comes within your feed, usually the home feed, as somebody is scrolling. This is new for YouTube. All the placements previous to this either came before the video as a pre-roll or sometimes as a mid-roll, sometimes non-skippable, most of the time skippable. But now we have something where somebody is scrolling, and we are now, blessed with an ad that when we click through, we're able to see the video. So this in-feed placement comes in the home feed, the watch next feed, as well as like the search feed. And one of the things that I've been trying to do is get as much search feed as possible. And so that's one of the big tests for me this year, is to see how much intent I can pull from YouTube search, because I think YouTube search is sort of like the next frontier after Google search in terms of finding that audience with high intent. And so, to segment or not to segment, I think you guys know me well enough by now, at least in the first, few slides, that I'm going to segment. I'm going to break things out. And you can see in the top, example from Google Ads, that when you don't segment, you get a lot of, media that lands in unsegmented formats. And that unsegmented format, you really don't know where it's running or the impact of it. You might be able to check placement reports. You might be able to check your targeting to see the impact. Ultimately, as Google says, if it's satisfying what you want at the end of the day, conversions, sales, etc., what does it matter where it runs? And in my opinion, if you break things out like the Google Ads example below, you were able to see more, test more, and understand where your audience might be able to engage versus where they might be able to convert. And in the bottom example, you can see that by spending so much money with an in-feed, they were able to drive 742 million impressions via that placement due to the CPM that's under $1. And you can see that, like in the example above, at 457 for unsegmented formats, much higher than what they were getting with in-feed. Could they have extended their reach by just spending a fraction more in that placement? I believe so, but this is all too common when we, do our audits and consult. Now, when it comes to more of a fair comparison running our campaigns the way we do it, what I'm highlighting here is the comparison of in-feed at a CPM and then in-feed at a cost per view. And what you can find is those CPMs are drastically different than what we get on TV or what we get boosting posts via stories. One thing to remember is that you can run vertical video in-feed on a cost per view, but you can't do it on a CPM. But what we do find on a CPM, because on a cost per view, we are going after somebody who's going to watch the video for a longer period of time. On a CPM, we're looking for reach, that reach is 38% even more effective within in-feed for CPM versus cost per view. And I think when we think about these small numbers, we really don't think of how big of a difference that is. That's a huge difference with the amount of unique users that you can reach. And then some would say, like, well, how do you know that this is a quality placement? Well, that's when you scroll over and look at the earned subscribers and think that, like, man, I'm really getting people to subscribe to my channel. And I believe that YouTube is holds one of the best subscribers, followers, people who have liked your page. And the reason why is because they get all of your video content. And so all the subscribers to your channel, that user who subscribed will get all of your video content, versus on Instagram or Facebook where, your followers are going to see a fraction. One of the bigger case studies that, really got me going on in-feed was working with the mattress brand, where you'll see each three of these placements, the cost per view, the TV, and the in-feed placement, they all spent about $6,000, but the placement at the bottom, because of the CPM at 61 cents, was able to garner over 10 million impressions. This branding is awesome. But the other problem that you see is that in the conversion column and in the view through conversion column, there's zeros. So it's like, does it really work? And I can only talk about engagement and subscribers and earned views for so long before a client is like, hey, is this really working? But what happened with this brand, which was interesting, is that people began to Google search more. They began to follow on the website, and there was a phone number on the website, and the phone just kept ringing. So we have a guy inside of a company who answers the phone, who ended up going from, doing 20K a month in phone calls to doing a couple 100,000. And while that's not going to show up in the Google Ads interface, I think that was very telling to the amount of branding and the amount of reach that we were able to get. We've sold this product out. Every time it comes back, it still sells out. So I know that the volume that we sent out there had this halo effect of impact. And to show you the impact just a little bit closer, I want to bring in a data visualization, and you might see a little bit of this along in the presentation, is that when we look at the two arrows at the bottom in the colored area, you'll see when we stopped running CTV, which was at a $34 CPM, and then in the light blue is where we started to run YouTube, which would be at close to like less than $1, CPM. And so what you'll see is that when we look at the ad cost of all the different platforms in blue, the Google search, the Instagram, etc., everything looks fairly even, However, when we flip over and we begin to flip this and look at the impression volume in comparison of all these different, platforms, that's where the YouTube comes in. And it never really made sense, I guess, to advertisers or a lot of people that I worked with until you really showed the visualization. That's why I love data visualization so much, is that like when you really see the impact of it, you begin to see like, oh, that's a great way to build a brand, especially a young brand, a new brand. I work with primarily e-commerce brands. And so this has been very eye-opening for a lot of the brands that I work with. The next area we'll jump into is shorts. I think this one is one of the areas that's growing, probably the most for us. Everything is about those first 3 seconds. I think shorts is very similar to TikTok and Reels and stories, where somebody is scrolling very quickly, almost more quickly than the feed, and way more quickly than, waiting for content in a skippable environment. So the first 3 seconds are the best to catch the attention. And then how do you value that user's time is very important by providing value. And then ultimately, giving them an action to do next. Go to the channel, buy the product, etc. I think shorts is a great way. We've seen most of the advantage running retargeting with shorts, but ultimately I think with in-stream landscape as well as in-feed, we see a lot more, engagement and results in terms of conversions in comparison to shorts. But it's not to say that shorts can't be an advantage. And one of the biggest advantages that I find with shorts is that sometimes we look into platforms and we want to test different placements. I want to test in-feed, I want to test in-stream, and I want to test shorts, right? But what about taking one creative and reversing it and taking that one creative and testing it across shorts, TikTok, Facebook, Reels, and Instagram stories? You begin to find like which piece of creative, works well on what platform. And I think that's extremely interesting to clients, or at least something that we've found. The next thing that we found with shorts is that there's really a need for people in blog type of content, entertainment type of content. Like that is what's most important from a short standpoint. And so we repurpose a lot of TikTok and Reels content and put them on shorts, and we've seen a lot of success. The image on the far left is something you should also notice, where shorts is becoming more and more important to YouTube strategy, in the sense that they are going to move it higher and higher up on the feed, even after the first video, as you see with this user experience. And so we continue to see more impressions. We continue to see a lot more movement within stories, and super excited to what shorts hold for the future. One of the things that happened recently in January was we saw an organic short go viral. And so this is what's kind of swayed my opinion, that like if shorts doesn't work for you from an advertising perspective, maybe there should be more of a shorts organic strategy. Maybe that's the way to go. And what you can see from the images is that 2.2 million impressions, 2 million impressions on the actual ad, 1.7K subscribers. This brand ended up passing up some of their competitors with just this one video. And I think what is most interesting about going viral on YouTube is the sustainment afterwards, is that it sustains in terms of views, subscribers, and all of your other videos end up growing along with it, especially the new ones that you posted. And so I'm trying to figure out like how to go viral again. And I think it's just the consistency as you see of posting. Can you get 2 posts up a day? Can you get three shorts up a day? That's what I've been trying to educate brands on recently. I think this is the look at what that short looked like. 90,000 likes. That was 4.5% of users who liked that video. 2.9 thousand comments, or 2,900 comments, a great chance for the brand to just re-engage, the user, and over 2 million views. And if we applied just a $3 CPM to the amount of views, it'd be worth about $6,000. And so I think, having analyzed a lot of these different platforms and the organic virality, YouTube sits at the top of the list for me in terms of where I'm putting my energy organically. Another awesome opportunity that I wanted to layer in here is kind of like a takeaway, is how YouTube Shorts works from an awareness, consideration, and like action phase. You can build videos for all different parts, for stories. And I think because we use the same vertical format on other platforms, it's a much easier transition to try to lump these stories in this or shorts in these buckets. And this is something that we are testing too. Like, is this brand great from a shorts awareness perspective, or are shorts more from an action conversions perspective on the down end of the funnel? Like, which one of those pieces like makes the most sense? And so we talked about in-feed, we talked about shorts, and then the next area we'll talk about is the in-stream landscape. And this is the original, placement for YouTube. It's one of the ones that I've worked with the longest. And so let's dive in. The big thing to know is that there's been a decrease of about 60 million households when it comes to watching traditional TV. It's not that users aren't using that big screen in the middle of their home, in their living room. It's more that their viewing habits have shifted to more connected TV via YouTube, Netflix, Apple, etc. And so as this shift happens, I think Google is primed, ready, and making the moves to really own the majority of inventory in this big screen at home on the couch space. And while it's different because we have multiple devices, versus in the past where we're all glued to the TV, this I think is, one of the charts that I like to show to help people get more comfortable with buying CTV and TV on YouTube. When it comes to in-stream landscape, these are sort of the 4 areas that I think hold the biggest advantage. The 5-second skip button, you don't pay until somebody makes it past 30 seconds, or on completion if the video is less than 30 seconds. Being able to analyze the placements, meaning that like your video is going to run before content. What was your audience watching or going to watch before they saw your ad? I think that content is very important to understand. Being able to get on TV on that big screen, I think that is just a great opportunity, especially when you add in all the layers of like Google's targeting. And so you have such a robust tool, I think, with Google TV. And then education and influence. I think when somebody sits down to watch in-stream, they are willing to spend longer periods of time. And so if you have a complicated product, if you want to do more education, if you want to really give a user everything about your company, I think the place to do it is YouTube, especially if it's coming from the brand versus being a little bit more influencer UGC heavy on other platforms. So when it comes to that timeline, that 5-second skip button, I like to have the hook there, really engage, illustrate the problem, establish the problem, and then qualify the user all before 30 seconds. And so we take the first 30 seconds of the in-stream landscape very seriously, and we try to optimize for it. But similar to in-feed, similar to shorts, as well as like in-stream for YouTube, is that we don't necessarily see a lot of conversions, and it becomes this attribution hunt. But I think what we want advertisers and many people to know is that YouTube sits on the path to conversion at the exploration and evaluation phase. It's not lower into the experience. It's not sort of the exposure, even though it can be, but I think YouTube really adds the value in the exploration and the evaluation when somebody's trying to buy a product or trying to understand a product. And so it's really something to understand and hone in on, that it's not going to act like search. It's not going to act like Facebook. It does sit alone in terms of what it is to a brand. And so what we like to do for advertisers, like I showed in the example earlier, is to remove the video partners from the Google Display Network, segment only for TV screens, and really focus on YouTube and Google TV. And I love when we get Google TV inventory. I feel like it's premium. I feel like it's amazing to hear an advertiser come to me and say, hey man, it was nice to see our brand show up, on TV. That was really cool. So definitely TV is important to us. And then as I mentioned, placements, right? Being able to understand the placements, the return ad spend difference from the placements, what conversions are driving placements. But we also get, the green arrow on the left focused on YouTube, where the majority of the ad costs went into a blind area where YouTube doesn't want to tell you, like what it was targeting. And so it's not perfect, but I think it gives us a lot of really good information. And so ultimately, I really educate advertisers to build for that landscape first and really see how it's going to flow into like this in-stream, in-feed, and shorts placement. And always remember, so one of the things that I'm really pushing to advertisers as well as brands: education for in-stream, inspiration for in-feed, and entertainment for shorts. Those are the 3, that I really want people to focus on when they're building out their YouTube campaigns. One of the case studies that I wanted to show is a variation to iteration. And variation, I think, is extremely important to any sort of creative analysis as well as creative development. And in this example here, you can see we built the 2-minute and 24. We took that 2-minute and 24 and cut a 32, a 6-second, 2 15s, and a 1 minute. And what did we find? we found that 43% of people were staying to the end of that 2 minute and 24. That's over a minute, if somebody's staying with that content, versus if you look at the minute there at the top, only 45% are staying till the end. We also got really good CPCs, cost per views, and a really good view rate to kind of say like, hey, this long form is what we should be running with. But this is variation going from a big piece of content into smaller, segments. The other thing to remember when, creative analysis is that there are creative attributes. And some of the best ones that I look at are branding. Should I show the brand in the first 5 seconds? Which actor should I use? Black, female, white, male? Should I have animals, no animals? What's the storytelling style? Can it be funny at the beginning, or can I do something more, serious and a testimonial style? What are the actions going on? Like, these are the things that I really want brands to like make the differentiations so that they can see how wild the results are and really understand what their consumers want. But when it comes to the case study, what we did for, a credit card brand is we used influencers, and we focused on a variety of influencers to tell the story: male, female, inside, outside, in the car, right? To see how people gravitated towards the different creative. And what we also layered in was the demographics of this. I think one of the coolest areas inside of Google Ads is being able to use the demographic combination report. And this helps us combine age, gender, parental status, and household income. And so what you'll see at the bottom is a comparison of creative: Phil, Russell, Kara, Lucas, Kate. And then on the right with the green arrows, you'll see how I've, segmented gender, parental status, age, and household income. And what you'll find is that like Phil was really good, but when we take Phil and we combine it with males, not a parent, 18 to 34, that's where we really see an improvement in results. And I believe in segmenting, YouTube, as I told you, because there's so much inventory and so much opportunity for success. Now, another thing that we did with the Phil iteration, because we knew that it worked so well, is let's say like, hey, let's download the transcription, take the transcription from that creative that's doing so well, pump it back into an AI like ChatGPT, and then go, hey, like, give us some more iterations. Like, that would be awesome. And so that's what we did to find a little bit more success. Another thing that we did was we took all the placements and said, what are those placements that are working well? A lot of them sit in that 18 to 35 category. And we knew we had a great list, to be able to create our own, audience of placements with, but also, go into ChatGPT and say, hey, can you find me similar placements that I can test? So I test ChatGPT placements versus the placements that I know that work, and potentially grow out my ability to convert users through placement targeting. And so based on all that, like analysis is like, yeah, it might have performed very well, but we have script highlight improvements. We know that the Phil creative worked well. We know which demographics work the best, the content, the topics, as well as we have new channels to test. And so I believe that like YouTube doesn't just give you, like results. If you're just looking for conversions, then like, yeah, run demand gen, run video action of the past, and, cross your fingers. But I think if you want to know more about your consumer, want to know more about the video, want to know more about the creative, there's so much information that you can garner from a test on YouTube. And so one of the next areas of focus, and this is new, is demand gen, and sort of my thoughts behind it, since it is so new. And so one of the things that I wanted to show you from Google, sort of the difference between a video action campaign and demand gen. And in demand gen, they've got Discover and Gmail. I listened to lots of the previous presentation, and it was nice to hear, that discussion. I think what's also interesting is image, carousel, and video, opportunities. You can run a demand gen campaign and it'll end up on YouTube, but you don't even need to have a video. It's fairly interesting. The lookalike segments, the maximize click bidding. And the redesigned UI, I think, is my, it's okay. One of the things that was shown in the blog in a Google blog recently is the fact that we're going to be able to optimize demand gen by channel. I haven't seen this yet in any of my accounts. I'm excited to talk to a few reps about it, but I would love if we had the ability to segment here, right, and be able to segment just in stream or carousel. I want to run just shorts with video, right? Or just run Gmail. This is where I think this could be the advancement of demand gen that I'm looking for to be able to run conversion type campaigns, because in the past with video action campaigns, I couldn't segment the Google display network and I couldn't control how much of that inventory I was getting. But ultimately, when I go into demand gen and I create campaigns, what is most interesting to me is the impact of the product feed. I can segment between the Google video partners and not, but when I click that product feed on, I still end up with image videos and product only ads, but now it has the product. And when I do the same thing and I don't add the product feed, I can still run single image video and carousel, right? And so this is where it gets interesting, because your demand gen campaigns can be product versus no product, video product versus single image, no product. This adds, you know, a whole different wrinkle to, you know, optimization and media buying here in the near future. One of the more important areas I think that like I'm focused on is YouTube search. A lot of my brands are trying to say like, how do I get to that intent? And in talking to reps and testing custom segments, like leveraging people on their search activity, putting different search keywords in there are the best way to get into like YouTube search, because we can't target it directly. I think also leveraging demand gen, leveraging in-feed, as well as excluding the display and video partners so that you're only on YouTube. Those would be my best tactics if you're after YouTube search inventory, but like you can't necessarily target it specifically. And then that's really, you know, my rundown. And then my key takeaways would be in-feed is at its infancy. You know, grow your business with very low impression volume or very high impression volume, low CPMs on a platform that is closed. They can give you great targeting. That's my number one for everybody. I'd say less multi-format and more segmentation. I think when you segment, you learn about these different placements, you know, more in organic and paid synergy works better than just paid. Absolutely. And then the big thing for me, as you've seen throughout the presentation, entertain with shorts, educate with in-stream, and inspire with in-feed. And then when it comes to demand gen, I think it's definitely testable. Not something I would have said maybe, you know, 3 months ago with their old demand gen product, but the new demand gen looks a little bit more testable. And so we'll definitely be having our hands on it and hopefully be able to, you know, talk about it here in the near future. Ultimately, thank you so much to, you know, everybody that showed up, and, you know, big shout out to Paid Search Association for, you know, allowing me to come here and share some of the stuff with you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So we do have a couple minutes for questions. So I'm going to start sort of rapid firing those for you as we're waiting for our next speaker to come in. If we do go a bit over, we're still waiting on our next speaker. So we'll definitely worry about that when the time comes. So Navah wants to know, do you feel like we should kill the suggestion, make skippable ads so we don't pay for the ad? I really
Make what? Make what ads?
Make skippable ads so we don't pay for the ad.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think anytime we try to game the system like that, you know, like are we really advertising? You know, but I mean, I think it's a great tool. I mean, I think there are some advertisers that would say like, I've seen so much success with it. It's like, yeah, a lot of people can get to the same, you know, result in a lot of different ways. But for me and my agency, it's not something that I would recommend.
Awesome. And so another Navah question, do we like TV buys on YouTube over Amazon? I love this one. Very direct.
You know we do, Navah. And the reason why is because if anybody's ever seen that Amazon user interface, we know that is nothing, you know, enjoyable. But I just think that Google has some of the best targeting and placement opportunities that you not only can reach, convert, but what you learn from a placement report, from where people are viewing your ads. I just think that there's too much insight, I think, to pass up. It's just going to be different for a lot of different brands. I mean, some brands, you know, start on Amazon, so they're just Amazon heavy, and so it might make sense to them. And also, like, I wouldn't say that I'm an Amazon expert to know all the tools and capabilities over there.
Makes sense. This one's another really good question. Do you, the CPM difference between video and display?
I think they can be different. You know, I think they can be the same. I think your CPMs get a lot higher the more targeting. And if you want to put it in a conversion campaign, because we know the intent is there, and we know somebody like purchases. And so you might see video CPMs get higher. I've always seen display be at $5 or like less, but I would think more about the user experience. I think we live in a video society, you know. I think we read a lot less, we write a lot less, and we watch a lot more content if we asked anybody or looked at our own user behavior. So I think it comes down to like results, but I would really lean towards video regardless of CPM.
Okay, a couple more questions here. I love this one because this is like a constant battle. Isn't this all vanity? I mean, you talked about this a little bit, so.
Is it vanity? I don't know. I think it's an argument. I think there's a lot of experts, you know, and some would say that like, yeah, it is vanity. If I can't see the conversion, then, you know, like it doesn't really work. And then I would say like, Well, conversions have only been around for the last 10 to 12 years. Like before that, it was like 10A to 6P, send us the
100%.
creative, cross our fingers, and then sales came in. And so I think like advertising has been around since, the life of humanity. And so we never really had all this data and actionable insight until recently. And while I'm thankful for it, I think there needs to be some level of belief in like what we do. And so I'll let those think that it's vanity, and I'll continue to buy these cheap impressions,
Yes.
and, live off the halo effect and continue to prove it with business intelligence.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think a lot of times your loss, right? I will reiterate a lot of very positive feedback in the chat. One user wants to know, do you utilize a frequency cap?
Yes, I do. I really like the frequency cap, but for some brands that are growing, a lot of my e-commerce brands are in this like growing phase. And so frequency cap isn't really like there, especially like with their budget. But I do like frequency cap with respect to retargeting. I do like frequency cap if your creative is limited, because you don't want to burn these users out. But I think you're talking about brands with big budgets, so if you're using frequency caps, good for you, because you're obviously spending and things are doing well.
100%. I definitely agree. And so the very last question we have, I think it's a great way to end, is why are people still sleeping on shorts? I think there was a lot of conversation in the chat about this.
I think the same reason why they, sleep on YouTube in general. I can't see conversions, so I can't validate it. Let's put all our money in PMAX and cross our fingers, right? Yeah. I think it's when people are sleeping, it's time. That's when the experts wake up and the experts figure it out. So let them continue to sleep.
Exactly. I'm with you out there. Well, thank you so much for having you. We're going to rapid fire bring you down and bring our next speaker on, but I really, really appreciate it. You have a huge fan base in the comments, and people can reach you on all the socials, LinkedIn, everywhere.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
LinkedIn, Twitter, at Cory Henke.
Awesome.
Thank you, everybody that's showing up today. I really appreciate the time. And, to the Paid Search Association, thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. Awesome. Thank you for waiting patiently in the staging room. I'm really, really happy to have you here, Gianpaolo. So I'd like to give you an intro. You have been voted among the world's 50 most influential PPC experts. You're actually a founding member of the Paid Search Association. So part of why we're here today is because you started this organization. I cannot stress enough how thankful we are to you. You are a Google Ads Premium Partner. You contribute to several PPC industry blogs. You speak regularly at SEM. You created your own event, AdWorld Experience. Now the largest PPC cases only event. So you won't just see talks that aren't based in data and case studies there. And that is the largest one in the world. You work in PPC and CRO as a freelance, so representing somebody on their own. And you patented the US Google Ads optimization methodology and wrote Agile Google Ads in Italian, the Italian Google Ads best-selling book ever. So I'm really excited to hear from you today. I'm gonna go ahead and bring your presentation up, and then I'm gonna drop off the screen and I'll see you at the chat.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here, Sarah. Okay, it's a real pleasure to be here, and thank you for having me. Today I will speak about the not only artificial intelligence, but practical applications to performance max and all the Google Ads landscape. But first of all, okay, you said everything you could on me, so let me go on. I'm a sort of dinosaur of SEO first, and then Google Ads after, and I literally saw almost everything on Google Ads. What I'm going to focus on today is the in growing its depersonalization, its revolution Google is bringing to the shopping tab, to the shopping experience, and not only. This means also that even Performance Max, which have one of the main output in the shopping tab, but not only, of course, are undergoing to a sort of acceleration due to AI integration. And here I've listed, it's a recap of the most important updates, the most recent updates on Performance Max. And we will have a look to all the points to enlighten the most important things about the evolution of this form of campaign, but in general of Google Ads ecosystem. The first and most important thing that happened in 3 months, so it's in October, it's the fact that PMax lost its priority on shopping campaigns. And then we will look at some structural best practices in PMax that have been enlightened by a optimizer study that was published in October, I think, and some other news updates that are less important, but are pushing this format to the attention of all advertisers. The first thing is, as said, the fact that shopping campaigns are now getting this, that are now in competition, in direct competition with Performance Max. And then that's why I think a very famous film image, iconic image from a film on Italian spaghetti western with King Eastwood. And here you can see that this, of course, has opened a lot of opportunities in structuring in a different way our shopping campaigns. And here we come to the findings of a study, or the study I mentioned before by Optimizer. And I've here a small recap of these findings. The first one is, of course, exclusions. At the moment when this study went online, it wasn't yet available. Keyword negatives at campaign level, but now they are here, even if strongly limited, in my opinion, to the number, to the max number you are allowed to put in the negatives. The 100 keywords are not too many. It's a limited number, and of course you have to push some negatives otherwise at account level to have a affordable way of stop what you don't want to be shared near your products. Another thing is if maximize conversion or target ROAS, and you will find the solution that target ROAS usually get better results after a learning period, initial learning period. Another thing is feed-only campaigns or full assets, and then you will discover that full assets have sometimes more possibilities to get good results. One thing for sure is that audience signals are a very effective way of driving Performance Max where you want to go. And as search teams, or even if these teams usually contribute to cannibalize search campaigns. Another thing, we will be again on this topic, is if it's better to have multiple campaigns or simply one catch-all. And usually multiple campaigns are performing better, even because who is doing multiple campaigns usually knows how to do them. But it's not always the case. And usually also the number and type of assets you upload to your campaigns is quite a good way to have better performance on Performance Max. Also, another thing, a very important thing, is the number of conversions you can get from your Performance Max, because few conversion and automation are a perfect storm. What I mean, it's different from campaign to campaign, but there are, of course, for each kind of campaigns, different limitations, different threshold to have numbers, enough number of conversion to optimize them. Sometimes, a lot of times, people think to AI of a sort of magic wand, but it isn't. It needs data even more than the normal campaigns, than the manual ones. So you will find a short recap of what is needed, at least in terms of conversion, to have something to optimize, to have Performance Max to optimize on them. If you haven't enough conversion, just create them. Of course, they will have to be real conversions. And here you can find an infographic I did some years ago and updated recently to add all sort of prodromic conversions to the main one, if you haven't enough data to feed the Performance Max. And then recently, a lot of updates, small updates, are pushing. That's why I've called this slide "The Revenge of the Advertisers," because Performance Max is really slowly transitioning from a complete black box to something more understandable and more configurable. And I can give you some highlights, some suggestion on how to shed light on into Performance Max, at least a little more than usual. Than the usual interface will do. And the first thing I can suggest is the scripts in general, and one in particular, Rhodes one, is one of, I think, the widespread among in the market, and it's clearing the allocation, the budget allocation among different channels, search, display, and YouTube. And that's very important to understand. If something happens, if usually something wrong happens, then you can understand what is generating the problem. Of course, product feed optimization is the basic optimization to have Performance Max working good, and not only Performance Max, but all kind of shopping campaigns, of course. And advanced segmenting of products is another way of getting more results. You can do it in a very different way. We could have an entire session, an entire day on different ways of segmenting products in Performance Max in shopping campaigns. But I suggest you to have a read, if you haven't yet, to Ruben Runbun's bucketing system. There also are different sort of labelizers, so scripts that can tag products depending on their margin, the offers, if they are selling, they are bestsellers or not, and finally you can have also you can have tools doing this for you in a more or less automated way, like Optimizer, Channel, Data Ads, Data Feed Watch, and many of them. Then you can combine shopping campaigns and on specific subset, and it's usually it depends, of course, on the subset you want to push more. It can be bestseller again, or products which are neglected by Performance Max, like the one I called before zombie. The zombie product are products that didn't even get the chance to be bought by users because are completely ignored by Performance Max, and it happens quite frequently. One other best practice is usually to block your brand search, because Performance Max, of course, is eating to the low-hanging fruits, and of course, someone who is searching for your specific brand is a very low-hanging fruit. It's very easy to get conversion on that, and usually specific search campaigns on that are performing better than a Performance Max. And if you leave these queries in Performance Max, then you will have a mixed performance, and you can never know what is generating conversions and what not. Then you can, of course, fine-tune your target areas depending on periods, or on product margins, or on it depends also on, of course, on the bucketing you choose. If you have all bestsellers in one bucket, in one campaign, then you can, of course, push the target rows on this segment and less on the other segments. Here again, Ruben has done a very nice framework, which has been published, I think, two days ago. So I grabbed it as soon as I saw it, and then you will see how to fine tune the ROIs depending on the performance you get from that kind of product, that group of product or that campaign more in general. Then there is another thing which is not always used by, or not used as it should by advertisers, which are seasonal adjustments. Immediately before and immediately after peak season or drop season, drop periods in sales, these adjustments may avoid you a lot of overspending and may adjust your CPCs to be more evident in when you really need it. And another last thing on PMAX is a script by Niels Rohemans, which will alert you on the underperforming keywords and even block them if you want in search among the ones used in Performance Max. Of course, with the limitation of 100 keywords, this is not at campaign level. Of course, this is not something you can freely leave to a script. But then you can use it at account level. It's quite difficult to have a case in which something which is not working in a Performance Max may work at account level. Exception made for branded search, of course, and some other limited cases. But then, after this small recap of structural suggestion on Performance Max, that we can have a look to, I reported the enhancements Google has done on video and images in Merchant Center and in the shopping campaigns. Recently, I think last week, they released another update on landscape, on always enabled by artificial intelligence and changing the background of products. And there is only a selection of all these enhancements. Also, the video inclusion in product feeds, which is recent. It's quite a recent update on this side. And besides all these suggestions, besides all these the updates on images and video, I can suggest you some useful limitations and useful setting to limit the misplacements, I call them here, the placements in sites which are garbage sites, to be kind. Sometimes in Google Display Network there are sites which cannot be considered something safe to be in without ads. And not later than the last week, two senators of United States Senate were alerted and presented a query, presented a declaration to ask to investigate on Google showing ads on sites which were pure garbage, to be kind. Limiting inventory could limit this matching with sites potentially dangerous for your brand. But it's only one thing you can do. You can also exclude sensitive content, so tragedy, conflict, sensitive social issue, and so on and go on. You can also exclude contents which have not been yet labeled or are adult only or part domains and other not unsafe, potentially unsafe placements. You can also exclude some themes general themes. So games, for instance, of course, it depends on what you are selling. That cannot be a general suggestion, but you have to consider them considering what you are selling. But this could be useful to limit the huge amount of placements, unsafe placements you can find in the GDN. And another thing very important, that came interesting, that it's very interesting because of the limitation in the number of keywords you can block at campaign level. Then you can block some keywords here. I've done some example. But of course, I'm not selling games here because otherwise that would be detrimental to my campaigns. And category app category. I'm not saying that apps placements are not working. It depends on what you're selling, of course. If I've tested them with success with very emotional buying products, easy products to buy in 2 minutes without thinking too much. But for complex products or even more on B2B products, probably app placements are not the best solution. Then you can exclude all categories or the categories which are more distant from the product you are selling. Or even here, there is a script by the good Niels Roymans again, who gave on LinkedIn the recap, the list of the codes to exclude all categories if you don't want to do 140 clicks on each category. That's it for my presentation, and I will leave you with some bonus. The first one is, of course, if you want to download this presentation, here is the link. Then I suggest you to have a look to my weekly top 10 PPC news parade. I'm doing it. I've been doing it for 4 years, I think now. So it's a sort of repository of all the most important things which are coming out in the landscape or PPC presently and in the past. And then finally, I'm sharing here a discount code for AdWords Experience, which will be on next edition will be on October the 2nd and the 3rd in Italy. So if you want to have a nice trip to Italy and also join a top class event, that could be the case to give a look to this event, which is in Bologna, just in the northern in the heart of the northern Italy, just in the triangle from Milan, Florence, and Venice, so just in the middle. And I hope to see you there next October. That's all for my presentation. So Sarah, if you want to ask something or there are questions from the public, I will be happy to answer.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your presentation. I know I personally learned a lot, and we do have till about 12:25 for some questions. So I'm going to go ahead and share some of what people are asking here in the chat. So again, thank you so much. So I'm going to post this one at the bottom so people could see, but I have 4 to 5 asset groups in my PMAX campaign based on different audience signals, search themes, remarketing, and in-market in general. And so the question part of that is, for a limited client, would you advise a minimal number of asset groups, or is what she has appropriate? I'm going to show the back half of that because it was asked in 2 questions.
No, for a limited budget client, PMAX is critical in itself because you need a lot of data to have it working. So it's not how many assets you have, is how you build them. The lower is the budget, the less you can afford to do experimentation and testings. So 4 or 5 assets may be good, or maybe too many or too less. It depends, of course, on how you build them and what you sell. But you have to remember that signals are just signals. So you're not segmenting what people is looking at in Performance Max. You are only giving indications to Google to do it. So if you want someone to see a specific thing, you have to do a different campaign and use different subset of products and assets. And that's, of course, limited if you have a small budget.
Yeah, that makes sense. And the other comment we had, it was from Steph. It wasn't exactly a question, but I'm going to sort of turn it into a question here. And her comment was that scripts scare her. She wants to get more educated. And I know you have a lot of resources on that. Is there something, sort of a word of wisdom you could give to somebody who has that sort of fear of maybe breaking an account that might help them get a little bit more comfortable?
Yes, 2 things. First, the first is to follow Niels Neumann and Frederick Wallace, which are the master of scripts at world level, at global level. And then you will see a lot of resources under their posts, but you also can. It's quite easy now to build your own scripts with ChatGPT or other AI prompt submissions. So it's not so necessary by now to have developing knowledge in terms of JavaScript. Even Mike Rhodes, which is probably one of the best scripters in the world, didn't start with a deep knowledge on scripting. He just used very well AI. So then, of course, doing what he did, he got this. He specialized in it, but. It's not so necessary to understand exactly how a script is built. It's just it's better to know what you want, and then search for something doing it more intelligently.
Yep, no, that makes sense. And it looks like we have about 2 minutes. So we have one last question. This one's going to be very specific. So I'm going to show this on the screen. And I'm going to kind of read the back half of it. So rising average CPC of branded terms. We have somebody who's seeing a sharp increase in the average CPC of the brand terms, client-owned terms. How do we handle this challenge? And I think it relates to a lot of what you talked about today.
Yeah, I shouldn't say it, but probably branded terms are the new cash cow from Google point of view. So it's very likely if you are not setting any sort of cap that your CPC are inflated on branded terms. The only way you can limit this phenomenon is to use manual bidding. So do specific campaigns, search campaigns with manual bidding or enhanced CPC, but enhanced CPC is going to be sunset to sunset in next month, so in March actually, so next month. So wouldn't be probably the best solution. You can also use portfolio bidding strategies with a price cap to CPC to limit this way of doing of Google. So set a target CPA and then a price cap, a CPC cap. Could be careful to do testing on it, because I've had some cases in which this, which is generally a good practice, may add also some downsides, because of course, if you have, for instance, some comparison sites and you are not at the first place, you might miss a lot of conversions if you don't push on your own brand, even if in those comparison sites your brand is present, but of course there present a lot of competitors. So you should test the limits, because it couldn't be convenient. But you only know if you test them.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and tell you again, lots of great people are so happy you came. I cannot thank you enough. And without further ado, I'm going to bring you off the stage and bring our next speaker up for his intro. So thank you and have an amazing time and get some sleep in your
Ciao, see you in Bologna.
Ciao. Hi, Fred. Thank you so much for being here. Another paid search legend here with paid search. So just to do your intro, you were the co-founder and CEO of Optimizer. I knew you didn't put this, but you were a book author, and you were also a book of advice. So hopefully that wasn't a misspoke there. But before that, yes. Love. Reading everything that is in your head in a digestible manner. But before that, you were the first AdWords evangelist for Google. You've been doing PPC since 1998, when I graduated high school, before I even knew this was going to be my career. Another scripts guru. You live in California, so you get to talk to people who are in this world all day long. And very, very excited to hear from you today. So I'm going to go ahead and put your presentation up, because I know it'll be action-packed and we're going to have a lot of questions. So thank you, Fred, for being here.
Yeah, thanks for the intro, Sarah. And Gianpaolo, thanks for the shout out as one of the scripts people to follow. Definitely appreciate that. So I'm here today. I'm going to tell you how to work smarter, not harder, how to use GPT and automation hacks to make your own life better. And hopefully some of those things also apply to your PPC lives. But yeah, I play a lot with AI. So I lead a company called Optimizer. Been doing that for about 12 years. And so one of the things I'm fortunate to do is I just have time to play around with new technologies, new tools, and sort of set the direction for how we can apply that to PPC automation. And the mission that we have is really to make PPC managers recoup their time through technology, right? And so we build those technology solutions. But with some of the things I'm going to cover today is like, how do you push the boundaries of what's possible by building your own technology? So just like Gianpaolo was saying before, GPT really enables anyone to be a developer and a coder. I'm going to show you how you can do that with scripts, but I'm also going to show you some newer stuff that I've been playing around with that I think you're all going to find very exciting. So yeah, again, the main core of my agenda here is to use AI to become a more productive version of you. So if you raise yourself to the power of GPT, you get magic. This was a play on E equals MC squared, right? So this is the new equation, the fundamental equation of the PPC and digital marketing world. Now, this is a shorter presentation, so I've taken out a lot of the stuff about me living in California and when I talk to people, hear about when they work at the companies that are driving the AI and driving the PPC platforms. But one of the things that I did want to lay out there is the fundamental tenet that you are not competing against AI. You are, however, competing against people who come to sessions like these and figure out how to use AI and tools and technology better than you do. So that is who you're going to be competing against. So there's so much AI out there, and I wanted to harken back to one of the big sayings that came out of Silicon Valley from Apple, of course, but it was about the slogan of think different. And so I was thinking about that because when everybody fundamentally has the same AI tools, everyone has access to ChatGPT, to Claude, to Perplexity, how do you stand out? And it's really about thinking differently about how you use these tools and technologies to, as I said in one of my books here, but it's basically then it unlevels the playing field, right? So by thinking different, you're going to tip the field back in your favor. So what are some ways that I think about using artificial intelligence in maybe a different way than most people think about it? So let's start with the first one here, is thinking different about when you're producing content. Now, all of us as digital marketers, when it comes to PPC, we're producing content for ad text, but we also want to be influential in the space. We want to build brand thought leadership, and that requires sharing what we do and putting it out into the world and posting on LinkedIn, and at some point having a session or a webinar like the one that I'm doing now. I think many of us aspire to have that as a way to build new relationships and grow your business. But if you think about it in the old way, like time is really the constraint that limits you from how many of these things you can do. So let's talk about generating not a single thing, but scaling up. And so here's an example from something that I saw from Caterina Mariani. She went on LinkedIn and she had a post where she shared a really cool innovation that she had done, which is she was using one of Niels Roymans' scripts, and that script would find trending search terms. And so a trending search term is simply a search term that's all of a sudden starts showing up in your logs much more than it did in the past. So for some reason, the consumer, the buyer is looking for that search term much more frequently or for the first time ever. So what if you could take those insights and turn them into ideas for your newsletters that you already sent to your mailing list? And that's exactly what Caterina was doing. So she was feeding these search terms into GPT and saying, hey, GPT, based on these, can you come back and suggest some topics for newsletters? And then eventually, of course, producing the whole newsletter even through GPT. Now, I thought that was kind of a cool idea, but I'm a fairly lazy person, and I did not like the fact that I had to manually take the output from the script, give it to GPT, and then put it into my newsletter system. So I said, could we use GPT to do one better and actually automate this end to end? Now, if you just want to get the script that does this, there's the QR code right there. You can just grab the code. But the idea was go to GPT and tell it what I wanted. So I basically just said, here's a script from Niels Roymans. And by the way, I have a variation of that script that I'd written myself, so I could have taken that one too. I said, let's take that idea of trending search terms and let's take those terms, give them to GPT, and then send me an email with what the ideas are. So the whole thing becomes automated and I can put it on a weekly schedule. And the beauty was that thanks to GPT, it was able to take the core of that existing script, enhance it with these automation capabilities. And now I can get a weekly email with new ideas based on what's happening in my search terms. So that's one way to scale your content. Now, the other way to scale your content is to understand that the large language models are able to use structured data, right? So if you look at this page on the side here, this is the optimizer, one of the product pages. Now, the product page runs on a template. We use templates, and then we stick in the content through a content management system, which fills out every section of this page and puts in the right images. So if you deconstruct that page, there's the template and the JSON structure of we need a headline, we need a description text, and we need to describe the product, and we need a product image. So there's very tight structure to that. Now, you can take that structure as well as the product description, and you can give these two in combination to a large language model that like GPT, and you can ask it to fill out that structured template based on a new product that you've developed or that you want to start to market. Now, you're then not limited to doing this just one time. You can do this for all the product pages that you have. And because you're now getting back the structure that you can put into your content management system, you're not sitting there copy pasting, oh, here's the headline, here's the description line, here's this other piece of text. No, you literally get the JSON or the XML or whatever it is that your system uses. You get those files, you dump them into the database, and it knows exactly how to then generate those pages. So you can now scale up your ability to produce content. And in the case of PPC, you could easily make hundreds of landing pages with very little effort because the LLM is actually filling it out for you in the right ways. Now, moving on to another one. So let's think different about Teams. Getting the bots to have meetings without you, for example. Now, one thing that most of you have probably heard about is you can use an LLM like ChatGPT to critique and help you improve blog posts that you write or the landing pages that you write. But most people get stuck at thinking about that large language model as being a single entity. Well, it doesn't have to be a single entity. What if you said, I would like to have an army of 1,000 people working for me, and they all have different opinions. They all have different job roles. So what I did is I made custom GPTs for different personas who will all help me write better blog posts. And so we have Benedict. Obviously, I made up Benedict, but Benedict is a skeptical reader. We have Clara Checkwell, who's my fact checker. We have Mark Ederle, who's a CMO. And you can already kind of start to see that all of these readers are going to have different perspectives based on what they see, right? So the skeptical reader, like Benedict, if I give him a blog post, he's got instructions to read that with a very critical eye. So when he comes back with feedback for a blog post, he says, well, you're talking too much about this potential solution. You're overly simplifying one of the more technical things, right? So he's poking holes in what I've written. Now, going back for a second, Benedict does his work, then Clara comes in and she does the fact checking. And then Mark comes in and he gives me the perspective on that article from a CMO. And then we have Kai coming in as a more junior account manager and giving his perspective, which is also different. So now at the end of the day, you get all of these different perspectives, and that could be a lot of work because now you have to read each one of them individually. But the beauty is I have a final custom GPT. And her job is to take all the feedback from all of the various personas and distill it down and say, okay, here's the 3 or 4 key points that I've seen repetitively or repeatedly between these other readers, right? So Benedict was pointing out something that was maybe overly simplified. And by the way, Mark also found that confusing. And Kai also thought something about that specific thing, right? So she combines all of these things together. So what I get out at the end is literally 5 ChatGPT personas who've all read the same blog post, and I get out, these are the 3 things that you should actually fix to make that blog post more solid, better, more readable. Now, the way that you go about this very specifically is in ChatGPT, you just @mention in a single chat, you @mention the custom GPT you want to bring in. So I'll give it the blog post and I'll @mention Benedict. Benedict, please read this, give me feedback. And then I say, Mark, please give feedback. And it's all in the same conversation. And that's what enables the last person, the last custom GPT to come in and actually combine everything that's been said in that thread, in that conversation. So because they all can see each other's perspectives, and you could also almost have them debating against each other. So that's one trick. And then the other trick that you can, of course, apply is now you take what you've done with your custom GPTs in ChatGPT and you give that to your GPT or your custom systems within Anthropic, and you have those 2 systems sort of like figure it out. And so you can get a lot of different perspectives in that way, and that enables you to write better stuff and produce better outputs regardless of what you're going for. Now, the next thing about thinking differently when it comes to GPTs and LLMs is broad requests produce generic results. So give it specific requests for better inputs. So if you ask for a short and compelling headline for a flower delivery service, you're going to get something like this, which is relatively generic. But what if you said, I'm going to put some boundaries in here, I'm going to restrict what you can say, and I want you to write a good ad for someone who lives in Paris and consider the local tendencies of people who live in Paris. And so it comes back with an ad that emphasizes the words élégance and raffiné, obviously meaning refined and elegant. So I took GPT at its word for this, and I figured, yeah, hopefully it's doing what I want it to do. Now, amazingly enough, the next day I go into the office and I turn on the office TV, and I see an ad for Air France and there's very few words on that page, but it says elegance is a journey. And like, oh my God, that's literally what GPT told me yesterday, that if I write an ad for floral services in Paris, elegance is kind of like a word that the French seem to gravitate towards. And boom, there it is. One of the main brands out of France is actually using that word. And this is great because it enables you to take on so many different perspectives that you don't necessarily have, to write better ads, write better landing pages, have better unique value propositions that are tailored to the different audiences that might interact with what it is you have. Now, let's take that one step further and let's build some audiences for Google Ads with this. So you can start with something like this. Well, what attributes would a budget-conscious traveler have if they were shopping for a hotel? Okay, so it comes back with a number of attributes. And then you can say, for each of these types of audiences, can you give me some keywords they likely would have typed in? Now you can take these keywords and you can use that to build custom intent audiences on Google Ads. So that's pretty cool, right? Now, what I wanted to show you, one thing that I've been playing with is, what if we turn this into an actual tool as opposed to a string of prompts that you have to put into GPT? So you, today, congratulations, but you just became a software developer because I just told you about V0.dev. Now, V0.dev is a large language model that's integrated with code development. And so the thing that you see on the right side of that page is a little app that I built in less than half a day that asks you, what is the URL that you want to advertise for? It uses GPT to give topics of what that company sells. You choose a topic, and then it uses GPT again to say, these are the audiences. And then it uses GPT one last time to generate suggested keywords for that. And so what you get out at the end is a nice structured table with the different audiences, with the different keywords. And this, again, this is a little app that you could install, that you could give to your team, and they could run through a very methodical process, which is repeatable. It's not a fluctuate. You know exactly what they're going to go through. Now, the way that this works is in v0.dev, you literally go in and you say, in natural language, this is what I'm trying to build. I'm trying to build a little audience generator. So it builds it for you. So I've used natural language to specify it, and then it generates the code to do this. And as you can see right there on the left side of that blow up, there's actually several files that it has written to achieve this task. So here we're not talking about Google Ad scripts where it builds one script that you put in one place. It's actually built out a folder structure with different files within that. And now this is cool because now you can say, well, actually, I want to make some changes to this. So you use natural language again to specify some changes, and it's going to show you which lines of text have changed in that code. And you just use those, and you don't even have to deploy. You can actually test it right there because they run the server for you. Now, in some cases, you might want to use this to build a Chrome extension or an app for the App Store. In that case, you do have to export it. But the nice thing is v0.dev will explain to you exactly how to do these things. So it explains what code changes it made, what reasoning it used, and then it helps you walk through actually implementing those changes. So if you haven't tried v0.dev, it's great. My COO at the company, she's never written a piece of code. But last week, she wrote her first piece of functional code using v0.dev to help make her life more efficient. So anyone should be able to do this and really have a lot of fun with it. Now, if you can use a marker, you can also write a script. Niels has a session today, so I'm sure he's going to cover this. But if you're sometimes a little bit daunted by writing a Google ad script, GPT is multimodal, so you can give it an image of something you've whiteboarded out with a flowchart, and it can understand what that flowchart is and how to turn it into the code for a functional script. So that's a really cool way to start from scratch to build your own scripts. Now, if you do that, you're probably going to run into some errors along the way. Even if you copy and paste code from someone else, it could have errors because the way Google works evolves and changes. So these are some tips and tricks for how to fix those scripts. So if it fails the first time, don't give up. Use these tips and tricks right here on the screen to get through those errors. Now, if you're going to copy a piece of code from someone else, I want to make sure that you're not doing something where you're accidentally emailing your whole account structure to your competitor by installing something with nefarious purposes. So I've got a custom GPT. You can access it through that QR code right there. but you can give it a script that you found and that you're interested in installing in your ads account, and it'll go through a security detail and say, okay, these are the potentially red flags or warnings that you should at least understand what this code is going to do and how it's going to share your data with somebody else who's not necessarily you, right? So this is a safety check for any script that you have. Now, you might also have these scripts and you might not really understand where do I put them into Google Ads or how do I go and make changes. So, there's so many tools out there, things get confusing. Learning these things can be quite challenging. So GPT Operator is a new capability from OpenAI, and this will use a web browser on your behalf to achieve the task that you've given it. And what it does is it controls the web browser, it takes screenshots of what's on the screen, and it then compares that to the instructions it's been given. So when it comes to booking a restaurant, it would know, well, maybe I go to OpenTable, maybe I check, I pick the calendar on the right date, I look for the right number of people, I see what comes back, and then it communicates back to me and says, hey, Fred, I can find you a table at 7 o'clock at this restaurant. What do you think? Should we book it? If I say, yes, book it, it'll go and fill in the form and actually do the booking for me. Now, when you think about this for PPC tasks, there's some pretty cool stuff you can do. So you could say, can you show me in my account, how do I install this ad script that I've just found somewhere else? It will open a browser, it will log into your Google Ads account, and you'll have to put in the credentials, but it'll log in and it'll show you literally, okay, here's where you copy and paste it. And then at any point you can take over and say, okay, I got it, I want to maybe tweak it a little bit. But this is a really good educational tool for doing things that you've never done, where it can just show it to you. It can even install the script for you. It can even go and try to update the code if it is broken. Or you can say, go and log into Google Ads and find any ad text that has the word January in it and change it to February or March, or make it current to where we are today. Or log into Google Ads and email me all the suggestions that Google has, right? I don't want to have to log in, just email it to me or put it into my task management system. Whatever it is, it lets you grab data from different places and move it around. And so one example that I did was get the auction insights data from Google, because that's not available through an API. So you have to manually go and grab it if you want to visualize it somewhere else. So Operator can do this for you. Now, obviously, Operator is $200 a month. It is only available in the United States. It's a preview from OpenAI. So I understand this is not for everyone, especially if you don't live in the United States, obviously. But my point here is this technology is coming. OpenAI always launches it in the expensive plan first, but a couple of months later, everybody's going to have access to this. This gives us a peek into the future of what's going to be possible. So start thinking about, how would I use this if I wanted to do some other things? And so I started thinking about one of the key things that people like about Optimizer is that it combines human decisions with automated data pulls. So we can process all the data and we can present you with the suggestions of what you probably should do with that. Now, sometimes this means giving a suggestion about an ad text or a search term or a keyword. And that's where the human really needs to come in, because it's no longer about just purely deterministic, where the numbers determine what's going to happen in the code, but there needs to be some understanding of what's the relevance of this. Is this, do we want to advertise on competitor brands? Yes or no? And that's where LLMs are really good. So when it comes to human in the loop in these processes that we've half automated in the past, I think Operator is actually going to be able to take it another 20% of the way towards full automation, while still doing right by you. It's going to make the easy decisions that you could say in the past, well, listen, this is how I've evaluated relevant search terms. It will learn from that, and it can do that for you, and then it can come to you only when it's uncertain. Think about the self-driving cars that are all over San Francisco and Austin, Phoenix. There's actually humans sitting in warehouses whose job it is to look at the feeds from those cars when they get confused. When the car gets confused, it says, hey, human, can you help me out? I'm about to make this decision. Do you think that's the right decision? Well, at some level, that is a little bit of what we might be doing very soon too. Let the machines figure out the easy stuff. When it gets confused, it comes to us for help, and we unblock it so that it can continue. Right, so we still have human in the loop, but we've taken automation a step further, because it doesn't just have to be deterministic anymore. Now, the next one that I wanted to talk about is thinking differently about educating yourself and learning. So a lot of us learn by reading books, but let's face it, there's a lot of pages in these books. authors have to write a certain number of pages in business books because that's just what the publisher expects it to be. But the key points could probably be brought out much more quickly. So what I did was I figured out a way that I can download. So I buy a Kindle book, I download the Kindle, and I give it to my own GPT, and I say, can you distill this down into the key themes that would make sense to me? And so what's cool is you can give it different personas. And now you can say, here's a book. Can you give me the key takeaways if I was a SaaS CEO, or if I was an SEM account manager, or even if I was a mental health therapist? And it brings out the key points of that book, but it relates it to what makes sense to you. So you don't have to read 200, 300 pages to get the key points. And what's cool here is you can now have a conversation almost with that book. You can say, oh, that's interesting about constant testing. Like, give me more examples. What does the author say? What do you think that should entail? And so the book is no longer linear, but the book is almost like you having a coffee chat with the person who wrote that book, which is immensely more valuable. And imagine you read the book and then you have a conversation afterwards, right? It's even better learning because that's a capability we just didn't have before. And then I'm going to wrap it up here with my final one, which people invariably seem to like. But I have 3 kids in elementary school. Get way too many emails from all the teachers from the different classes with the different things I need to know. So I said, why can't I get a daily email summary of all the school-related stuff? Just pop it into my Gmail. So how I did this, I went to Zapier. Zapier can use a deterministic flow to do things. But within that deterministic flow of accessing the emails that came from certain people from the school, I can now layer in large language models. And I can say, look at that long email that they sent and distill it down and actually give me the bullet point action items, what I need to do about this. Save it all up. And at the end of the day, send me a daily digest of that summary. And so now I get that summary and then I can read it. And if I see, oh, there's something I probably should look at in more detail, I can still go to that email and I can do so. Right, so you combine it all together in here, then you get this flow. Now, to make it even a little bit crazier, I said, what if I could listen to this on a podcast in the car on the way to work? So I used the podcast.co integration with Zapier after I've done this whole LLM summarization thing, and it actually narrates the summary through OpenAI's APIs, puts it into the podcast. So text-to-speech, puts it into podcast, and now in my car on the way to work, I've got a personal podcast that reads me my daily email summaries. Right, so that's how I try to become more efficient by using AI in completely novel ways and trying to push the boundaries of what's possible a little bit. So with that, thank you for listening, and I'd love to see if there is any questions.
Well, I love that. And I'm secretly hoping that people don't ask a lot of questions so I could just get the answers to all mine. But thank you so much. So I'm going to start out by asking, do you only use OpenAI, and what others do you like? And then I'm going to append that question a little bit, because when I was using OpenAI, or I was using ChatGPT, I was paying for a monthly membership, but then I felt like all those little extra tools cost money too. And at a certain point, my husband was like, why are all these going to the credit card? So can you talk a little bit about what you use, free versus not free? Because I notice it's stopping at this point with all the data. It's not like, it'll tell me I've reached my limit for the day. So
yeah, for sure. I mean, so I tend to play with the free versions of stuff, like v0.dev is a free version. Where you quickly find out like how useful is it, and then if you hit those daily caps, or the system responds more slowly because you don't get the fast queue. And I upgrade, and oftentimes these are like $30 plans. Right now with GPT, I pay for the $200 one because I want to be on the cutting edge. I want to see what's in the future. That's obviously not for everyone, but I think within each company, someone should probably be paying attention to that $200 plan, because like that's your window into the future of you staying ahead and knowing what to prepare for, right? And so at Optimizer, we're already thinking about how do we use Operator? How do we help use that to teach customers when they get maybe confused, like they're like, well, there's 3 ways I could do ad optimization, but can you walk me through why I would use each of these? So rather than having a static flow where you have to, step by step, it's a dynamic flow that already knows who you are, what you've used in the past, and can show you and contextualize everything to you, and that makes it more useful, right? But as far as Claude or the others that are out there, or Gemini, Well, Gemini being free now, yeah, I do use that one, and I use Deep Research. But I think they're all leapfrogging each other and constantly catching up. So if you have to pay attention to all of them, it's like, oh, it's too much stuff going on. So I tend to focus on one. OpenAI generally is a bit of a leader in this space. So I pay attention to that one, and that works for me. But I use the tools on top of that.
Yeah, no, that absolutely makes sense. And I agree. And sometimes I feel like it's a little bit of muscle memory too. You tend to go with what you like and just stick to it a lot of times.
And speaking of the muscle memory, I mean, that's kind of a question too, but like, that's why I love the APIs from OpenAI so much, because now you can start putting it into the things that work for your muscle memory, right? So if you're used to managing an optimizer, or you have a Studio as your reporting tool, like why not add those LLM capabilities from the platform you like, whose LLM you like best, but add it in the tools you're most familiar with.
Exactly. And I mean, I guess since I will give that plug to Optimizer, is it makes my life so much easier, and I'll start to go there and then think, oh my gosh, I don't want to forget how the platform works. So thank you for all you do for our community there, making my life easier, making me forget my muscle memory in platform. So speaking of that, so what would you recommend for people when they're trying to learn to remain relevant when these LLMs or LLMs can just move so fast and do so many things that we didn't really necessarily expect?
Yeah, I mean, so how do you keep your job, right? Is part of the question in there, I think. Well, so in the first book I wrote, I did these, I equated the PPC role to these other roles. So there's the PPC doctor, and the doctor's job is about understanding what are the potential medicines and medications that could be used to treat various ailments, and how do they interact with each other, and based on you, the patient, and your personal conditions, like which of these 5 medications would be the right level of aggressiveness to help achieve what we need to do for you. And I think it's a little bit the same in the AI world. So part of our job is really understanding what is out there, what are the capabilities. And even yesterday, I was playing with my digital avatar, and I was using 11 Labs, did a really good job with the voice clone. But then a different app did a better job with the actual animation of the avatar. So I had to put these tools together, whereas if I'd been stuck in one tool, the result wouldn't have been great, right? And so I wouldn't have been able to automate that part of my workflow. And so I think that's where we have to focus, is like, how do we engineer the prompts? How do we push these systems to the next level for that human oversight? And so I think there's like an upskilling and a downskilling, right? So I think that human in the loop thing, you can actually have downskilled humans still do a lot of the PPC tasks that just eat up a lot of their time. Whereas the people attending the call today probably want to upskill and become more sophisticated and push the boundaries of what's possible.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So we have 3 more minutes. I have 2 questions. So the nice part is they fit in. So I'm going to ask a very specific one that I'll put down so people can read. And then I'm going to ask more of a like existential one. So this is a specific one. Can AI and ChatGPT operate, be useful for 2-day campaigns, ad groups, keywords, and ad copy optimization, such as pausing, shifting, changing bids? And I think this gets into your lower level human doing replacement here. Filtering negatives.
Yeah, I mean, so there's like 2 things, right? We see this in Optimizer too. Sometimes people come in and they're like, what do I do? Like, what should my strategy be? And so then it becomes this conversation that you could certainly have with an agency, or you could try it with a chat agent, and you could say, well, these are my goals, these are my business conditions, like, what would you do? And it'll give you a plan of like, well, this is how you think about budgets. This is where your bid should be at. This is how you put the messaging in the ads, etc. Right? So it gives you the plan, but then it becomes about how do I execute on that plan? And then the GPTs, again, can be very specific. So I can actually sometimes ask it, how do I do this one thing in some tool? Like the setting on iOS on my iPhone, like how do I change that? And generative AI is generally pretty good at telling you these are the 4 steps. And so I don't need to open up a big article from Apple and spend a lot of time. So it's a time saver. So I think both of them have their place, but I think you also still want to be a little bit cautious and again, figure out where's your value add, so that because I think the full end-to-end automation without human in the loop, we're not quite there yet.
Yeah. So that is exactly what I believe. So this one kind of caveats off of that, but a little larger. And it's the big one, is how long till we're all out of work? And I think you answered it, but someone wants you to really predict your thoughts.
Yeah, well, and I mean, work provides our identity, but I think we are soon coming to a time when we're going to have to really think hard about why do we work? And like the basic income, right? So how much income do we need to buy the things we need to survive? And I think those things that we need to survive will become significantly cheaper when AI optimizes those systems and the robots start to do those things for us. So I think there's going to be I'm predicting a very big shift in the next 10, 20 years, also in terms of longevity. I'm of the opinion that within 10, 15 years, people will be able to live to 150 and will reach some sort of escape velocity. So the question is not just what do you do at work, but what do you do with all of those extra years, right? And I'm here in Silicon Valley, so it's a lot of optimism out here. But think about those things, and I don't have the answers. A lot of people don't have the answers, but start thinking about it, because these questions are going to be hyper relevant soon.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. As always, I feel like you make our lives easier here in our community. And so I cannot thank you enough. And I get to bring Navah to the stage, another evangelist. Thank you, Fred.
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, everyone.
Oh, I brought you together. There we go. Hi, Navah. I'm so crazy grateful to have both of you two here today. And so I want all the attention to shift to you. So you are a veteran of the digital marketing agency. I know you've worked in both paid search and SEO, and many times we'll pull in both parts of that thought process. You are an evangelist at Optimizer. You are a top 25 PPC expert and hopefully continue to move up to higher and higher every year. And you began in SEO in 2008, transitioning to PPC in 2012. You make a point to give back. You love sharing lessons learned, international speaking circuit. You've been at local universities. You're a frequent contributor to several publications. And in 2019, you became the founding member of the Paid Search Association. So, I think one thing I want to highlight on your bio here is that giving back is what feeds your soul. And yes, I'm so happy to have you here and excited to hear what you have to say today.
Thank you so much. I think we should take a moment while I'm pulling up my presentation to give a huge shout out to Sarah, who has done such a phenomenal job moderating this entire day. It has been an absolute dream. And so let me share my screen.
Yes.
And let's get into it.
Awesome.
All right. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Hooray. So thank you everyone so much for investing the time with the Paid Search Association with me today. And we're going to talk about challenging PPC biases. And the reason I really want to spend some time talking about data and strategy from the standpoint of biases is actually to dovetail very nicely off of Fred's talk about AI. AI tends to have hallucinations. AI will shift quite a bit in our content. And we're living in a really interesting era where our habitual way of working and our habitual way of thinking needs to shift. And it is really important that data is at the core of how we make those decisions. So we're going to talk mostly about data, but I do want to spend a little bit of time talking about bias. So we have biases that will range all over. I really do want to talk about this systemic distortion of statistical facts. It's actually really interesting when Optimizer, and I promise we didn't organize it, that Fred and I would go back to back. It's just like a happy happenstance. But when we create data studies, a very big part of creating the data studies and any publication that will put out data, this is a really big part of putting out the data, making sure that you account for any of those variables, making sure that the data will actually be helpful and not manipulative. So let's talk about how these biases form. If you wanted to hear more about my bio, we can talk about it, but I want to invest the time in you guys making sure that you get that information. So there's a really great article on the Smithsonian that talks about mind bugs. And I encourage all of you to read it, but this is the crux of it, is that we start to get these patterns ingrained in us of how to think and why certain things are the way they are based off of that initial interaction with information. And it's really, really hard to counteract mind bugs. So for example, if someone says something and you hear it and you trust them, thinking about those signals of trust, like expertise, you're more likely to take that on board and make that a part of your workflow than if you don't trust the person. There's also a sense of logic. And I had to include HK and Momo to signal comfort. They're always cuddling and super cute. But it is a question of comfort. Like, do I want to disrupt the puppy and challenge my way of thinking? Or am I okay kind of leaving them be? So when we think about the algorithms themselves and what kind of content we tend to consume, there's a very real factor of negativity, as in an attack comment or putting like a really polarizing hook that you'll get negative comments and positive comments. Those tend to do better in algorithms because they invite engagement, and algorithms are predisposed to favor content that is going to put forward high engagement content because that helps them sell ads, that helps them prove value to stakeholders, that there's high engagement. Like there's a number of factors into that. So it is important to remember that when we're consuming content, we want to really parse out how much is this content accurate, how much is this content making me feel a certain way just to make me feel a certain way, and how much is this content reliable, repeatable, scalable. So with all of that out of the way, we're going to dive into effectively 4 optimizer case studies or data studies. I promise all of this is data. We are not plugging the tool. If you want to read the data studies in full, they do live on our blog. We are always talking about them in various conferences, whatnot. And if you have questions that you would like the optimizer data set to explore, we love answering questions from the industry. Many of the studies that we released last year and that we are releasing this year come from your questions. So I definitely encourage you include those questions. If you have a question that you ask me during this session, happy to take it back to the data team. Let's kick it off. So with OptiScore, I think it is really easy to write off OptiScore as a Google sales tool because there are former Google sales reps or account executives that will outright say that it was a sales tool or that they were told to push that content. The thing is, OptiScore isn't inherently a bad thing. It is an earmark way to understand if your account is trending towards best practices from Google's standpoint. And it is also worth noting that OptiScore can be achieved without accepting any Google recommendations. So there isn't a direct tie to accepting recommendations and having a high OptiScore, regardless of the fact that you can artificially increase your OptiScore by dismissing recommendations. So what we found when we looked at the data is that the below 70% bucket, there wasn't really a huge gain on performance from going from 70 to 70 to 80. But when we started looking at 70 to 80% bracket, which is that minimum for that partner status, which is what most people strive for, then into the 80 to 90, 90 to 100, we saw some significant improvements. And while it is true that click-through rate did drop on that 90 to 100%, I'm very happy with a 7.42% conversion rate. I am super happy with a cost per acquisition of $9.13. And I'm super happy with a 515.26% ROAS. So this is to say OptiScore isn't inherently bad. It is just a tool. It's kind of a health signal. You don't want to necessarily make every decision based on it, but you do want to account for its utility. So one of the biases that I wanted to confront is that people just reject suggestions to improve their OptiScore. And what we actually found is that there was a cohort of around 333 people who not only accepted the OptiScore or accepted the account recommendations, they saw that lift in their OptiScore and those improvements in performance, both on ROAS and on cost per acquisition. So this isn't to say that you have to go accept every single suggestion, but you shouldn't throw them out just because Google said so. The other bonus fact I wanted to include in here, because so many of the suggestions do revolve around broad match, Fred ran an updated round of match type data, so I wanted to make sure that you guys could get that fresh information. And what's really fascinating is that broad match isn't actually that far off performance-wise from phrase and exact. They just perform different jobs. So to exclude broad match entirely from an account is to deny yourself the value that you can get from broad match, but it's important to measure how much you're using broad match versus, say, dynamic search ads versus performance max, because there are certain jobs that you would give to broad match that you may not necessarily need filled anymore if you're running dynamic search ads or performance max. It's also worth noting that percentage of spend within Optimizer, pretty much every match type, save for broad, saw a slight decrease. And in terms of percentage of spend, it's pretty equal. Accounts tend to diversify their portfolio. And that is really an ideal place to be. So ultimately, it's a decent guide, but it should not be a KPI. I already talked about this, so we'll skip ahead. Let's talk about ad strength and ad creative. Ad strength is not a good indicator of performance. So this is actually going to be a plug for Gianpaolo's amazing event Ad World experience. This was probably one of my favorite takeaways, that there are ways to get the benefit of ad strength without having to kind of hurt your ads. Because ad strength as an indicator, most RSAs actually suffer from chasing good or excellent performance. The best performance we saw for responsive search ads was definitely on an average ad strength. Interestingly, demand gen, you did need to have that good ad strength. So average didn't quite cut it. Excellent and good were both useful. ROAS was definitely better on good. But it is worth noting that the conversion rate and the CPAs were better for excellent demand gen ads. One reason I believe that is that when you're talking about demand gen, you're starting to really think about visual content. And so given the amount of tools available for visual content, we now are starting to have much more intelligent grading of our creative. But this is a theory. This is not proven by documentation. So another bias, ads with higher ad strength get more impressions. This is true. We did see that across the board, there was a lift in impressions or percentage of impressions when you improved your ad strength. But this is that tip I was saying that was so important. Varga, I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Amazing tip. So this is the tip that I want every single one of you jot it down. It is absolutely brilliant. Is actually using dynamic keyword insertion with either a period or a question mark in your keyword, or not in your keyword, in your text. But that's like that last little bit. And so you can perfectly match the keyword to the ad, but using the DKI to basically make it so that it would never show that way. And it is absolutely freaking brilliant. I linked to his LinkedIn profile. He is absolutely one to follow. He has some really clever advice, and I'll leave you with that. Next bias, title casing is superior to sentence casing. This is one that really shocked and rocked my world. I was super surprised that pure sentence casing absolutely won out over pure title casing. And what's really fascinating here is that you could almost see it happen in how SERPs have evolved. So here's an example search result page. For those of you that don't know, I am an avid gamer. And so looking for best gaming computer under $3,000, not surprised to see these beautiful towers. They actually do reflect quite a number of the brands that I engage with. But you'll notice that Best Buy spot where it says gaming computers under 3,000, that is super unique on the search result page compared to, say, title casing. And this is starting to come out in organic content. It's starting to come out in user-generated content with Reddit and with Quora. So be on the lookout for opportunities to test sentence casing or even lowercase creative, because it'll help your ad stand out amidst the sea of sameness. and really get that higher click-through rate and potentially higher conversion rate due to the trust of human factor. So the next bias, longer ads perform better. This one, I was so excited when I ran this poll because every single person fell into the trap of let's go build ETAs and take up every single amount of our creative. Responsive search ads, hands down, do better when you take up less creative. The exception to this is with that 31 plus, which is indicated of or indicates dynamic keyword insertion. What's really fascinating here is that from a performance standpoint, it seems a no-brainer for us to go on the shorter side. So that 0 to 20, well, you'd have obviously more than 0, like 1 to 20 characters. But we still kind of feel ourselves pushed to take up every little ounce of the ad. And what I would encourage you to think about is let's pull in assets, site links, callouts, structured snippets, price extensions, the images. Bring those in to enhance your click-through rate. Don't try to make long responsive search ads to get that higher click-through rate. The next bias, pinning improves ad performance. No. So here's the thing with pinning. Some pinning outright performs better than doing none. But when we're looking at all pinned versus some, there are definite gains that you will achieve by having some pinned versus all. So giving some freedom to the ad network to kind of decide what might be a good opportunity creative for first or for second or for third position, acknowledging that third position tends not to serve is really, really important. It's also important to note that when we're looking at the differences in performance, they're marginal. So if you work for a brand that has super, super strict guidelines and you have exactly 0 freedom, it is okay to pin all. Just know that you are sacrificing some performance, and you're going to have to communicate that to your stakeholders that I understand I have to show you exactly the format of the ad. Just bear in mind, I'm not going to be able to have as good results as if you gave me a little bit of freedom in how the creative served. So ad strength and old habits should be left behind. We really want to focus on the current ad types and how they function. This is especially where AI can be super helpful because sometimes humans think in certain ways. I was actually very happy that Ameet kind of tricked us, where I thought that the B ad was the human ad, but that was actually the AI one. And I would have thought that that first ad was the AI written one because it seemed like it was more, not at all calling out the creative, but it just seemed more safe. And the B written ad seemed more direct, addressing human concerns. So the fact that AI is evolving as much as it is worth layering in a little bit of that creativity. Next, we're going to talk about bidding strategies. By the way, I know I am going a mile a minute. You are going to get all of these slides, and I will happily address any and all questions that are left after the session. So smart bidding is inherently better or worse than manual bidding. People fall into both camps on this. And what's really funny is that there is no clear winner between the bidding strategies. Whether we're looking at the portfolio bidding strategies like target CPA or target ROAS, whether we're looking at maximized conversions, whether we're looking at impression share, manual, maximized clicks, they each have their own areas where they win or lose. And so when you're making a decision on bidding, it's far more important that you consider how many conversions are you going to get in that 30-day period? Are you able to be flexible with how your budget is allocated? And are you going to invest that time to really audit how you are bidding? If the answer is you have exactly 0 time, you can't do manual bidding. There's no way. If, however, you're going to invest at least a little bit of time, manual can still pull out some wins. So as I mentioned, conversion volume drastically influences success. Ad platforms typically will say somewhere between 15 and 20 monthly conversions are needed to use smart bidding. We actually made the threshold a little bit higher to give even a little bit more safety of 25. And pretty much across the board, you needed at least 50, if not 51 plus in order to see success. And what's really fascinating is that this translated to manual bidding as well. It is worth noting that this data currently includes enhanced CPC, which has a certain degree of smart bidding within it. We are going to pull the data again once enhanced cost per click is fully deprecated, and absolutely there's no more hint of it anywhere. So we'll see if manual still has that factor or if it does a little bit better with lower conversion volumes. But it is just worth noting that you don't save anything by going with manual if you have fewer conversions. It's far more important to think about how can you create those conversions to speak to the ad platform or consolidate your campaign structure so that you can hit that 51 plus conversion threshold. Next, small budgets can't find success with smart or auto bidding. This is flat out wrong. What's really funny is that sometimes maximized conversions and maximized conversion value can actually do better than manual bidding or even maximized clicks with the bid cap on say less than $10,000 a month in ad spend. So when we're thinking about our ad spend investments, don't feel like you have to run any bidding strategy because a guru or a thought leader told you that you had to. I don't know why my computer did that, but we're going to play it again. Make sure that you really make your bidding strategy choices off of what your account can support and what you feel comfortable setting as your strategy. And it is worth noting that auto bidding really does underperform smart bidding with a lower budget. This made me change some of my PPC ethos and strategies. I used to always recommend max clicks with a bid cap or target impression share with a bid cap for starting out lower budgets because it was a way to learn what your queries cost. Now I'm a little bit more cautious about it. I'd rather use manual in those early days, or if I'm taking over an account that had conversions before, I might even test conservatively maximize conversion value because I like using conversion values. Next, bidding goals and caps are a no-brainer. This is one where I had to eat my words. There is no case in which using a bid cap truly improved performance. And what's really interesting about this is that this is the human coming in to provide oversight on the machine learning, on that bidding strategy. And so there is intelligent, useful oversight that can be done, but you just have to understand that the more oversight you apply to whatever you're doing, AI related, smart bidding related, so on and so forth, you are introducing a risk that your performance will be worse than if you just did the trust fall. The way I like to compare it is if you're making a beautiful steak, if you keep turning it, if you keep touching it, you're going to end up with shoe leather. If you let it rest, if you let it do its thing, you end up with a beautiful medium rare and everyone's happy, unless you're vegetarian, in which case you have some beautiful tofu and life is good. So not really a bias, but it is worth noting that Google does cost more than it did 5 years ago. And I see a lot of people suggesting strategies and suggesting budgets and begging for auction prices that used to be valid 5 years ago that are not here. Ad spend is up 12% year over year. And it is only going to get more expensive as different market factors come into play. So the idea of setting a budget based off of what you've historically set may not cut it anymore. And so we just have to be clever about how we apply our budget. So the main takeaway here is that conversion values and volume are the key to all bidding strategies. And so I highly encourage you to think about using ROAS or POAS instead of CPA as that guiding light. But of course, it comes down to you and your business and what you need to do to succeed. Let's talk about PMAX and have a whole polarized debate conversation. I am ready to have a debate, a nice, happy, healthy debate. So there are very polarizing opinions on PMAX. And I think it is important to recognize that Google and Microsoft have done a lot of really good listening to what we advertisers need for PMAX to be a reasonable investment. Candidly, it was not easy to say yes to PMAX in the early days, but with all of the advancements that have come about, definitely in a much better spot. And it is worth noting that PMAX did eat away quite a bit of the kind of campaign share within the PPC world. Thinking year over year, search grew 7%, shopping declined 34%, and PMAX pretty much picked up that 34% in growth. It actually was 35%. And so when we think about PMAX, part of it is understanding that it is an inevitable path, but it's meant to be the bias-free investment. It's not meant to be the full takeover of your account. Now, this goes to my first bias, is that PMAX is a branded cannibal. And before everyone kills me for the inevitable, like, oh no, you're going to say that the PMAX doesn't take branded. It always takes branded. Well, here's the thing. We looked at how many advertisers were using brandless exclusions after all the begging and crying and screaming of, please give us brandless exclusions. We don't want branded in there. Turns out not a lot of advertisers were actually taking advantage of the feature. Only 401 out of the roughly 9,200 ad accounts that we looked at. The other thing that's important to note here is that the performance between those that used brandless exclusions and those that didn't, and those that used any exclusions, whether they were negatives, whether they were placement exclusions, whether they were topics, whatever, is pretty flat. And so this goes to show that Performance Max's job is to drive conversions and performance. And if you apply the brand exclusions or don't, there's still non-branded queries to have in there. Now, it is worth noting that if you choose to exclude your brand and exclude both from a keyword standpoint and from the brandless exclusion standpoint, might you see a slight decline on performance? Sure. But that isn't to say that it's a brand cannibal, especially given the fact that even when it is excluded, we see pretty comparable performance. The next bias is PMAX is both a lazy man's campaign and super complicated. And what I find really fascinating is that this bias exists in tandem. People think that it's super easy and that there's a ton of levers to go through. What's really fascinating, and I appreciate that Google put out so many wonderful enhancements to PMAX off of some of this data, is that when we have our search themes and our audience signals, they don't appear to actually do very much. In fact, they can sometimes hurt. And it's important to remember that a search theme is going to actually have more of an impact on the campaign than an audience signal, because you can't outright target any audience with PMAX. Including an audience signal will help the system learn, but it's not going to be here, I'm only targeting this group. You can exclude, sure, but you cannot outright target. And with search themes, this is what's kind of really special. You can start to see now with the new enhancement whether search themes were responsible for any given search category within PMAX. It is worth noting that search themes will take a back seat to exact match, exact syntax from search. So you don't want to run the same exact match keywords as search themes in your PMAX campaigns. You really want to use search themes as a way to discover potential new keyword champions for your search campaigns, as opposed to running the same keywords as both keywords and search themes. Structure does seem to have the biggest ROI. I know Gianpaolo, thank you, Gianpaolo, did a great job covering our data. These are the numbers. The TLDR on this is that if you can, and if your budget can support it, multiple campaigns, one asset group does the best, because you're able to really focus in all of the targeting settings at the campaign level on that single asset group. Unfortunately, the amount of signals and settings for ad groups don't exist for asset groups. So treating asset groups like ad groups can create some human error. So if you can avoid using multiple asset groups, I would encourage you. But ultimately, it is better to have those campaign settings if you can. It's also worth noting that if you're going to have multiple campaigns, you do need to account for conversion thresholds. So it might be better for you to have that one campaign with multiple asset groups, remembering though that you can't have the amount of protection that you could have with an ad group. And creative does also influence success. So it is worth noting that the creative that Google and Microsoft, to be fair, is going to pull for your PMAX campaigns, by and large, is going to come from your own assets. So you want to make sure that those are up to par, whatever you're putting in. And if you opt into that expansion, that you're happy with your organic site, or you're happy with your landing page that you're using to inform the creative. Now, this is a pretty big bias, and for anyone who's in local service ads, I'm sure you're feeling me down there, sinking at the bottom of the ocean of care when it comes to how many tools or how much attention we get. But PMAX does not get preferential treatment. What is really fascinating is that whenever possible, PMAX does do better when it's kind of on its own. The moment there's another campaign type possible for the budget to go to, it does appear that Google does a pretty good job of letting that other campaign get access to that budget. I'm not going to say that this is in writing because it's not, but based off the data that we've pulled and based off of looking at accounts and how they've performed, it is worth noting that having a PMAX campaign is more about getting that incremental bias-free investment, and your search, your video, your display, your shopping, especially now that shopping is equal with PMAX in the auction, those are going to be the ones that will get that preferential treatment. And it's worth noting that there are some people running only PMAX, and yeah, they do lovely things, but there's not necessarily a good argument to only run PMAX. So all this is to say that PMAX is more than an easy button or technical black box. I'm pretty sure I'm over time, so I'm going to skip through, or I'm going to race through these action items. So action item number 1, don't assume that Google is evil, but don't drop your critical eye. Going to give a shout out to the amazing team at Optimizer who really pushed to verify some questions around documentation about excluding placements through the API. Previously, documentation was a little bit questionable on that. Now it's really clear. If you want to check out that blog post, you can. Make sure that you own your conversion volumes and values so that you can really own your bidding strategy success. I highly encourage you to consider using conversion value over net conversions, because that's the best way to communicate with the algorithm. And remember that PPC is more than search. Cory gave a great conversation on video and talking about demand gen. I believe it was Des that did a great talk about demand gen. We are living in a world that is more than just keywords and text ads. So we want to make sure that we're comfortable and confident with all parts of Google and all parts of all advertising networks, not just keywords, not just text ads. And with that, I thank you so much. And we'll take any questions that there's time for.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Navah. I really appreciate it. So yes, there's quite a few questions in the chat. And to your point, I think we have 3 minutes. So what I am going to suggest, because you have been so active and present all day, is if we don't get to the questions, maybe you could go into the add it in the chat. So we have a couple on YouTube and a couple on LinkedIn. So I'm just going to pick one at random, and then we'll go from there. So PMAX throws so many bots at our sites. Do you have any solutions for this?
So a really big solution is, and I can already feel the debates coming, is valid click fraud software. Good click fraud software is actually worth the investment. I'll give a shout out to ClickCease. I'll give a shout out to Lumio. Really great resources. The other suggestion is take a look at where that bot traffic is coming from. PMAX is notorious if you do not give it the controls for putting budgets in weird locations. So just make sure that you're excluding the correct locations and that you're applying that piece there. But yeah, if you don't want to use true click fraud software, you also can run some scripts to find those IPs and exclude them that way. It really just depends on how you want to do it.
Yeah, no, I would totally agree. So this one's a good one. And I guess it's a kind of almost plug for Optimizer here. So these data insights are amazing. I would definitely agree. I love the case studies you guys have been doing, helpful for benchmarking, but where can we find industry-specific vertical insights about PMAX particularly, or just gain all the archive of your studies?
All right, so in the interest of not being a shameless plugger for all things Optimizer, I will say there's a PPC benchmark tool that we have that is lovely in our tool.
Yes.
And we're constantly putting blog posts out on our blog, PPC Town Hall. I also want to give a really big shout out. Occasionally you'll see some great studies. WordStream's blog will still put those out. Search Engine Land and Search Engine Journal do a really good job of picking up some of that creative, so you can follow them as well. I highly encourage you to follow Mike Ryan at SMEC. He is the person I want to be when I grow up, in terms of the amount of incredible value for data studies. So if you want specifically PMAX with an e-commerce spend, definitely encourage following him. Obviously, would love more engagement on our studies, and we're actually doing a new data study that'll come out in a couple of weeks. This is a spoiler. Fred has no idea I'm announcing this, so you guys are going to see this is an impromptu. But we're actually doing a comparison of Google PMAX and Microsoft PMAX, so that'll give you some really interesting insights, because I don't think enough people are paying attention to Microsoft PMAX, and that channel has actually, in my opinion, quite a lot more to peel the onion a little bit, because they're so good at getting cheaper placements, cheaper auction prices, and they actually do allow you quite a bit of control. So love Google PMAX, have a ton of use for it, have a ton of use for Microsoft PMAX as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And like I said, there's a couple more questions, on the platforms, and thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to kick you out right now, bring our next speaker up, and we're also changing moderators as well. So a nice transition. Thank you very much. We're going to add you all to the stage at the same time. So Sophie, I'll go ahead and do your introduction as Brett starts to get oriented to a long day of moderating. And then also, if you don't mind, while I'm giving your intro, popping your deck into the platform, and then we can get you all settled up. So Sophie has been absolutely amazing within the paid search, the paid search community. I met you online, so I'm so happy to have you here today. She is the lead at, I think you pronounce it Bowhurst. It's a private company, and it is a private company database too. You're based in the UK, so I know it's hard to coordinate schedules to get you on the calendar here. You are a lover of all things lead gen, and a particular interest in B2B and SaaS brands, which highly competitive paid search industry there. Beyond your role at Bowhurst, you're a platinum Google Ads product expert and a regular contributor to Search Engine Land and a mentor. So I'm going to go ahead and get your deck up.
Thank you.
And we will see you at the chat, and that will be moderated by Brett as well.
Fabulous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi there, everyone. Welcome to my talk. It's time to rethink your B2B lead gen strategy. I will just start this by saying I have quite a sore throat, so it's either going to get better as I go along, or I'm going to start to lose it. So bear with me. I apologize. I will do my best. Just give you a quick introduction to myself. Thank you, Sarah, for the quick intro. My name is Sophie, and I am a PPC lead at Bowhurst, based in Nottingham over here in the UK. I've been floating around the industry for about 10 years now, And I've eventually ended up becoming into B2B lead gen SaaS brands in particular. I'm not really sure how that happened. It's kind of the unsexy side of PPC, but I absolutely love lead gen, and I'm really glad that you're here and have some interest that you're joining me today. So this one does go out to the lead gen marketers, the underdogs of the PPC industry. So thank you for joining me, and this is what I'm going to cover with you today. First of all, I'm going to kick off with a quick introduction about the modern B2B lead gen landscape, because I think it's important to take that into consideration when we are thinking about our strategies. Next up, I'll give you a little bit of advice about how we can optimize both the pre and post-click experience of our campaigns. And then finally, I'll address some ways that you can use PPC after that form submission a little bit further down the line, because our role never ever ends. So let's quickly go through the modern B2B lead gen landscape to get a better understanding of the challenges that we're facing, because better the devil you know. So this is what comes into my head when I think about B2B lead gen, and in particular for me, SaaS. It's a huge crowd, and you will find me kind of somewhere in the distance, kind of screaming and shouting and doing whatever I can to get some of that screen time, because most B2B lead gen businesses are using PPC nowadays. It's not necessarily something that they think is an additional thing. It's just become standard practice. It's just what people do. And you know what? I really can't blame them for that. I mean, I thought I had a little think about the main reasons why I was thinking of them. I could have come up with a million more, but probably the most important for me being B2B specialist is that even small to medium-sized B2B businesses realize that PPC and marketing and in general is really important for them to do. They used to think that that was like a B2C, e-com type of thing, but now they're realizing that their audience is out there as well, and they should be reaching them. There's also a lot of a lower barrier to entry with platforms becoming self-managed, AI campaign assistance, smart campaigns, those types of things, which years ago we didn't used to have. Good old peer pressure. I had to think peer pressure is probably a big one for a lot of companies. You're seeing your other companies doing it and you want to be doing it yourself. So that's a big reason why I see a lot of businesses wanting to advertise on PPC. And finally, probably something which does grind my gears a little bit is that a lot of the platforms come across that PPC is so easy and, it's so fruitful and so valuable. But actually, if you've ever worked in B2B lead gen, you know that it's actually quite hard to get that to work effectively and efficiently. Of course, at the same time, we've got the awful messy middle. B2B is not excluded from having that experience as well. A quick reminder of what I'm talking about there is that people are being bombarded with messaging constantly, all day, every day. And it's coming to the point now where we're either trying to use ad blockers or we don't even realize that we're seeing ads anymore. It's very passive. They don't like giving away their data. Many people are very skeptical about how it's being used and where it's going, which is completely understandable. People are starting to take their time a lot more to convert. People aren't afraid to look for reviews, go on forums, speak to their friends, watch videos. People want that reassurance that they're making the right decision before they go all the way in. And sometimes, which I am very guilty of going through myself, is analysis paralysis, of just almost being too overwhelmed with options whilst I'm doing my research to actually commit to something. So, these are the types of things that we're facing. So whilst you can argue that it's easier on paper for B2B lead gen brands to actually advertise via PPC, it's getting really hard for them to be able to do that effectively and efficiently. And I didn't mean that to come across as doom and gloom, but I just wanted to paint the picture of the challenges that we do face when we're advertising. As I say, it's not all doom and gloom. There is things that we can do. So let's have a little look at the pre-click approach of how we can adapt our strategies here. First up, I know how cliche, of course, she says ad copy, but yes, of course, it's going to be ad copy. That's our first time that people are seeing us. We want to impress them. But when it comes to B2B lead gen, you really want to think a little bit more about ad copy that is authoritative, that, oozes with confidence and, just that, they're the right type of people for you. I was looking for a dessert place when I went to visit Manchester a few weeks ago, and I was sold on a deal and nice pictures. That's all it took for me. But when I've been looking for like time management software, a nice picture isn't going to do it. I need to feel comfortable and confident that this company that I'm going with know what they're talking about. And that authoritative messaging, it's direct and it's confident. If you kind of think of an authoritative figure, if you have one in your life or just in society in general, they don't sugarcoat their words. They don't waffle on. They know their stuff. They're self-assured. They're confident that they can do the right job. And we look for them for that guidance. They lead and we follow. And that's what I'm trying to do with my ad copy for B2B lead gen. So I'll give you a little example here. So we have been providing managed IT services in the Derby area for over 20 years. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that ad copy. It tells you what it hits all the points. It's absolutely fine. But how about making it a little bit more authoritative? With 20 years of experience, we are a leading provider of managed IT services in Derby. It hits all those same points that the previous one did. It just comes across as more assertive, more confident. And this is the first time I've ever actually spoke about using ChatGPT, because as some people will know about me, I'm really slow to adapt to stuff. So I'm finally using it. And something that I use it for in particular is trying to make my ad copy a little bit more authoritative or assertive or confident. I stick it in there and I ask it to help me, to give me the guidance. And I as everyone will say, it's, don't take the answers directly from there. If you read that, I said 90 characters, it wasn't 90 characters. It kind of twisted it a little bit wrong. It was saying the wrong thing. But as the only PPC person at Vallaeys, I don't really have someone to kind of lean on for a little bit of support. So I'm trying to start to use ChatGPT for that. So that's what you could do. Make it more confident, make it more assertive. The next up is we're going to think about our targeting, but not necessarily who we want to target, but who we don't want to reach. Because as we've been hearing today, the platforms are getting looser. There's no denying that, but there is still a lot of levers and features that we can actually work on to make sure that we're getting what we want from the campaigns. I feel like when I look at B2B lead gen accounts, especially for smaller to medium-sized businesses, they will have absolutely amazing keyword lists and their targeting is on point. They're so great at it, but they don't really think about the negative side, who they don't want to hit. They'll have like either no negative keyword list at all, or a few exact match keywords that are only assigned at ad group level. And that's just not good enough anymore. It's not a good enough strategy. So when I'm thinking about this, I like to think about, what am I offering? What is the product or service? And then try and think of the complete opposite of that. That's where we're trying to think about the negatives. So, for example, if it's super expensive, you don't want to be shown for cheap, free, affordable. Add those negative keywords in there. Or if you have a packaging machine which costs £500,000, for example, and it's going to be a one-time purchase, please exclude those people from seeing your ads again. They're not going to buy another one just to add it on for the sake of it. Also, and this is one, again, which I see a lot of small to medium-sized businesses missing, is if your product or service is only applicable for one country, then make sure that you've got presence rather than presence or interest in your targeting. And I am only talking about little tweaks here. There's no huge thing, but what we're doing is we're layering that on top of the targeting that we've got to just tighten it up a little bit more. If you're B2B lead gen, more than often, I'm going to assume that you've got quite a niche product. So you need to make sure that you're hitting the right audience. And it feels like I should go to jail for bringing this up in a B2B lead gen presentation, but brand awareness is so important. I know it just is. I can't go through this presentation without mentioning it, because if people don't know who you are, or that your product or service exists, or even that there's a solution for the problem that they've got, they're not going to be searching you. They're not going to be finding you. Yes, and there is Google Display and Demand Gen and all these great things that the PPC platform offers. But actually, there's also a lot of other places that your potential customers are going to be before that. Again, sorry for this very SaaS focus example here, but getting on listing directories like G2 or Capterra, people are doing their research, hit them while they're there. Freeform ads on Reddit, if you've got a very niche product or service, find the type of topics that you could be speaking in or having your ads in and get stuck in. And something which I'd like to try a little bit more of this is actually newsletter sponsorship for relevant events that are coming up. Just getting in front of your target audience before they're in the search engine. Because as Navah said, like PPC is not just about search engines. You need to hit people elsewhere. And again, please make sure your reviews are up to date. Again, that's what people are looking for. Make sure they're up to date. I know it's not specifically PPC, but make sure your reviews are up to date and you've got good ones or you're responding to the bad ones. So now let's have a little look at the post-click B2B lead gen experience and how we can optimize it. And before I get started, I will put my hands up and say that I am an absolute broken record when it comes to talking about the post-click experience. I think most of my talks recently have been about this, but I just truly believe that our role as a PP specialist is more than just getting a click. You know, we could all get clicks. We could get clicks all day, every day. You know, that is an easier thing to do, but I feel like it's our responsibility to make sure that we're guiding that post-click experience to give our PPC traffic the best opportunity to be able to convert. Because for me, and I know for a lot of you, you know, we want our businesses or our clients to succeed. We want more than just a click or an impression. So I do talk about the post-click experience a lot. And something in particular I talk about a lot, which I'm going to talk about again, is landing page optimization. So I apologize if you hear me talk about this all the time. That's because it's super important. As I said, I talk about landing pages a lot, but I'm going to focus this on 3 PPC recommendations for B2B lead gen in particular. Of course, there's a million other different things, but this is for the lead gen. Form optimization. I don't know when forms got so long nowadays. I was asked the other day about my company's annual turnover, how many clients we had, and sometimes it can just be really intrusive and off-putting. And I know that this really annoys our sales team when I tell them this, but I don't have to get every bit of information about a potential customer in that first form. You really don't. Not only is it intrusive, it can put people off. It can make them a little bit skeptical about why you're asking for so much information. And there's always a chance to get that information further down the line. That could be a quick call with them or through the demo or when you go and give them a quote. Just try not to overwhelm them with really intrusive questions to start off with. And with that in mind, please make sure you tell which ones are optional and unoptional. I find that I get to the end of a form and it goes, you get that big red line and it's like you've missed out something and you have to go back. It's such a small thing, but it's frustrating to people. And that's the last thing that we want to do. We want to keep them happy, keep them going through the form. So try and help avoid a bit of friction by the end by making sure what is optional and isn't very clear. Also, going back to that potential, you know, upsetting of intrusive questions is don't ask intrusive or difficult questions at the start. Try and move them a little bit further down the form. Or, you know, like I said, maybe don't even include an intrusive question at all. Because if you start with the light, easy, breezy questions before moving on to things, you know, like company size or postal address, people are probably going to feel a little bit more comfortable. If you go in asking those hard-hitting questions straight away, it makes people feel uneasy, and we're trying to build trust at this point. And with this in mind, my next recommendation for form optimization is to be respectful of their data. I come from a data-based company, so for me, data is money, it's valuable, and if people are giving us their data, we should treat that with respect. It deserves and should be handled with care. And I hope this isn't applicable to anyone, but I have to say it. You need to follow the rules for your specific country that you are advertising in. I know that that might mean you have to have a really ugly disclaimer or a certain link or anything like that. I know it's annoying. It doesn't look great, but that's what people are looking for. You know, they need that trust that you are going to treat their data right. So please make sure you have that. Also, something which I like to do, either via a very clear call to action or something like this, is to tell people what I'm going to do with that data. So upon submission of the form below, our team will be in touch within 48 hours to discuss your demo booking. That's great. I know, you know, in 2 days I should hear someone. My expectations are, you know, I'm not going to get an instant call back. My hand is gently and nicely being led through the process. People like to know what you're doing with their data. And my third recommendation for optimizing your B2B lead gen forms is is actually facilitate qualification and or disqualification with your content. And what I mean by that, sorry, one second. What I mean by that is to make it clear with your content who your product or service is actually for, and give people the information they need to either say, hey, this is right for me, or, oh, okay, it's not. Some ways that you can do that is by giving an indication of pricing. For B2B lead gen in particular, I know that's a touchy subject. So, you may say prices start from minimum spend of X. It just means that if I only have £200 to spend a month on a subscription, and yours is starting from £500, then I'm not going to waste your time or my time by filling out the form. Another thing, which is, I think, a lot of B2B lead gen companies could do a lot more, is paint a picture of what the average customer looks like. I feel like on our landing pages, we want to show off these big brand names, the household names, but actually people are looking for the companies that they can relate to. B2B lead gen advertisers, we always complain that we aren't seen in case studies or, cool marketing features and stuff like that, because, we get sick of and tired of hearing B2C or e-com case studies. So in the way that we get annoyed by it, our potential customers are going to do the same. So show them that, you support and you work with the right type of people, and that they can see themselves in what you are already covering. And finally, tell them who you are suitable for and who you are not. Sometimes you just be straight up and tell people, we are not for this or we are for that. That's something that I've done recently, because we get a lot of student leads come through looking for like a free version of our platform, which we don't provide. So I've literally now just added into the frequently asked section a part which just says we aren't suitable for students or people looking for investment for their startups. It's quite harsh. It's quite, but it also means that I'm not wasting their time and they're not wasting mine. My final recommendation for optimizing the post B2B, post-click B2B lead strategy is to utilize remarketing. Because I'm sorry, B2B lead gen people, but hardly anyone is going to buy your product the second they have landed on your website for the first ever time, especially if you've got a pricey product. People need time to warm up. So why not use remarketing in that time? The problems that I usually see when B2B lead gen companies are using remarketing is that they want to remarket to everyone who's ever visited their website in the past 365 days. And actually what they could be doing is kind of building smaller pots of audiences, but being more specific with it. So something I like to use is a pricing page, for example. If someone's been on a pricing page, that shows a little bit more interest than someone who's just been on the homepage for 1 second. And with those remarketing lists, I like to reach them and give them something which could just push them over the edge to actually go back to the website and convert. That could be a buyer's guide, customer quotes, a few more stats, maybe a promotion or an offer that you've got in, and use those types of messaging and content for things like a Google Ads display campaign, or Microsoft Audience Network campaign, or maybe a bit of LinkedIn ads, just kind of like giving them the nudge to come back and do what you need them to do. But of course, as I said, I believe our work is way more than getting that click. And I think actually our job is way more than actually just getting them to be a customer as well. So let's have a little look at how you can use PPC after the form submission. So yes, I know, I'm going for a remarketing again. Yes, remarketing again, but this time I'm talking about it more in terms of fostering loyalty and getting people to actually start to use and, adopt features that you've got going on. Let me give you some examples. So some things that I've used in the past is to update current customers about a new feature or a change on the tool. So there was a DevOps tool which had a reporting feature, and that reporting feature was getting a massive update, but they were finding that people weren't even reading it, checking it out, or using it. So by hitting them with some messaging to, hey, have you seen that we've got this? It helped them to get them over to it, to test it and see it for themselves. Sometimes it's hard to get current customers to adapt and adopt to new changes and things. So, PPC can help guiding them. Promoting relevant upsells, massive bold letters, if I should have made that bigger, relevant upsells or add-ons. Again, going back to that earlier example, no one needs to buy a £250,000 packaging machine again, but maybe you have a service package that you can offer where every year they come and they give it a good service, anything like that to keep hitting them and, potentially continuing that sales process with them. Also, something which I have used a few times is to help the current customer base that you've got to use the product they're using. Again, sorry for a lot of SaaS focused examples, but a webinar, which is only for current users that, really wants to make sure that they get into grips and making the most of the platform that they are using. That could also be just sending them to a user guide or a community forum. It's kind of just showing them that you're still interested in them. You've got their money, yes, but actually you can still keep them updated and in your marketing strategy move forward. Next up is actually feeding that conversion data back into the machine. I mean, we put so much effort in to make a conversion, but I find that so many times people aren't feeding that information back. Now, this could be something as simple as making sure that your CRM is correctly linked to your Google Ads account, for example, or if your sales are happening offline, then actually just feeding that information back into the machine manually. We are, again, pulling all this amazing data. We need to be feeding that back to the machine so that we can tell it what we want it to do and how we want to do it. Something which I've used a lot more since it's come out is actually utilizing the customer acquisition feature in Google Ads, where you define what your current customer looks like by uploading a existing current customer list, which you should have readily available. It's super easy to do. And this helps because you tell Google Ads, this is what my current customers looks like, and it helps you find new customers, and it means that you're only bidding on new customers only. I've not found this to be a perfect exact science. Sometimes a few do slip through the net. But again, we're pulling every lever that we can to retain that control. There is a lot of things that we can do. We just need to make sure that we're using them. And finally, please, unless you are using a very specific remarketing campaign to upsell or send someone a case study of those types of things, please exclude your current customers from seeing your campaigns, especially if you're running brand campaigns. You don't want to be spending money on someone coming to your website just looking for an invoice or to log into their account. Or something which I've seen, unfortunately, is when an existing customer sees that you have a new offer for new customers, which seriously undercuts the value that they have paid for. We don't want them to see that. We don't want trouble. We want to keep everybody happy, which does mean excluding them from seeing our current ads. My voice is nearly holding out. I'm nearly there. So, in summary, it's not very easy B2B lead gen. If you do it or you've ever tried it, you know that. And I think that there are a lot of obstacles and the challenges that we face and that the industry is throwing at us all the time. But there are things that we can do to give ourselves the best approach to getting strong performance that we need. First of all, remember thinking about ad copy, which is oozing with authority, that type of ad copy where you're like, yeah, they know what they're talking about. They can solve this problem that I have. When you're thinking about your forms, make sure they're concise and that they really respect personal data concerns. Again, data is our currency. It needs to be respected. Be transparent and just treat people's data with the respect that you want somebody to be treating your data with. Your landing pages should help people qualify themselves in or out. Don't make them have a 30-minute conversation with your sales team just to get to the end and then they tell them it's £10,000 and they don't have the money. Get them off your radar sooner and let your sales team or whoever is picking up the leads work on the actual work that they could be doing. And finally, use remarketing for both prospects and current customers. Just make sure that you're using the right messaging and the right content for whatever stage of the funnel or post-funnel that they're actually in. My voice made it through. I'm really sorry if it's really croaky, but I'm doing my best. So if you want to give me a follow, here's my handles. I have uploaded this deck to Slide Deck already. That's my handle on there. And I have put a scheduled post out. Let's hope it's gone live. But thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking to you.
Tremendous job, Sophie. Thank you so much for that session. That now brings us to the Q&A portion of the session. If you have any questions, please feel free to drop them into the comments or chat box now. I also have some questions prepared as well as I was jotting them down while you're speaking. So I'm not seeing any questions as of right now in chat, so I'll just go ahead and start with one of the ones that I have. You did mention using AI to help guide some of your ad copy. Do you have any examples of specific prompts that you like to use as you're using that as a guiding light?
Yeah, I've definitely realized that I'm not very good at prompting. And I've seen a lot of people are starting to put out their guides for prompting. I think the thing that I use the most is feeding it more about how, for me, Bohurst, actually, our tone of voice, the type of terminology that we use, the words that we don't use. So we have a lot of brand guidelines for stuff like that. So I'm luckily very fortunate that I can feed that in. But I do find that it still needs a lot of control and checking and an eye on it. Because, for example, telling it to only have 90 characters if I'm looking for a description, it still seems to ignore that. It just ignores that and it still does its own thing. So
I've noticed that as well. Yeah.
Why? Yeah, they say our jobs are safe for a while, guys.
You say create me an ad or create me a post for Twitter, and then it always ends up being too many characters.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we're all safe. We're all safer now.
Great. So another question that we have here is, you were mentioning the number of fields and how that relates to potential performance. Do you have a recommended number of fields when requesting information, or perhaps you can list the information that you should always consider capturing?
Yeah. So I've had many arguments with many sales teams over this because they're like, we want to know absolutely everything. We want to turnover, company size, where they're based. The basics to me is their name, their business, and their email address, maybe phone number. Because I've kind of realized that people don't like talking on the phone nowadays. Like people just want an email or a Skype. They don't want to give that. That is all you need to start your initial conversations with your leads. You don't necessarily start to need to know all that other information. So I would say that they're the top 4. I understand that people like them to like qualify, leads in or leads out. But again, do that on a phone call, do that via email. So get the contact details, get on the phone to them, get emailing them, whatever it is, just however you want to reach them, do it through that way.
Got it. Yeah, certainly appreciate that response. And then just 2 more questions here. You were talking about self-qualification and disqualification. I was wondering how you can kind of disqualify a user after like kind of post-click. So if a user hits your form, they're actively in the form or questionnaire, do you have any suggestions of, okay, they're on the form now, how do we prevent or mitigate wasting any additional time of theirs and prevent them from submitting any irrelevant form submission?
Yeah, so I've had it before, not at the company that I worked at, but where they've fed the information back into the back end. So, that they're already a current customer. Unfortunately, I found that when people are shown a blocker, for example, if you put in gmail.com as your email and it says, we don't allow Gmail emails, or for example, people will still find a way to work around it to get through it anyway. So I still find that people fall through the cracks quite a lot, unfortunately. But yeah, we get that a lot where current customers, they don't necessarily know that they've already got us. They're a big different department and they do still come through. We're still working out how to get them to stop filling out the form, but our system picks it up straight away and deals with it unfortunately after. But by then I've already paid for that person. So
Right. Yeah, but no, I think that's a tremendous idea to kind of qualify the user. Like if they're going to submit, we can at least like trace whether or not they're an active customer. So that makes a whole lot of sense. Another thing that I would love to talk about, and this is kind of related to the Paid Search Association, being that, we love to give back to our community. Clearly, you like to do the same because you are a platinum Google Ads product expert. I know all about that, being a silver one myself. So I would just love for you to talk about your experience there, what that means to be a platinum product expert, and what that entails to get there.
You know what? I think I first heard about it from you. So I think you got me into it. So yeah, I'm a platinum Google Ads product expert. So I help out on the help forum to give people advice and guidance when they're having trouble with their Google Ads accounts. I think a lot of us, we like guides, we like videos, but sometimes actually just typing to someone what your problem is a really great thing. So it's helped me learn a lot more about Google Ads in terms of I don't see a lot of the problems that people face. So I'm in my own bubble. It's really exposed me to actually realizing what problems other people are facing. And I think we become quite blasé about it. Like, oh yeah, it's easy. Just make a negative keyword post, put it over here. And it is actually not very easy. So it's taught me a lot of ways to like troubleshoot, be patient with people and explain things in a more basic term. You know, these people are usually small business owners. They don't understand the acronyms. And it's also given me a lot of experience with going to, for example, extra training, extra summits, learning a lot more about the Google Ads products, a lot of NDA stuff. So I won't get in trouble here, but you know, it's been really great for me to be able to learn on a deeper level as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The Google Ads Help community and participating there is a tremendous way to give back to the community and also gain really valuable exposure to the different issues that users are having. And then you'll now be exposed to those issues and will have the knowledge on how to resolve those and communicate that efficiently with your clients. So it's really great that you're contributing to the paid search community in that way. I don't believe we have any other questions at this time. I did want to specifically highlight the fact that you mentioned excluding the like career seekers, audience users who have been to the career page. I think that that's really important to highlight. A lot of people will tend to exclude career and job-based search terms, which is tremendous. That's definitely one way to do it. But I think that that's a great extra layer of precaution that you kind of introduced there with excluding career page visitors. So thank you very much for sharing that.
Just layer in, layer. Keep going, keep adding.
Exactly. All the precautions and fail safes that you can implement, of course. Well, I think that brings us to time. I see Sophie Fell sitting backstage. So we'll go ahead and close out this session. Sophie, again, thank you so much for your session. We really appreciate your contributions to the search community, not only during this event, but in the Google Ads Help community, in blogs, and various other locations. So again, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Have a good one. Bye. All right, and now we will go ahead and bring up Sophie Fell. Hi, Sophie, and hello. I have her bio here. All righty, so Sophie Fell currently works with Liberty Marketing Group as head of paid media and has spent the last near decade of her life in paid media. In that time, she successfully managed over $150 million in ad spend for national and global brands such as LinkedIn, Juicy Couture, Fila, ServiceNow, and many more. In addition to leading on paid media strategy, Sophie has also authored 2 books and countless blogs on the topic. So we have a true expert before us, and we're so excited to go ahead and kick off Sophie Fell's session. Sophie, it's all you.
Thank you so much. Oh, am I echoing? Sorry, I'm just going to move my mic slightly. Are we good?
No echo as of right now, no.
Okay, good. Fab, cool. So, perfect, thank you. Cool, so hi everyone, my name's Sophie Fell. Often you'll see me and Sophie Logan going back to back. This seems to happen a lot. But I'm Sophie Fell, and I've spent the last near decade of my life working in paid media now. So I'm, as Brett said, I'm the head of media at Liberty Marketing Group, and I've worked kind of both agency side and in-house over the last 9 to 10 years. So I have a lot going on in the last 10 years. So I really do have a deep-rooted love for search. Paid social definitely has its space in my heart too, but search is where it's just my true love, my one true love. I don't love the platforms as much, but I do love what you can do with search. So I'm really, really excited to be speaking to you all today. So let's get started. We're going to talk today about how to master search for top of funnel objectives. We've just covered that one. I'm doing so well already. Well done, me. So we're going to start with Marketing 101, the funnel. I'm sure anyone and everyone that's watching this, either live or watching back, we've all seen the funnel. We all kind of describe it in different ways. I think I'm going to use the most sort of basic version of the funnel today. So awareness, consideration, conversion. Now, I think what's really interesting about PPC and paid search in particular, as it's often described as a kind of lower funnel conversion driving activity. So that's not wrong. It's definitely very good at doing that. And it's definitely the story and the dream that we've all been told. But I think that in my experience, search can actually create those, a really great awareness top of funnel objectives and those mid funnel objectives as well. So I'd really love to talk about how to do that today. Today as well, I just want to cover, I'm not going to be talking about PMAX or demand gen. I'm just going to be talking about search. So let's imagine a future where your brand is at the very top of mind and is there right in front of the right person at the right time with the right messaging. That's kind of what we're looking to do today. And I think, again, when we're looking at paid search, as we all know, one of the best things about it is that you don't pay until people click. So what's really exciting here is the opportunity to create awareness. And again, getting in front of that target audience at the right time with our ads as well, without necessarily spending a fortune on awareness campaigns. So what is awareness? I think what's really interesting is that in my personal experience, the definition of what awareness is has really changed and evolved over time. And I think we need to kind of take it back to the basics. We need to get back to what it really is. So awareness doesn't have to be, you know, true active engagement with your brand or a really deep knowledge from a consumer or a user in terms of, you know, all the products you sell, all the services you offer, you know, your 15 years of experience and everything you've learned up until this point. Awareness to me is simply the knowledge from a potential customer or client that your product or your service or your brand actually exists. And again, as well as those top of funnel sort of traditional digital top of funnel methods that we use, such as paid search, such as paid social, you know, those kind of traditional mass media as well. We can again create awareness with search. So I regularly refer to this stage of the funnel as Google help me. So it's that point where someone's turning to Google, turning to a search engine to find answers to their questions online. So it might be an immediate problem that they're facing, or it might be, you know, a lingering question or trying to figure something out. So some behavior research by NP Digital taken in 2024 showed that in 2020, 98% of people use search engines if they were looking to find answers to their questions online. So immediately turning to search engines. Now, as we all know, user behavior has evolved dramatically over the last 4 or 5 years. But even in 2024, what they found was that 61% of people were still turning to search engines to find answers to their questions online. Now, again, we know that people are using, you know, ChatGPT, chatbots, Reddit, TikTok as a search engine, for example. But I think what's really important here is to acknowledge that there's still a really strong place and a really present place where people are, again, turning to find the answers to their questions online. As well for retailers, I know, you know, we can speak a lot about lead gen and what that looks like as well. But for retailers, Google's own data has shown that 60% of those shopping queries are actually upper funnel searches too, which we wouldn't think for shopping. So I think, again, there's definitely that audience there and a really, really critical tactic that you could be missing by using search for lower funnel objectives only. So this is an example of the Google Help Me stage. So I have a 3-month-old puppy. He is crazy. I actually Googled the other day, how do I just stop him from jumping up? He jumps up on me a lot. So the sponsored answers I thought were really interesting at the top because they range from brands that are dog food brands to dog training brands. And we also saw a couple of ads for some charities such as Dogs Trust. If you're from the UK, you'll know who they are, like an animal welfare charity as well. But all 3 of these had that question, again, in their headlines and kind of tried to answer it in their descriptions, you know, whatever way that was. So maybe they were offering their services, perhaps they were offering, you know, blog content. And I thought this was a really, really interesting way of doing it because you kind of expect maybe only dog trainers, for example, would kind of use these. But actually, it's really interesting to see that some online kind of subscription services for dog food have kind of jumped on that as well. So it's clearly a really effective way of getting in front of that target audience, even if the link is like a little bit tenuous, and creating that brand awareness too. So I think to recap this sort of mini journey, I had a problem. I turned to Google to find the answer. Again, equally could have gone to TikTok or Reddit. But there was multiple near immediate solutions right at the top of the SERP, again, within just a couple of seconds, microseconds of me searching. And then obviously you can, see what action you take after that. So it might be that I scrolled past these, I clicked an organic result, perhaps I clicked a couple of these ads, maybe read some, some reviews or read their content, or, there's a lot of different actions you can take as a user in this situation. But I think in all of those situations, awareness was achieved. And I think that's, again, something that's really important for us to bear in mind. Even if you don't click the ad, awareness is still achieved. So as well as using those kind of generic terms, those sort of top of funnel, and those sorts of questions to kind of highlight who you are to your target audience, awareness can be generated when hijacking competitor searches too. Now, I know that in the PPC paid search community, this is a bit of a tenuous one where some people think it's brilliant, some people think it's like the worst thing you could ever do. When I do it for myself and my own brand, not myself, when I do it for the brands I work with, I obviously think it's very intelligent and peak strategy. If other brands do it to me, I find it really, really annoying. So I'm very fickle. But I think what's really important, again, so this was a search for some searches for project management software. So Trello, Salesforce, HubSpot. And in all of these, position 1 was taken by a competitor and not the brand that I was actually looking for. So you could argue, and it is argued and widely debated, that searches for, again, competitors or brand searches are naturally lower down the funnel. And I think that's true to an extent. So for example, if you were looking for Trello, it might be that you've already taken up a free trial, maybe you've subscribed to their newsletter and you're ready to convert. But I want you to think that the act of then seeing an ad for a competitor or an alternative option at that point is still awareness. And I know we know, and Sophie just alluded to this as well, we talk a lot about, the messy middle and user journeys not being linear. And I think, again, what's really interesting here is that even though we say those things, we still do think of the funnel as a singular journey per product or per service. But actually multiple funnels can be occurring at the same time. So if you're in market for project management software, for example, it might be that you're currently in a free trial with, again, Monday.com, Salesforce, HubSpot, whoever that is. But that doesn't mean you're not still looking. You might still be looking at alternatives. Maybe there's some different use cases. Maybe you have particular needs. Maybe you have customization that you need that others can't provide. So I think it's really important to be open that until someone does convert and they become a paying customer, they can still be in that kind of awareness and top and middle funnel stage of the funnel at that point. So why don't we do this in general? And why don't people in paid search you tend to use search for top of funnel advertising? And I think there's 5 kind of really key reasons why this is. Again, generally speaking and historically, it's been a very conversion oriented process. It's argued, and again, you can kind of go back and forth on this, that by the time people turn to search engines, they already know what they want. So by its nature, it may then be more conversion oriented. When you compare it to things like paid social or even, programmatic, or even, within search itself, like demand gen, performance max, etc. With just search only, you don't have that outbound discovery process. You're not, actively pushing your ads out there. We have to wait for people to type in the keywords, the search terms that match, and to show our ads. And again, that is, if you're trying to do mass market advertising, that is a big limiter here. And then I think something that we're a bit stuck in a rut in general, again, not necessarily as professionals, but as the people we might work with and clients, etc. We are very used to paid search activity in general, or PPC activity in general, being, money in equals money out, right? We're looking at ROI, we're looking at ROAS, and those are 2 really important things that often come up with stakeholders. And I think when you then look at kind of top of funnel or middle of funnel and like non-conversion driving activity, it seems like it doesn't work. It seems less efficient. And I think there are some ways to overcome that, which we can talk about a little bit later as well. Again, if we're talking about mass reach, it's not as cost effective as maybe, a TV advert or a connected TV advert or even a social advert, something on Meta. And again, we've been very used to, and I hope we're all as professionals shifting away from this a little bit now, but we are very, very used to using last click attribution for a lot of this stuff. And again, that doesn't really give credit or nuance to the benefits that top of funnel and mid funnel activity can have, and the impact that can have on our lower funnel ads as well. And I think these 5 things here have really, shaped why we think of PPC as just, conversion driving activity only, and why honestly it's quite hard to kind of pull away from that. So I've talked a lot about kind of, why does PPC struggle? And when I'm talking about that, I'm mentioning why does paid social, for example, do well in comparison? And I want to see if there's any kind of opportunity here for us to bridge the gap between what we can do on search and what we do really well on social. So again, that wealth of targeting options, that outbound reach, that outbound discovery process, the ability to show your ads to people that are in your target audience or only relevant people, only target demographics, that's, a very, very critical factor that makes it work really well. We are kind of as a society moving away from hashtags a little bit, but hashtags and topics can help users to discover your content. Again, you've got that product and lifestyle imagery, which can really help to drive conversions and offer social proof as well, which often really helps. And again, there's actually often more space to talk about like the features and benefits of a product as well. So obviously, as again, Sophie was just talking about, we've got our 90 characters or we've got our 30 characters. It's quite limiting if you try and use search to do the same thing. And that's, again, some of the reasons why social does traditionally a much better job at driving those top of funnel objectives. So if PPC is so bad at doing this, why am I talking to all of you about it today? As you can kind of tell, I do really want to change that perception of how we can use paid search and what the possibilities are. We know marketing diversification is critical. I mean, anyone that's a US advertiser or even, anyone globally, we all know what's just happened with TikTok, the conversations we had to have with clients, the plan B, the plan C, the plan D. It's really important that we're not so reliant on maybe one platform or one channel or even one ad format to generate that awareness. So how do we do it? We've got a really quick pop quiz. I'm going to look at the comments very quickly. Hopefully someone can answer this question. So if we're not running shopping, demand gen, or performance max campaigns, but we're running search campaigns, what do we need? If you don't answer, I'm going to pretend someone answered. It's probably going to be Navah. I'm probably going to say it was her. I'll give you all a few seconds, and if not, I'm going to pretend Navah answered with the right thing because I know she knows what I'm talking about. Cool. So if we're not running shopping, demand gen, or performance max campaigns, but we're running search ads, what do we need? What's really important? Okay, it's keywords. Yay! We need keywords. It's a fundamental part of what we're doing. And for a top of funnel strategy, we need generic ones. Now, again, I'm taking this opportunity to jump on my soapbox very, very quickly. So generic doesn't necessarily mean like vague or broad or long tail or irrelevant. Again, I think generics become kind of a swear in our community. It's a word that we don't use or people think it's a bad word. Generic is not a bad word. Generic keywords are simply keywords that aren't branded. And again, at the top of the funnel, we know that these users are turning to search to ask questions and find solutions. So the first part of this journey is finding what those questions are and turning those into our keywords. So how do we find the right questions to address with our ads? So I've got a few tips here. Obviously, we'll all be pretty aware of keyword buying tools and what's available out there. And you can use the formula of, your product, your service, or brand, and follow that up with the word how, or why, or what, or when, or should. And what you'll get is, again, within Google Keyword Planner, Microsoft Keyword Planner, a really great list of relevant keywords. And you can kind of use that to see what people are asking, which is great. You can do the same thing with autocomplete as well. So again, your product, your brand name, your service, followed up by what, when, how, and that's going to give you some really good questions as well. We've got third-party tools that we can use. Again, these are typically used by SEO in all honesty, but they are really, really useful, again, when we're looking to generate some interest in the top of funnel. So Answer the Public or Also Asked. Again, you can input your product, brand, your service, and you'll get a beautiful wheel of questions. And again, they'll be grouped by what, when, how. So there's 3 really great places and very easy places to find the relevant questions to your brand. You want to have a look at some customer reviews as well. So look for those kind of phrases that are like, I finally managed to do this, or I always struggled with this, but now I can do this. Again, you can kind of reverse engineer those into questions too. And again, speak to your internal teams too. You might have client success, you might have customer success teams. So really drive those customer reviews, those colleague reviews and colleague insights to help you shape your strategy there too. Now, if you're still stuck, I've got some really quick whistle-stop tour of some suggestions here. So B2B, these are all a little bit more kind of software-y looking, but like how can I get more done at work? Again, maybe some project management software. How can I learn, or where can I learn, how to delegate? How can I automate my reports? Or where can I buy, custom product packaging? Or what's the best accounting tool for small businesses? So again, I think all these things are really relevant that you can either answer within your ad copy, which is something we'll talk about in a minute, lead people and drive people to content that addresses this, or service pages as relevant too. If you're a B2C brand, there might be some things here. So people might be asking, what are the best natural solutions for back pain? Which trainers or sneakers are best for running on a treadmill? And how much pocket money should I give my 10-year-old, for example? So again, some really, really great questions that you can use and address within your ads too. So once you've got your list of questions to use, how should we effectively answer these using paid search? So here are some campaign best practices, which we'll start with. We're going to start at the top and we're going to go down. So we want to start off with a completely separate budget and a separate campaign, ideally. There's a reason for this, which we'll come on to. And within the campaign, you want to make sure that your ad groups are quite granular, they're quite closely themed. So even if you have multiple pools of questions, it's important to try and put a few questions together that, again, either you can answer very clearly within your ad copy, or you've got the content to kind of really comprehensively answer those questions as well. So you don't want to have 6 different questions that all are completely different things. You want to make sure you can very, very clearly address those questions within your ad copy or your content. And that's how you want to structure your ad groups. New campaign, separate budget. And then with a focus on viewability over engagement or conversion, because again, we're talking about top of funnel today, although we would like to generate conversions off the back of this. You want to make sure you're using target impression share as your bidding strategy. So again, just steering away from that conversion focused action, focusing on the top of funnel objectives of awareness and focusing on viewability as your key kind of metric. And we'll come on to that a little more in a moment. Some ad best practices. So you want to directly offer a solution, or if you can, an answer to that question in your headlines. You can use things like dynamic keyword insertion, again, to kind of match the search query that the user has with one of your keywords and populate your ad copy that way. I'm not usually a fan of pinning, but I think in this case, pinning your headlines into those placements is really important to deliver that kind of clear and coherent response to a question. Again, we're trying to do something very different here from what we normally do in order to encourage conversions. We have to be a little bit open to some of these things where we wouldn't normally be. And yeah, just make sure that if you're, again, using RSAs, that you're making, again, your headlines and your descriptions very coherent, cohesive, and they actually make sense in all the potential varieties they could come up as. For your ad asset, your ad extensions, however you refer to them. So this is a really key way to add that extra content and context to your ads. And I think this is where we really see bridging of the gap between what we can do on kind of paid social or like mass media outreach and how we can really, really drive awareness. So use your business name and logo for that authority, for that credibility, and also that brand recognition over the long term as well. You want to add relevant images and other assets to the ad group level. Utilize reviews and social proof in your content. And again, extra content and extra context by adding structured snippets and really kind of driving the journey for the user. And if we put all that together, your ad should look something like this. This is my big dog on the right. He's very calm compared to my puppy. But you can see in the headlines, we've got, do you have this problem? Obviously, don't write that explicitly, but here's the perfect solution. And then again, in the ad copy, you're talking about, have you considered this solution? Here's a potential solution. Here's a potential answer to the problem you're having. This product or service offers a quick and easy solution. So you're getting some USPs in there, which is really important too. You're talking about experience, which again comes off the back of what Sophie was just talking about too, about really making sure you're leveraging that information that again shows authority, creates trust, and then try us free for 30 days, for example. And then we've got some site links under there as well, or some structured snippets where we're talking about reviews, again, increasing the social proof, increasing trust and things like that as well. So now we know how to create a really great and really effective top of funnel strategy for search. How do we measure success? So, oh, I'm so sorry. This is the wrong slide. I just zoned out there because I was like, that is not the right slide, but that's okay. We're gonna roll with it. So we want to focus on viewability over engagement and conversion, which is again why I'm talking about target impression share. So yes, CTR is important, engagement is important, conversion is important. But what's really important, again, when we're using search for this top of funnel objective is to focus on that viewability. It can be very easy to be distracted by click-through rate and those other metrics that we're used to using. Again, it's very, very easy to get distracted by ROI and ROAS and what that looks like too. But viewability is the most important element of achieving awareness here. And how do we optimize these campaigns? So again, review our key metrics. So in this case, impressions, impression share, we want to look at search impression share loss due to budget and anything that we can kind of factor in there. Search impression share loss due to rank. And again, any changes, whether on the ads themselves, the ad groups that we've got, or on the landing pages that can support this. Check your max bids. On target impression share bidding, again, once you've got a couple of weeks of data, that's really going to help. And as your kind of negatives evolve and your search terms evolve over time, just continue to make sure that your ad groups stay super, super relevant. So 4 top steps to take away, and hopefully that some of you will implement this. So find the most relevant questions, problems, and queries that your product or your service or your brand can address. Step 2, use granular ad groups and consider pinning those headlines to create that clear and coherent response. So again, users typing in a question, how can we answer that with our ad copy? Whether they click or not is by the by, because we're trying to do top of funnel awareness here. We want to use ad assets and extensions to, again, create extra content, extra context, and take up more space in the SERP. And then really importantly, don't just set it and forget it. This is something that does need optimizing and keeping a good kind of eye on over time. But yeah, I think it's a really, really good strategy to use. It's something I've used myself. And I think, it can be really, really successful as well. And that is it from me. I am running 2 minutes over. I apologize.
No worries whatsoever, Sophie. We're so glad to have you today. A tremendous session. We do have some time for Q&A. Just we'll have to be a little bit quick, knowing that we're like 2 minutes over. No big deal. So if you have any questions, please be sure to post them in the chat right now. You'll have the opportunity to do so for every speaker throughout the remainder of the event, of course. Some questions that I have here are, you mentioned it being hard to prove ROI/ROAS for clients when doing top of funnel initiatives. Do you happen to have any tricks up your sleeve to help communicate the value of top of funnel?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things, and again, I'm leaning quite heavily on Google here in my response. But on Google search, especially, we can look at data-driven attribution, and where we can, clearly kind of assign credit to all the eventual touch points. We can look also, if we're still using last click attribution, at the model comparison tool and see what that would look like. And again, what can we see credit assigned to those initial ads, even if it's not an interaction, but initial ad views as well. So I think both of those things can be really, really useful. And then looking at like assisted conversions as well, again, having that data in terms of, when did you view an ad and what happened and how did you convert at the end? Again, I think all really very useful tools from Google, and lots of things that are available in like GA4 as well to help with that. So I think we're getting better at doing that over time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I totally agree that all of those tools can help better communicate the value of top of funnel. All good things to look at, of course. I see we do have a community question here from Steph. Steph, thank you for inquiring. Her question is, as you continue to optimize and don't set it and forget it, what is a good time frame to let things cook? And I'll try and show that on screen too.
I like that. I like the idea of letting things cook. I might use that phrase a bit more often. You want to, I would probably say in the initial sense, let it run for a couple of weeks, let it get through the learning phase, let things settle down a little bit. Again, we're not optimizing towards conversions at this point, but we are still using that bidding strategy of target impression share. So, there is capacity and there is scope to wait, check out the data and see what goes on. I think after that, I would always suggest checking in and just looking at your metrics every week or so in terms of optimizations, maybe every 2 weeks, every 4 weeks. Really depends how much budget you've got in there as well, and kind of the scale of the account. But yeah, generally speaking, I would say in the first place, let it run for a couple of weeks before doing too much fiddling, and then use the data to inform your decisions from there.
I completely agree. You really can let the data kind of dictate the action that you take in that scenario. Once you have enough, it's a good time to perhaps take action. Steph, yes, we appreciate your inquiry there. And then we do have some additional questions here coming in. One of them are, you mentioned both PPC and social several times. Are there any favorite synergies you see between the two, or any examples of how one platform can benefit the others?
I love this. If we go back to our very, very basic marketing funnel, I think where we most commonly see success across paid media is that traditional, like using paid social and things like that to drive awareness and drive consideration, and then kind of mopping that up with conversions. Mopping up the conversions through kind of searching and Google Ads, Microsoft Ads, etc. I think that's the traditional thing that a lot of us, tend to kind of see it. Yeah, in terms of particular synergies, I think it depends on your audience. It depends on your audience. Microsoft own LinkedIn, for example, so there's a really great synergy there that really helps. If you're doing Microsoft Ads, and obviously you can use LinkedIn targeting and things like that too. So it's probably the best synergy between like a PPC platform and a search platform and a social platform, I would say. Yeah, that's probably the best one.
Tremendous response. I love it. And yeah, just adding on to that, I personally like, creating audiences based off of users that came in through one channel, say social, and then retargeting them on something like search or YouTube per se. So yeah, definitely agree with you there. You definitely seem extremely knowledgeable surrounding the B2B field. So love to see that. Was just curious if there's anything in that space or in general that you're currently working on that you find innovative or that's currently getting you really excited in the space.
Yeah, I think this is such a boring response, but it does excite me. I think we have, I don't want to speak for everyone on this call, but I think a lot of us have struggled with Performance Max for a little while. I think it's struggled to get to where it needs to be. But I think we're at the point where we're seeing, again, obviously really seeing the value of conversion data, for example. And I think when we get to that point where we have very solid conversion data and we have the right guardrails in place for Performance Max, and actually similarly with demand gen as well to a different extent, it does deliver very exciting results. I know it's sad. I'm like smiling saying this. This is a very sad human being. But yeah, I think Performance Max in particular, when you've got the right guardrails in place, can actually deliver very exciting, very accurate, and very high quality results.
I have to agree. It's a very exciting time for PMax right now. And I specifically like the mention of guardrails. I think that that's one of the most key components of a PMax campaign right now, is really setting up those guardrails, monitoring the data, making sure that you're making changes based off said data. So love to hear that you're doing those things. I don't have any other questions from chat unless some come through last minute here, but if not, we do have Nico Brooks waiting backstage, but yeah, I don't see any other questions. So we'll go ahead and close out this session. Any final words you'd like to leave us with, Sophie?
Don't sleep on generic keywords, everyone.
Don't sleep on generic keywords. Love it, love it, love it. All right, thank you so much for your session,
Thank
Sophie.
you for having me.
Of course, your contribution to the search community is surely felt, not only throughout this event, but through other channels as well. So again, we thank you very much and hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, bye.
All righty, and now we will bring Nico Brooks to stage and introduce Nico. Hi, Nico.
Hi.
Tremendous to have you here today. We're just going to go over your bio real quick, and in the meantime, I'm sure you're pulling up your deck. So great. So Nico has been building tools and teaching people how to get the most out of paid search for over 20 years now. He helped create the pioneering search marketing agency Eon Media back in 2001, which was later acquired by Razorfish. He co-founded 2 Octobers in 2010, where he focuses on building analytics solutions for agencies and advertisers alike. He also teaches analytics, most recently at University of Denver, and in direct training engagements with clients. So all good things from Nico. We're really excited for his session. And yeah, we'll go ahead and kick it on over to Nico.
Great. Well, thanks a ton, Brett. Thanks for having me here. A little intimidated following the brilliant Sophies, but got some things I'm pretty excited to share. So we're going to change gears a little bit. And Brett did a quick intro. Some of you may have come across my videos on GA4 and Looker Studio on YouTube. I've got a lot of content out there. And that's what we're going to be talking about. I'm going to show you a couple of my kind of favorite tricks in Looker Studio. I think of them as being kind of magic tricks. They're things that when I figured them out, I was like, whoa, I had no idea you could do that. So that's what I'm here to share. Where I'd like to start is, for those of you that are comfortable, I'd just like to hear on a like 1 to 5 from some people where you consider your skills at in Looker Studio, just so that I can kind of gauge my delivery. And maybe while you're posting that, and I'll keep an eye on comments. I'll say that I'm going to show you a couple of things. We're going to go through them pretty quickly. Like any good magic trick, you won't get it your first time. You'll have to practice a bit to get comfortable with it yourself. I do have videos linked to at the end that go through each of the things that I'm going to show you. And you will get content from these sessions shared after the conference, so you'll have access to those links. So what are we going to talk about? There's 2 things that we're going to be building. The first one is I'm going to show you how to add a new topic dimension to your keyword data in Looker Studio. And we're going to be doing that using a calculated field. And the calculated field is going to take keywords and it's going to assign them to topics. This concept, I think this is actually a really useful use case for it, but you can also use it to do things like take ad groups and group them, or let's say you have campaigns or different kinds of strategies to create groupings of keywords, ad groups, campaigns, etc. So another one I like is you can take groupings of geography, for example. So you could create a report where you show performance by sales region or something like that. So that's the first thing that we're going to be going through. And then after that, I'm going to show you some a cool thing you can do where you can actually combine data from different platforms. So one thing, before I jump into the technical details, like it was really freeing for me as I started to learn tricks in Looker Studio where I can make the data do things that didn't exist in the underlying data. So augmenting it with features like this. And now I think of Looker Studio kind of differently than I used to. I think of it as a place to kind of shape and almost like sculpt the information I'm getting into insights. So let's get started with that. The first thing I want to talk about, and I am going to do some live demos, but I do have some slides to illustrate some of what we're going to get into in the demo. So one is this capability of being able to add a field to a data set. So you can see over on the left, this is actually Search Console coming from Google Search Console data. And you can see I've added a field for branded and non-branded, and I've added a field for topics. And the topic one is the one that we're going to spend a bit of time on. But so in this capability, we can also add metrics. So one of my favorite capabilities of Looker Studio and very on point with what we're talking about. So the tool that we're going to use to add this category field is a case statement. And even if you've never done any coding before, hopefully the language here isn't too intimidating. You see the structure of a case statement. So we introduce that we're going to make a case statement by saying case. And then we have these when conditions and this else condition. So the when condition, what it does is it says, it just checks if something is true, and then it returns a value. So in this case, we've got this contains text. This is a formula that's baked into Looker Studio, very much like Excel or Google Sheets, where there are a bunch of types of formulas that you can use for creating calculated fields. So this one is just saying, if the query has the text 2 Octobers in it, then return branded. In the next line, so if that returns false, so the query doesn't have 2 Octobers in it, it goes on to the next line and says, does the query have 2 Octobers with no space in it? And then also return branded, and otherwise return non-branded. So you can see in this case, what we're doing is we're saying we're differentiating branded and non-branded search. And you might say, well, I've already got my campaigns organized that way, or maybe I've got it organized by ad group. Unless you're adding branded as negatives everywhere, you will find a bit of brand pollution in your other campaigns and ad groups. I'm not going to be talking about how to manage paid search here, but some of you are probably familiar with that problem. So it's nice to be able to separate them out. The last thing is, if nothing evaluates to true, then it returns our else condition, which is sufficient in this case that if it's not branded, then we can consider it non-branded. So the next component I'm going to use in my categorization, my topic classifying calculated field is this regex contains. If you're not familiar with regular expressions, there's something that has existed in programming languages, like even since I think before I was born, which is probably a little while before some of you. And it's a syntax for matching patterns in text. So like you can do, using combinations of letters and symbols, you can do fancy things like, I want to find all the things that look like a phone number in this page of text or something like that. We're going to use a much simpler case of it. And right here, what I'm doing is I'm doing something similar to that contains text formula, but this one's regex contains, which does almost exactly the same thing, but I can pass it a regular expression instead of just text. And I can say, we'll see a little bit of what I can do with regular expressions. So again, if we look at our case statement, what we're looking for is in each row, is this true? If so, return this value. Regex contains is going to return either true or false. And in this case, it returns true because the word 2 Octobers does contain TWO. I'm not going to go too deep into regular expressions. We can't. I mean, it's a huge topic. I do have, again, videos that link to at the end, more than you probably want on regular expressions. But I'm just going to give you a couple of symbols that we can use in regular expressions. So one is this pipe symbol, which is a vertical line. And that means or. So I can say match this or this. And then a period matches any character. So basically match one of any character, or actually zero, well, one of any character. Then the asterisk is something, it's called a quantifier in regular expressions. And it basically says match 0 or more of the previous character. And so something you'll find yourself doing a lot if you start using regular expressions, or if you use them already, is this dot star, which is basically like match 0 or more of anything. And you might be like, well, how's that useful? That would just match everything and anything, and I'll show you in a second. Well, another argument for getting a little comfortable with regular expressions is you can use them in addition to Looker Studio, you can use them in Google Analytics to do interesting stuff with creating your own events and that sort of thing. So let's have a look at this topic dimension. So here's a somewhat simplified version of my topic dimension. And I'm using 2 October's data, and that's why I used Search Console, just because we don't have robust enough query data from, or keyword data from Google Ads. One thing I'll say about Google Ads data is I think this technique is really, it's useful for using with the keywords that you're buying, but it's especially useful for looking at patterns in the search terms that the keywords you're buying are matching to. So you can see here, I've already done the version of what I did before in the first row. I've just said, if it has either 2 October with a space or 2 October with no space, then consider it branded. And then in the second line here, I've got I'm matching different types of queries related to keyword research. And then on down the list, you can see that all I'm doing is I'm just taking the query that comes in, and I'm just saying, do these words exist in the query? And I'm using that dot star in a lot of cases. So the fact that I have this search dot star intent, what that means is that what it's going to match is anything that has the word search in it and the word followed by the word intent, but it could have nothing in between, or it could have other words in between. So it just means that matching becomes a lot more flexible. So anything else here that's worth pointing out? Oh, I like a little trick here in the local listing in the third when statement. I just did that dot, and that kind of does, it actually covers the circumstance of if local has a space in the listing, or if there is no space, because the dot can match anything, it'll still match. Actually, I need that asterisk quantifier for that to be true. So that'll just match local with anything followed by listing. It'll typically be a space. So that's a quick intro on regular expressions. Again, we're just using these basic tools, the or and the match anything. So now let's go to, let's see. Oh, this is now demo time. So I'm going to switch over to a live dashboard. And so now what I've got is I've got this data coming. So this is the data without my topic field. And we're just going to go up and look at my data source. So here, as I mentioned, I added this field to the Search Console data. So now we come here, and you can see this is actually very similar to what I showed you before, but you can see I went down and I added a bunch more stuff for different types of categories, so that you can see like a much wider variety of things that I'm matching. I've got a little weird thing happening on my screen here. We're just going to ignore that. Oh, went away. So how do you go about doing this? I mean, if we go back and if we're adding a field, if I add a calculated field, then I'll just call this topic to, then I can do case, and then when, and then regex contains. And I'm not going to, we don't have time. I'm really excited to show you the second thing I want to show you about combining data from different sources. But what I'll tend to do is I just take my keyword data and I just start looking for what makes sense to me as topic categories. And I'll just create a regular expression to put it in that category. And what I tend to do is I actually have two screens side by side. So one is I have my dashboard that's showing a report with the topic in it. And then I have where I'm creating my formula, and I keep updating my formula, and I just kind of iterate back and forth until I feel like, yeah, I've sort of classified all of my queries. So I don't know, actually, it's one of my most fun. I mean, I love this process because it really, especially if you're working with a new client, you just start to understand their business because you're just taking all the search term, like maybe it's query data from Search Console, maybe it's search term data from Google Ads, and it really helps you start to understand the topic universe that they exist in. And of course, you're probably also excited to find categories where you're like, hey, this seems important to your business and you're way underrepresented here, which is one of the powerful things about this technique. So quickly, we are going to close this. And so I've added my topic field. I can go over here. I can say topic and drag this up here. And I'm not going to do spend time formatting. It actually looks pretty nicely formatted. So now you can see I've got my topic. The other thing that I like to do is add a drop-down list for the topic and here. So then I'm going to drop that in here. So for, that becomes really helpful because I can be like, okay, I really want to dig into what are the kinds of Looker Studio queries that people are using and finding my site. And so you can start to see that. I'll show you one other thing I love to do with this data is create this stacked area chart where if you look at the stacked area chart, I'm using that topic as the breakdown dimension. And you can see trends over time for how I'm doing, which, in this case, it's not exactly what I want to see, but it's useful information. I'd love to see everything going up and to the right. But this idea that you see these bands that are the top topics that are driving traffic to my website. So we're going to switch back. And sorry, I need to, I like to, I'm going to rush through this a little bit and we'll have time for questions at the end. I'm sure some of you are, I'm going a little fast to follow everything. So the next thing I want to show you, and this, I mean, really like magic trick of magic tricks in Looker Studio. So what I've got here is I'm pulling data from Google Ads and Microsoft Ads into a single table, and I can pull it into any kind of chart because I've created a combined data source using a blend in Looker Studio. So if you've ever tried to do this, it is like, I don't know, like I say, I was just like, whoa, I can't believe this is possible. And I finally figured it out because I'd tried a dozen ways that didn't work before I landed on the one that does. So to do this, we're going to use what's called a blend in Looker Studio. And now, again, I'm going to step through these. I'll go through a few of these steps for you so you can see what I'm talking about in Looker Studio Live. But what a blend is you can combine up to 5 different data sources in Looker Studio. And the way you blend data is by using a join condition. If any of you has ever done anything in SQL, this idea of joins is familiar to you. It's a join is how you combine different sources of data in SQL. And Looker Studio actually has a very similar capability. They call the result a blend, but you use join conditions to blend data. We're not going to spend a lot of time on join conditions. We're going to focus on one particular type of join condition, but it really gives you a lot of powerful flexibility in how you want to combine the data sources. I've got a few examples here. You can combine data coming from Google Ads and GA4, from Google Ads to HubSpot or Salesforce data. You can create multiple ad platforms together, which is what we're going to do here. I mentioned joins. This, if you haven't worked a lot with blends in Looker Studio, this can be a little bit overwhelming, but this is just to give you an idea of the different types of joins that are possible in Looker Studio. The one that we're going to focus on is this full outer join. And I've got a few slides because these joins are really hard to get your head around, I think. So I'm got some slides to kind of illustrate. And what we're doing, like I've got sort of least case example of what a data source might have. So I've got platform as Google Ads and clicks on the left, and I've got platform as Microsoft Ads and clicks on the right. So those are the two data sources I want to join. And what we're going to do is we're going to use this full outer join to join these two different data sources. And essentially what a full outer join does is it takes every row from both data sources and it produces a combined data set. The problem is that you have, like, the end result is you actually have 2 columns for platform and 2 columns for clicks. You have the left table column and the right table column, and then you have the left table clicks and the right table clicks. So here's where the magic happens. We're going to use this function called coalesce, which is one of the built-in functions in Looker Studio. And when I first learned about coalesce, I was like, well, I don't understand. Why would that ever be useful? And you'll see in a second how it's magically useful. So what a coalesce does is all it does is returns the first non-null value in a list of fields. So in the first example, a little too far. In the first example, I'm giving coalesce Google Ads and then null, so it returns Google Ads. Actually, if the second value was Microsoft Ads, it would still return Google Ads because it's going to return the first non-null value. In the second case, the first value is null, the second value is Microsoft Ads. So here's where the magic happens. So we're going to add fields to our blend data source that coalesce platform and clicks, and we'll also be coalescing the campaign name and impressions and cost. So go back, we're going to switch over to the demo screen. And now, all right, first I'm going to show you the finished product here. So we have our platforms, Google Ads, our campaigns. Here, one thing I did is, because this is actually real client data, is I aliased my campaign names with A, B, and C. I'm not actually naming campaigns, campaign A, and B, and C. And, you know, this is actually a fun use of the case statement. So in this case, I used a case statement to take existing campaign names and alias them to other campaign names. And that's actually a fun, can be very useful example of using a case statement is when you have, let's say that you've baked into your ad group names, like complicated stuff because you're going to integrate that with other stuff. And so you have a bunch of columns and maybe you're separating with hyphens or something like that. You've used really complicated ad groups names, but you want to show your client something really simple. You could use a case statement to do that. It's kind of like what I'm doing here. So, all right, so we've done this. Now let's have a look at this blend. So I've got, this is how we create a blend is we go, like, we've got the data source on the left, the data source on the right. I'll actually go back and show you. We go to this screen and I've got this, which is coming just from Google Ads data. If I wanted to blend data, I can go here and I can join another table. And in this case, Microsoft Ads. I'm actually getting my Microsoft Ads data from a Google Sheet. And that data, the sheet is getting populated by Supermetrics. So now I have my Microsoft Ads data on the right and my Google Ads data on the left. I can go up here. I can pick my full outer join. That's the process of joining. We're going to close out of here. Don't need those changes. I'm going to go here and I'll just show you in this. So we've got our blend. We've brought in all these fields. And I don't actually add the coalesce fields here. I can't do it in the construction of the blend. I actually have to do that once I've created the blend. So now let's have a look at the fields that the chart is actually using. If you go here, you'll see that I'm coalescing platform, the Google Ads as a platform and Microsoft Ads as a platform. And if we go through each of these, you'll see that every single field here is a coalesce, because over on the right, it shows you all the fields coming from the blend. And each field has a column for the data on the left, and then a column for the data on the right side of the blend. One thing I didn't mention, which is worth mentioning, is this platform is another sneaky trick in Looker Studio. You look here, all I did is the Google Ads data, I added a calculated field to the data, and I just made it a constant, which is Google Ads. I just said, make this field equal Google Ads all the time, which you can see here. If I go to add a dimension, I can go to add calculated field, and I can just do whatever I want. So that's how I did that business of, we don't want that field. And I think I'm pretty much winding down on time. So we're going to discard changes because we're happy with that the way it is. But that's how that platform field gets populated. And then the only other thing I did is, so that the cost per click calculates correctly, I have to do a sum calculation and do my coalesces in the calculation to actually calculate cost per click. And similarly, I do something similar with CPA, which when you're working in Looker Studio, a lot of times for ratio fields, you'll get more accurate data if you create a calculated field versus, like, for example, if you pull in CPC from Google Ads, it'll actually create an average. It's not going to give you the sort of weighted truth of your total cost divided by clicks. It's going to average CPC across whatever dimension it is that you're reporting on. So switching back to my presentation. So here we go. Again, these will be available to you. I've got sort of more than you probably want to know about blends. Data union. So a union is what it's called in SQL when you take the two sets of data and you join them, like what I'm doing with Google Ads and Microsoft data, and then detail on case statements. And I've got over here, reach out on tooctobers.com/Nico Brooks, and there's you can, it's really a form just so that I'm not making my email address public, but it comes straight to me. And really, if any of you is excited by this, as excited as I am, I would love to help you make it work. You're going to try it and you're going to be like, oh, something's not right. I'm more than happy to help you out. And then we have a few minutes for questions. So happy to help you out right now.
Great. Thank you so much, Nico. That was a really informative session. I just learned a ton about Looker Studio. You've shown me that, while I thought I was an expert in Looker Studio, there's so much more that you can do beyond just the surface level stuff that's like already available to you, especially when it comes to like, creating all those case statements and regex kind of queries. So tremendous stuff. I do have some questions from both the audience and some that I took note of while listening to you speak. We'll start with some of them now. So for audience members interested in learning even more about Looker, what are some of your favorite resources for learning such? And how do you recommend someone completely new to Looker to get started? So I did see you just posted some resources in your last slide. Would you say that those are the ones that you would recommend to start with, or are there some processes that you would start with to get familiar?
That's a great question. My videos tend to be sort of how to solve specific problems, and they are going to be problems that are familiar to many of you. So if you're kind of like how you're describing yourself, Brett, I think you would get a lot out of them. If you're really starting from scratch, one of my favorite resources is, I don't know, I'm not necessarily going to pronounce his name perfectly, but Siavash Kanani, who's he has a YouTube, he has actually a full course on YouTube. I think there is a version of it that you can sign up and pay for, but he seems to have all of his materials available. And I don't know, maybe if there's a lull, I'll see if I can find a link and post it in the chat. But in any case, I really think he's a fantastic resource for learning about Looker Studio if you're really starting from scratch.
I am thrilled that instead of just mentioning a link or a publication, that you mentioned an individual, because as you know, at the Paid Search Association, we love amplifying the voices of the community and those that are, supporting the community and contributing to it. So very, very happy that you mentioned that individual. If you're listening to the conference currently, be sure to give them a follow, as well as Nico, of course. Great. A couple more questions here. One person did mention in the chat a couple different potentially limitations of Looker Studio. Are you aware or can share any various limitations, common pitfalls, or even just mistakes that people make within Looker Studio that we can try and avoid?
Let's see. Common mistakes, pitfalls. I mean, one thing that I guess I do encounter a fair amount is that Looker Studio, arguably Google does this from time to time, releases products that aren't necessarily ready for prime time. And that was definitely true of Looker Studio for a long time. So I do see people blaming Looker Studio when in fact there is some syntactic problem. And it is a really advanced tool. I think we're deceived because it's free and we think it should be easy to use. But just like any kind of building something involving code, you get a comma in the wrong place and it's not going to work. So I guess be patient okay, here's one other piece of advice. And then I will refer you back to my videos for Subhash Konani. I did get a link, which I'll post, or hope that I can post. So the data sources for Google Ads and GA4 don't work the way that you probably think they do. So most of the time when we connect to data, we're connecting to columns and rows. And we should be able to combine any two fields in the data source with each other. And any of you that's tried to build stuff from Google Ads data or GA4 data knows that that's not true. That you'll try to combine two fields and the chart breaks. And the reason for that is Google is doing something I think not great behind the scenes, which is that when it returns data, it's actually live querying Google Ads. And it's taking the fields you give it and saying, okay, give me, I don't know, for like YouTube impressions by campaign type or something. And maybe those fields are not compatible. And so it's going to return, it's actually going to break, and it's not going to tell you why. So getting to know which fields are compatible with which fields, and if you try to combine two fields and a chart breaks, I would say most often the reason is that those two fields are not compatible.
Got it. Yeah, certainly sounds like there's definitely some pitfalls you can run into, which is why we appreciate your session so much today and the content that you tend to put out. Do have a couple more questions to hit on as we approach time. I know we have around 5 minutes here. So I see Claire in chat asked a question. Thank you, Claire, for partaking in this. If I want to blend more than 5 sources, is there a way around this? And potentially there's not, but curious if you're aware of a way.
Well, I guess my answer to that would be not really. Like, I thought, well, maybe if I just create 2 blends and then blend 2 blends, but you can't do that. I think, like, if you're getting to the point where you need to connect 5 sources, 5 or more sources, my recommendation would be start getting comfortable in BigQuery and do some of your data modeling in BigQuery instead of trying to do it all in Looker Studio. Looker Studio is super powerful, but there is a point at which maybe use a tool that's really designed for data modeling.
Right. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah. So you said use BigQuery if you need to use more than 5 sources blended.
Yeah, I mean, it's just BigQuery is either, the free tier gets you a lot. If you exceed that, it's cheap and it's really easy to connect to Looker Studio. But certainly, if you're more comfortable in another database, you could do that as well.
Got it. Okay, and you mentioned the opportunity for syntax errors. Are there any ways to help prevent these errors? I was curious about the integration with ChatGPT and building out some of these queries. Is that something that you find viable, or is it too error ridden? What's kind of your process with AI in relationship to Looker Studio look like?
It's a little mixed, just for a couple of reasons. One is some of this stuff is changing so fast. So there are some really great features that have been recently added in Looker Studio, like capabilities with regards to date filtering that's like almost brand new. And large language models typically are trained not on brand new data. So it's going to be a little out of date. But then the other thing is when you're building calculated fields in Looker Studio, it's going to pre-populate with field names, and it can be kind of like it can be a little fussy copying from ChatGPT or Claude into Looker Studio. That said, they're super useful tools. It's just you're probably not going to just be able to copy what you find and paste it in and have it work. So, but at the same time, it's going to explain to you how it should work. So that I do think in that sense, it's a really valuable tool.
Got it. So it sounds like you wouldn't rely solely on something like ChatGPT to render you a query, but rather perhaps use it as a guiding light for how to create it, or potentially draft some of the code, but with your own edits made to it, of course. Right?
Yeah, and I guess the other thing I would say is for a lot of things, asking a question in the Paid Search Association Slack, if it's really advanced, Measure Slack is a great community that's dedicated to analytics, and those are great resources.
Lovely, lovely. Always happy to hear other resources out there sharing valuable knowledge. And then, great, just one last question for you here before we close out the session. At one point, you pulled keyword data from Looker across multiple channels. That's extremely interesting because as a search practitioner, we're often looking for various ways to conduct keyword research. And I could see that being very valuable for running search campaigns based off of some of this keyword data that you showed on screen. So I'm curious, are there any particular sources that you like to pull keyword data from to influence the use of keywords that are used on search?
Actually, that's a really great question and a good one to close on. So the technique I showed you about topic classifying, from a keyword research standpoint, I do like to use SEMrush, and the thing that the tactic I like most is to find kind of heavy hitting competitors of a client of mine, gather all of their keyword data across like multiple competitors, and drop it into a Google Sheet, and then do that categorization technique to kind of get a picture of the categories they're succeeding in where my client is falling short. So that's a great, like, getting that competitive data, combining it with that topic classification, really powerful.
I love that response. Thank you so much, Nico. We really appreciate you, donating your time here to, support workforce development, education, and the future of paid search. Your contributions here do not go unnoticed. So again, thank you very much. We'll be sharing out a link to the full recording at a later time. And now we will be bringing Brittany to the stage. Thank you, Nico.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. All righty, and let's get Brittany to the stage now. Hi, Brittany. Pleasure to see you.
Hi.
Hope all is well. Let's go ahead and get started with your bio here. So Brittany is a former educator, a current passionate advocate for learning, and senior paid media lead at Seer Interactive. Seer Interactive is a digital marketing agency at the forefront of AI search and innovation. With a love for data and storytelling, Brittany combines her expertise in data analysis with captivating narratives to drive evidence-based decision-making for her paid media clients. She has spoken at other events such as HeroCon, Brighton SEO, and many others when she is not thinking of all other things. So we appreciate Brittany being here. And yeah, Brittany, let's go ahead and jump right into your slides. I see you've added them to the stage. I will present them now, and I will remove myself from the stage. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Brett. Like he said, my name is Brittany Sager. I know throughout the day we've heard a lot of people talk about performance max or demand gen campaigns, but we're going deep today. So we're going to go into the differences between the two models and which ones would work for you and your business versus some of the others. So the first thing I want to do is kind of like root us in all of the changes. AI and machine learning is something that's never new. Google has really evolved over the last many years, and we've seen different ad types pop up. But the two that I said I'm focusing on today are really just demand gen and performance max. Now, I've seen a lot of clients come and say, search isn't working anymore, or it's way more expensive. Like, what else can I be doing? And honestly, when you're looking to kind of extend your reach beyond traditional search campaigns, it is definitely worth exploring these other campaign types that we have at our disposal. So let's go into Performance Max. I'm going to go through, some different benefits and limitations, go through some things to keep an eye on, and then really talk about demand gen as a whole, similar kind of flow to things. And then I also have some tips and tricks for both of the channels too, to make them successful, along with some real numbers from results that we're seeing. So some of the benefits of using Performance Max, honestly, are, this is a one-stop shop kind of campaign type that we can have. Now, I know Performance Max can be a 4-letter word at times, PMAX, if you will. It's a very broad campaign type. Think full funnel, right? We can reach users at any stage that they're at because we show up on multiple placements, right? We've got search campaigns at the bottom. We've got YouTube or display. Definitely can expand the reach of your traditional search. So that's kind of the goal or reasoning behind Performance Max. Is it's not necessarily made to replace search, although I'm sure we all have our own theories about what everything could look like on Google in the next coming years. But it really is designed to expand or, provide extended reach. It is very simplified in terms of campaign management, which is a nice way of saying, it's a lot of automation. A lot of it is machine learning, not a lot of things you need to do on the campaign, right? And it also is goal-based, right? So you got to have conversion tracking, and it is optimized off of those conversions. And there are a bunch of different assets that you can use, right? We've got search campaigns, we've got display, video, a lot of different creatives that can go in there. So great to see kind of a campaign that can show on multiple placements, right? The idea is reach your users wherever they're at, right? Now, there are some limitations to using it, right? Quality has been probably the biggest concern that I've seen, just in terms of the traffic that's coming in, whether it be traffic to your site or if you're doing lead gen, some of the quality of leads that are coming in. We also have, some reporting incapabilities sometimes, right? Or limited transparency into what it's actually driving. Now, some of these things are changing. So I do have a section talking about what are some changes that we're seeing in 2025. So some of this will be changing a little bit. So great to hear. Negative keyword control has definitely been something that's been a challenge. Now, being able to incorporate our own negatives is a great step. Having that 100 keyword limitation is also a challenge that we have as well. It also is very dependent on our creative, right? So if you have really poor creative or you can't get creative, then it is a limitation of Performance Max where, if you are just doing search, you could have a lot of less of those problems too. Now, we also do see performance skewing towards easier conversions. So if you do have multiple conversion types in your campaigns, so maybe you're doing like a click to call and fill out a lead form. I have seen, Performance Max lean towards the easier ones to get and the cheaper ones to get. So that's something to keep an eye on when you're looking at performance. All right. Now, what are some benefits of using demand gen? So demand gen, honestly, I am the most excited about, especially all of the changes that we've seen. So when discovery campaigns first came out, they were exciting. Yes, I like being visual. I like social campaigns. It was a great kind of attempt, I guess, to get closer to that. Now, when we did move to the demand gen, that's when I got even more excited about the results and have actually seen some pretty great metrics come out of these campaigns. So I know some users earlier today have talked about that. I'm on the board too. There are some benefits in expanding our reach. Similar to Performance Max, we're getting beyond just, one Google offering. We can go onto multiple It also is AI powered, so similar to Performance Max, where we do have machine learning and AI integrations involved too, especially when it comes to audiences here. So that's my real excitement when it comes to demand gen, is just the audience capability and testing that we have at our disposal. We are very flexible with creative, so we can have, static images, video, carousel, all of those within one campaign type. So that's great to have. And there are also performance-based bidding strategies too. So we can not only go after conversions that we want to have, but one unique feature of demand gen is now you actually can use a max click strategy. So if you don't have conversion tracking, or you're limited by the data, or you're trying to expand your reach, it's definitely something that we can test into as well. There are some limitations to using demand gen, of course. Now, again, some of these are changing this year, so the more exciting stuff is yet to come. But we do have less control over our placements. There's limited search intent behind it, so less bottom funnel offerings, right? If we're thinking about the entire customer journey there, we are really dependent on AI for performance, and creative is really the key piece here. So if you cannot get really great high quality creative, or refreshing in a normal cadence is something that's just really not something that you're capable of doing, well, that's when we have a limitation with using demand gen, because it is very much creative first. And less predictable conversions, right? So Performance Max, if it's designed to just go after conversions, I see a lot of fluctuations when it comes to demand gen. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on as well. All right, so what's the difference? What's the same between it? Think of this as like a Venn diagram, but a different visual for it. So Performance Max has unique placements. So that's something that it has not in common with demand gen, where there are specific placements that only Performance Max can reach, like our search placements for things as well. There's also less audience control. Less control in general, if you will, when it comes to Performance Max. And a lot of our settings are AI focused. So we don't have control to change some of the typical settings that we have in our campaign. So again, more hands-off approach, if you will. For demand gen, some unique features about this campaign type is, there are more targeting options, especially when it comes to our audiences. So that's an exciting thing to test into. We have full creative control. So less of that AI automated creative there. There's way more testing opportunities within demand gen itself, and more reporting capabilities, which if you're somebody that really loves the data or making data-driven decisions, as we all should, we do appreciate when we are able to see those reports a little bit more frequent too. Now, in common, they do have some placements that are the same, and we can optimize towards some of the same bidding strategies too. So they may show up in similar areas, but the key difference between them is really just, the audiences and the stuff that we're giving it behind the scenes for it. So when do you use Performance Max? And the correct answer is not never. You should absolutely use it. It's a great campaign type to test into. So if you want that automated full funnel reach across Google's inventory, you have a smaller budget, right? You don't have enough budget to have multiple campaign types. This is a great campaign to test into. If you have very strong creative assets, right? You've got images, videos, ad copy, all of it at your disposal, that's when you want to use it, because it will have dynamic placements. And so you want to give this campaign as many creatives as possible so that it can optimize for each specific placement too. If you have conversion-based goals, that's when Performance Max is a great campaign to use. If you don't, then you cannot use it, right? You have to go after these conversions there. And if you're really just looking for a way to scale beyond your traditional search campaign and your reach and discover some of these new audiences, this is a great campaign type to test too. I didn't put it on here, but if you are e-com, that's when Performance Max makes a lot of sense and we see a lot of success there. I do have a lot of B2B focus just because I think it's more exciting and more controversial, and I like to be in that realm too. When do we need to be cautious about Performance Max? Well, you can't just set it and forget it. So we have to make sure that we're really monitoring everything. If you need very granular control over placements, keywords, or budget allocation based off of like regions or specific keyword themes, then this may not be for you because there is less control that we can have on this campaign type. If you rely on manual bid adjustments or specific targeting strategies, Performance Max is not for you because you cannot do those kind of things there. And if transparency is absolutely critical for your decision making or optimizing your campaigns, you're not going to get a lot of transparency here. Now, I know being able to see into search terms is very important. I don't know if from you all, but I'm starting to see a lot of campaigns. The percentage of my keywords or my search terms that I'm able to see is getting smaller and smaller, which tells me we're getting more and more closer to this Performance Max only world. So it's a great time to test and learn exactly what's driving your success there too. But if you do not have a CRM integration, so you don't have offline conversion tracking set up, especially in this B2B realm, then I would be cautious about Performance Max and being able to optimize it towards quality instead of quantity for things. So something to keep an eye on there. More things to think about when we're talking about Performance Max. URL expansion. This is one that I see turned on by default all the time. And it's one to really think about testing. I have some different strategies coming up about how you can lean into URL expansion. But if you only want to show a specific page, this is not the feature for you. So make sure you're looking closely in your settings. Another thing to keep an eye on are your audiences. You give signals right to Performance Max campaigns. So make sure that you're giving very high quality signals in there. Monitor what's going on. If you are able to get insight, from the back end of how this campaign type is performing, this is where you can start to test and learn of which audiences are working best for you. And then another thing to keep an eye on are just your creatives. Make sure that we're not experiencing fatigue. We have very high quality creatives, less of that stock image, and just monitor your ad strength behind the scenes as well. All right, when should we use demand gen? So demand gen is a great campaign if we're trying to reach users more in your top or mid funnel. So they may not know you specifically yet, but they're going to. We can reach them at some of these alternate stages of their journey, which is very different than Performance Max when we're using a lot of like, get the conversion. This is a very interesting feature of, yes, we are collecting demand, but we're also generating demand too. So it's a great campaign type there. If you're very focused on quality over just scaling quantity as fast as possible, that's when demand gen is the type for you, as opposed to Performance Max, where it really does go after the quantity of conversion actions too. If you want to have more control over your audiences and test different audiences, then this is the campaign type for you as well, just because those features are not as easy or readily available in Performance Max. Now, when to be cautious. If you have very small audiences that you're incorporating into your demand gen campaigns, I've had trouble scaling budgets or spending our budgets in an effective way. So if you're trying to extend your reach really, really quickly and spend really quickly, this is not necessarily the campaign type for you. It's something to keep an eye on of what does your audience size look like. If you don't have great conversion tracking, right? Because we do want to be able to see the effectiveness of this campaign and see about the quality of the traffic that we're bringing in, then this is something to be cautious about. You can use max clicks, like I said earlier, so you can function without conversion tracking, but it's something to be cautious about. If creative is a challenge, similar to Performance Max, this campaign is creative first. So that's when this campaign type may not be the right one for you. All right, more things to keep an eye on. Let's look at the quality of leads that we're bringing in, especially if we're in this lead gen mindset. Keep an eye on your optimized targeting. Optimized targeting is the feature that's basically like find anybody else. So if you only want this audience, this is not the feature for you. I think it is default click now, like it's clicked on. So it's something to look into if you're not ready to kind of scale beyond the audiences that you're trying to reach. And then again, creatives, you want to make sure that you've got really high quality creatives. Keep an eye on, if these are being marked as, poor creatives, if they're great ones, and make sure that we are refreshing on a regular cadence as well. All right, so how do you win with both of these? I want to go through some different features and tests, and ones that me and my colleagues here at Sierra have actually tested and learned from. So there will be some metrics in there too for success. When it comes to optimizing Performance Max, that's the biggest question I get from people is, okay, we've launched it. It's not going well. What can I change in it? Because there's not a lot of stuff that we do have control over. So I like this chart because it showcases the differences between search and Performance Max and what levers you can kind of pull there. So, we heard earlier, guardrails are something that you need in place for Performance Max, but I want you all to consider yourselves as the guardrail. You know what you want to go after, and different levers that you can pull to kind of keep an eye on things. So it's not just set it and forget it. You can't do anything to Performance Max. So make sure that we are feeding very, very strong conversion signals to it. If you're not, that's something that we can optimize for. If you don't have offline conversion tracking set up, that's a very, very key piece to optimizing your Performance Max campaigns, especially in that lead gen world. We also do have different bid strategy types or adjustments that we can make, whether we want to try, a target CPA or a target ROAS. I've also seen some users test into like a value-based bidding and go after, maximize conversion values for things. So there are different ways to test into different bid strategies. And then another feature that I love about Performance Max is this new customer acquisition bid where you can go after, new customers if that's something is focus for you. And so I have more on that coming on. There's also brand exclusions that we can test into. There's different audience signals that we can incorporate, whether they're remarketing lists, custom intent, customer match, especially if you want to use those new customer acquisition. So there are a lot of signals that we can give the campaign, and that's where I would recommend just really leaning into the testing on. I want to get to the fun stuff too here. All right, here's some success that we've seen with Performance Max. Like I said earlier, I feel like e-com is really an area where you can see success because you're leveraging product feeds and really just being able to take your product feed and your customer behavior and scale it across multiple channels. That's the recipe for success there. And in one instance, we transitioned from Smart Shopping to Performance Max and actually saw a 15% increase in ROAS. So we are seeing some success there on the e-com side. Healthcare, I wanted to make sure that I brought up because it's always a unique challenge where, we do have limited targeting options in healthcare, but Performance Max has definitely been one that we've leaned into because there are a little bit more opportunities for us. Now, this is one where, earlier when I said be mindful of Performance Max going after easier conversions, we've had that experience too. But in one example, our CPA was reduced by 37%, and it still maintained the quality. So that was great to see. Performance Max is the only campaign type that can allow get directions. So that's a great opportunity if you're testing on the local side with local campaigns. So that's great to test as well. Here's my specific B2B lead gen example. Now, I don't think Performance Max or Demand Gen are like one or the other. I love testing them all together. Now we can see in this chart, this is from this year's data. I think it's like January to date, something like that. We can see we spent a whole lot more in search, right? The volume of both MQLs and SQLs are there, but the very interesting piece here that we're seeing from Demand Gen and Performance Max, while, the scale isn't there, we do have Salesforce integrated, and we are optimizing demand gen and performance max campaigns, both for SQLs. So that's a key feature of this too. But what's very interesting is while we do see less of a conversion rate from MQL to SQL, take a look at the cost per SQL. So it really honestly shows that these campaign types can drive very qualified users. Now, I wouldn't say that means we should flip our budgets here, because that's when we're going to see performance max or demand gen not be as cost effective. We've really leaned into trying to find that perfect budget allocation when it comes to demand gen or performance max too. Some more tests for being successful in performance max, being able to test into your creative. I love making sure that we refresh on a very regular cadence for things. I think I already kind of talked about that before. Scripts is something that brought up before, especially when you're talking with Fred, since he is such a wizard at scripts. This is one where, using a script, especially on performance max, is extremely helpful because it does give you more insight to the data that you're craving for things. And then, like I said before, there are different budgets and bid strategies that you really need to test into, making sure that your daily budgets are both high enough to get your results, but also low enough that you're not wasting your dollars. So it's definitely a balance there where you kind of have to push and pull to see the perfect balance of all of your bids there in your budgets. And then testing into that new customer acquisition, that's one of my favorite settings to toggle on and off to see if it drives, a lot of new customers, especially if that's a goal of yours. All right. Last one for Performance Max. I think we talked earlier about, and I love seeing a lot of the data too, especially from Optimizer of, okay, how many campaigns or how many asset groups should you have to be successful in Performance Max? Definitely make sure that that's something to test and get your own data from. So that's a key thing to finding success on Performance Max. I do think, I mentioned URL expansion as something to keep an eye on. If you do have a page feed that you're deploying, that's an interesting test to see if you can have URL expansion on, but have that page feed saying, you can go to other URLs, but make sure they're within this list as a way to kind of test to see what your CPA looks like. And then if you're curious about, you want to lean into Performance Max, but you don't know where to start, you could do an uplift test where you test two different groups of search by itself and then search plus Performance Max, and make sure you give it enough time to see if you see, did we change our conversion volume? Did it give us the lift that we were kind of hoping to get out of it? All right, testing for success on demand gen, very similar to creative. One thing that I think is interesting is I heard some users earlier talk about only doing static images on demand gen. I've actually been testing the reverse where we only have a video in there. So it essentially is a YouTube campaign, and we're actually able to run like brand lift studies and search lift studies along with it, but also going after conversions, which honestly is a great test knowing that video action campaigns for YouTube are being deprecated this year. So I feel like it goes against it, right? In the same breath, I'm saying, make sure you have as many creatives as possible, but also test only doing specific creatives so that you can learn from it. Another opportunity for testing is a regional approach. One client, we had specific regions in our demand gen campaigns. And when we had results of maybe there's a lower brand demand, but a higher category demand in this region, we were able to push our dollars more effectively. Or if we noticed that year over year, this specific region was, seeing a decline, we could again be more nimble with our budgets. And it gave us the opportunity to have that more personalized approach and have creatives that match that specific region as well. And then another key feature of demand gen campaigns is being able to utilize lookalike audiences. So we used to have similar audiences in the past. Those are gone. Lookalike audiences are back. They're only available on demand gen. Very similar to trying to match social channels. And it's a great test to see, if you have these high quality seed lists, do you want to have like a narrow audience, a balanced or a more broad? So think of the percent matching there. So definitely something worth testing on demand gen. All right. If you have thought both Performance Max and demand gen didn't work for you, these two campaigns are changing so frequently that this next update, maybe not the next one I say, but next ones that come up, those could be the game changer that you need to make these campaigns work for you. So even if you haven't seen success in the past, it's definitely a great time to test. And here's why. There's some great new features coming in 2025. Google's going all in on demand gen, it seems. So one thing that I know several users today have showed the same screenshot that I'm going to show soon, but being able to select placements and features and not show to all of them is so exciting, especially when they announced coming up on the Google Display Network. Like most, I was a little hesitant there because that's one of the reasons I like demand gen. But now being able to toggle it on and off is just such a great test. And being able to serve exclusively on YouTube Shorts is a great test as well. So being able to lean into placements is going to be a key test in 2025. There's also going to be a long-awaited reporting column where we can see view-through conversions or get more granular into social type reporting that we've had on other channels that haven't been available on Google in the past. Also with video action campaigns, being deprecated, the only conversion focused video campaign will be demand gen. There will be new vertical video formats, especially when we're going after those YouTube short placements. And there will be some really cool automated video shortening features. So if creative is a challenge for you, or you only have one size variation, leaning into some of these AI features is definitely the way to go this year. And then very exciting for the e-com world, integration between demand gen and merchant center is coming soon. So we'll be able to have consumers see product details and toggle between the products within the ad itself. So very exciting news. So this was the screenshot that a lot of people showed today. Starting in March, I'm keeping my eye on all of my campaigns when I see it, because this is where we'll be able to toggle these on and off for all of our display placements. All right, Performance Max is finally giving us more insights in 2025, which is exactly what we've been wanting. Campaign level negative keywords, I said that's rolling out. There are some limitations there. New customer acquisition with this high value mode is also an interesting test, especially if you've tested into this new customer acquisition in the past. Brand exclusions for different formats is coming. So that's a great one too. Also, when we're talking about URLs and URL expansion, being able to have URL contains rules is a new feature that's coming as well. We also will have device targeting, demographic exclusions. The things we haven't had before are supposed to be coming in 2025, which is why I said this could be the year of Performance Max winning for you. We also will get more reporting. So we'll see search themes usefulness indicators show up in our accounts. We'll also see, and I have some screenshots coming of what that looks like. Also, search term insights. There'll be a new column there where you can see the source of those, and we'll be able to segment and download asset group performance. So definitely some great insights that are coming. This is what the new source column for search insights is coming looks like. And then this one is on the search themes and being able to see the usefulness of each theme that's coming too. All right, so they both have their place. They both have their tests. If you want to scale your reach and boost your conversions, Performance Max could be for you. If you're focused on, your audiences and your targeting and quality over quantity, and reaching users maybe at the top and mid stages of their funnel, then demand gen could be the perfect place for you as well. All right, if you want to follow me on LinkedIn, I have the QR code here. If you want to sign up for Sears newsletter, I also put that in there as well. We have a very exciting AI webinar coming up this month where our team has really dug into a lot of insights and data that we'll be sharing out. So no, I didn't really talk about AI outside of Google's AI today, but it is coming up as well. And then if you want to know more about Performance Max or just Performance Max versus demand gen, some of my colleagues wrote some blog posts, so I decided to link those there here. But thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much, Brittany, for that tremendous session. I feel like we have a lot of things to be excited about regarding PMAX and demand gen, a lot of things coming down the roadmap. So that's really awesome to see and hear about. We do have time for probably 1 or 2 questions here. We have around 4 minutes, so I'll just go ahead and get right into them. The first one I see here is in regards to receiving unqualified leads. They don't specify what the campaign type is, but let's just keep it in relation to demand gen or performance max. Are there any ways to help prevent perhaps these quote unquote junky conversions coming through in the first place?
I mean, I think it goes back to even what we talked about earlier of if you do have the ability to pay for, bot traffic removal from your sites, that's a great piece to go into. Really leaning into your CRM integration so you can optimize towards something further down the funnel is where we've seen the most success in removing a lot of those unqualified leads. Now, there are some new features in Google. We have tested some of them. I know they're not readily available, of being able to send more signals about unqualified data. So I know that is coming with Google in new opportunities, because I think they've heard us when we said, hey, we're getting a lot of leads through Performance Max. They're not qualified. So I know these changes that are coming are going to improve it. I think you have to integrate it, right? So that you can optimize towards something beyond the form fill. But we have seen success. So it's great to see as you test things. I would keep your budget smaller too. When you get a lot of budgets in there, it's trying to get so much in there. So test your bidding strategies and your budget allocation too.
All great recommendations. Super appreciate that response there. And I'm sure Claire from the chat does as well. Do have a couple more questions. We have around 3 minutes here, or 2 minutes here. So I guess for the last question here, are you using data from search to somehow benefit your Performance Max or demand gen campaigns, or even vice versa?
Yeah, I think, the integration is the key piece there. Now, we've got search themes, and a lot of times I see people say, okay, these are our top keywords. Let's make those our search themes. I don't like doing that. I kind of like breaking a barrier, because if our goal is to expand on what we're learning, I'm looking for maybe our not top keywords, but the ones that I know we've got, the best content for of a way to expand. Now, there's so much dependent on your performance, like your landing page that you're going after. That can be, another key feature.
Yes, love that response. Super appreciate that. And we'll keep it rolling with one final question. We'll just keep this one short. Performance Max and Demand Gen both accept creative. We're curious on your thoughts on AI generative creative. Is it still too early? Do you recommend against it? What are your thoughts there?
We actually tested some of Google's AI creative on Demand Gen. And, their features of maybe we had a seasonal summary image and we said, hey, make it fall, give us fall colored trees. And it actually did really well. And so I think, like anything, you have to test into it. I'm not a fan of AI people, though. I don't know when I'll ever be comfortable with seeing a person, the AI version of it. But I do think that there are some features to test. But again, the human element, that goes a long way. If we can take really high quality creative and somehow personalize it to the user with AI, I think that's when we're going to see really great success.
Completely agree, Brittany. Well, thank you so much for your time and contributions to the search community. I think everybody here will agree that we really appreciate your session. And yeah, the recordings will be shared out later, and we really appreciate you.
Thank you.
We'll talk soon. Thank you, Brittany. Bye. All righty. And let's go ahead and bring Jyll to the stage here. Hi, Jyll. How's it going?
I'm good, thanks. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's been a great day so far. So much knowledge being shared. So let's go ahead and just share a bit about Jyll, introduce her, and then we'll get right into her session. So Jyll Saskin is a Google Ads coach, teacher, and consultant. She advises everyone from startups, small business owners, and marketing agencies, as well as Fortune 100 companies, helping them get the most profitable return on investment from their marketing efforts. Jyll currently teaches at Google for startups, Camp Tech, Jelly Academy, boutique agencies, Fortune 100 companies, and her own Inside Google Ads and Google Ads for Beginner courses. She hosts the Inside Google Ads podcast, the Insider Weekly newsletter, and is ranked as one of the most influential PPC experts in the world. Jyll worked at Google for 6 years and has an MBA from Harvard Business School. So needless to say, you all are in great hands for this session.
Thank you so much, Brett. I appreciate it.
Of course. And I see you have your presentation here. So I'll go ahead and add that to the stage and remove myself, and we can begin.
Perfect. Well, we are here today to talk about advanced audience targeting strategies. We have 25 minutes to do so, so we're going to move pretty quickly. And I apologize in advance for my voice. I've been in bed with the flu for the last few days, but thankfully I was well enough to come here and do this with you today. So let's dive in. I'm Jyll Saskin Gales. I use the pronouns she and her. And any good presentation has to start with a relatable story, right? So here's mine. I'm sure you've been in a similar situation. You're planning a strategy for a new Google Ads campaign, say a video campaign or a demand gen campaign. You figure out what audiences you want to use and what you want to exclude in this amazing targeting strategy. You go to set it up, fumble your way through the initial few settings, and then you get to a screen that looks like this. What the heck is this? What are custom search terms? Where did combined segments go? How come when I click exclusions, it only lets me exclude remarketing lists? And where did custom segments go? And suddenly, this amazing strategy you had laid out will no longer work. I've got news for you. Audience targeting in Google Ads is changing right before our eyes, and not enough people are talking about it. Google sure isn't talking about it. As we just heard, and you've heard throughout the day, there's tons of PMAX announcements and demand gen announcements, but no one's announcing that you can't use combined segments in video campaigns anymore, right? Lots of us on LinkedIn and X and other platforms are often talking about a lot of changes to the platform, but I don't see enough people talking about audiences, so that's why I'm here today, talking about it loudly. I've also written a whole book about it, which comes out in a few weeks. This is a cover reveal inside Google Ads, everything you need to know about audience targeting. And I'm giving you a sneak peek of some of the best audience targeting strategies today. So let's back up a step. Who the heck do I think I am to be able to write a book about audience targeting and talk to you today for 25 minutes? I am a Google Ads coach. I worked at Google for 6 years in the large customer sales organization, and I run the Inside Google Ads course, podcast, and soon-to-be book. I've worked with more than 10,000 Google Ads accounts, the kind that spend $10 a day, the kind that spend $1 million a day, and everything between. So based on all that, here's what we're going to cover. I want to just do a quick level set to make sure we understand the difference between audience and content targeting, what the capabilities are in Google Ads. I'm going to share with you some of the stuff you can't do anymore that you may not have realized. I'm going to share with you some of the new stuff you should definitely test. And then I'm going to share my top 3 targeting strategies for you to steal in Google Ads. As I'm speaking, if you have any questions at all, please feel free to type this into the chat if you're watching this live right now, because we are going to leave time for Q&A at the end. All right, so first things first, audience targeting, content targeting. What do we mean? Audience targeting is targeting people based on who they are, targeting parents, targeting small business owners, targeting people in market for shoes, okay? We don't care what they're doing online. Wherever they are online, we want to reach that kind of person. Content targeting is the opposite, targeting people based on what they're engaging with. People watching certain YouTube channels, people browsing websites that have to do with certain topics, people searching for certain keywords. Search keywords are a type of content targeting. So when we want to reach our ideal audience, there are often multiple audience and content targeting ways to do so. And for today, we're focusing on audiences. So what are those different kinds of audience targeting that are available in Google Ads? I put them into 4 different buckets, all right? The first one is Google's data. This is your detailed demographics, affinity segments, life events in market. It's taking all of the amazing data that Google knows about all of us, and it's packaged up in a way where you can just check a box and instantly target the people who just got a new dog, who are in market for trips to Paris, who are luxury shoppers, whatever it might be, taking Google's data, targeting people based on it. Then we have your data segments, that lovely euphemism for remarketing. You can show ads again to people who have interacted with your website or app, who have engaged with you via paid and organic on Google. That's the new Google engaged audience. We'll talk about that more in a bit. People who've engaged with your YouTube content, and of course, your customer match list. Now, the third kind, and the kind where there's been a lot of change and deprecation, is what I call the custom data. Your custom segments and combined segments, where you're taking data that Google has about people, but then slicing and dicing it in a way that's unique to your business. And then last, the section that's really growing, the automation section. Optimized targeting, showing ads to people who are like your converters. Audience expansion, showing ads to people who match similar audiences to those you've chosen. Audience signals and search themes in PMax, trying to guide the automation, though ultimately the automation will do what the automation wants to do. And then lookalike segments in demand gen, people who are similar to a seed list of people. If you want to screenshot this, I actually keep this on my wall right here so that every time I'm trying to think of a new campaign strategy, I can go through this list and make sure I have all my audience targeting bases covered. All right, so now that we have a lay of the land, what audience targeting is available to us, we're going to talk about some audience targeting friends we've said goodbye to and some other ones that we've said hello to recently. And by the way, this is an excellent children's book for those who have kids in the 4 to 7 years old range. All right, so first, who have we said goodbye to recently? Well, similar segments are gone, okay? And I know that we have lookalikes now, but they are not the same thing. Lots of feature differences between them. The main one, of course, you can only use lookalikes in demand gen. You could use similar segments in most campaign types. Exact match keywords are gone. I know we still have exact match, but if you've used exact match keywords at all recently, you know that your search term report is full of close variants and things that you wouldn't even consider a close variant, but somehow Google does. So truly exact match keywords, we've said goodbye. Those are gone. Combined segments in demand gen and video, gone. The only places you can use combined segments in Google Ads now are search campaigns and display campaigns. That's it. Google audience exclusions are also gone. Again, in anything that uses the new audience builder, you cannot exclude an affinity segment or a detailed demographic. You can only exclude remarketing lists. So when you think of audience targeting, if you still think of this screen, this is the screen you see for now in display campaigns, search campaigns, and shopping. But this is the screen you're going to see in demand gen, in video, and in Performance Max audience signals. It's called the Audience Builder workflow, and it does not have the same functionality we used to have. So those are all the things we said goodbye to. There are some exciting new things we got to say hello to as well. First is Google engaged audiences. And if you work with small business owners, you absolutely need to be using this. It is a beautifully elegant solution to all the issues we have with setting up remarketing and third-party cookie deprecations, etc. And the way it works is rather than someone clicking from your organic Google search result, landing on your website, and at that point, a tag firing, adding them to a list, etc. We know there's all kinds of issues with that now. Instead, as they're clicking to your website from Google, Google knows who that person is, and Google will capture them and add them to your Google engaged audience. So anyone can use this. It gets one list automatically created in every Google Ads account, but especially for small business owners, really powerful new audience tool. Next is conversion-based customer lists. It's been around for about a year, but it's really gone under the radar. And you need to enable this in your account settings. You go admin, account settings, and under your customer match settings, you can enable this. And what that does is it turns all of your conversion triggers into audience building triggers. So for example, if you're tracking every time someone adds to cart as a conversion action, by turning this on, conversion-based customer lists, now you'll start to build a list of people who have completed the conversion action, add to cart, etc. So really useful feature there for audience building. Lookalike segments, I'll still consider pretty new. We're all still testing them out, seeing if we like them or not. They are not the same as similar segments. They are much more similar to a lookalike segment in Meta. And it's still pretty new. And if you haven't tested it yet, love demand gen campaigns. I'm still iffy on lookalikes for now. All right, so I promised you that I was going to share 3 audience targeting strategies you can steal. So let's dive right into them. The first is something I call non-linear targeting. And this is really, really useful in a few situations. I'm sure you've encountered at least one of these. Nonlinear targeting is really helpful if you're operating with a client who's like in a super niche, has really low search volume, and so you're just having trouble driving that volume. And or if you're in a place where there's really high CPCs, like for example, I've tried advertising my course on the keyword Google Ads course before. Those CPCs are in the $20 to $40 range. I do not want to pay that. So nonlinear targeting can be really helpful for that. And then third, nonlinear targeting is really helpful if you operate in a sensitive interest category like employment, health. If you're trying to target people based on things you can't target people, it's really helpful. So what is nonlinear targeting? Instead of saying, this is my target audience, I'm going to target them. So like people in market for mattresses, I sell mattresses, I'm going to target people in market for mattresses. Great, that can work. But nonlinear is thinking, what are other ways I can get to my target customer that may be more indirect, but will get me to the end result? So with our mattress example, for example, when do people need a mattress? Maybe when they move, they buy a new mattress. Maybe when people get married, they buy a new mattress. Maybe when people's babies outgrow their crib around the age of 3, I'll be dealing with that soon for the second time. You know, they need to buy a new mattress. So suddenly we have some life events we can target. What else? So maybe when people buy a new bed frame, they'd also be interested in a new mattress. So let's target people in market for bed frames. And on and on and on. So rather than just taking the direct route to get somewhere, we take our non-linear route to find all the other ways we can reach our target audience that are often more cost-effective and potentially have higher volume. So let me show you a few different ways we can do this with an example of an actual Google Ads coaching client I had. They sell personalized cross necklaces. And so their target audience is Christian. For very good reason, you cannot target Christians in Google Ads or any ad platform at all. So here's a few different ways we were able to employ a nonlinear targeting strategy for them. So first is in search. When CPCs are high, which wasn't the case here, but using it for the example, you can create a custom segment based on your search terms, right? That's a pretty standard strategy. CPCs are high. Let's take those things I want to use as search keywords, build a custom segment, target it in demand gen or video. Great. What we can do going to the next step is look at what are other things people might search for when they're not directly searching for me, but they're one stage before that. So what I did is I Googled different life events for Christians, and I saw there's things called First Communion and First Eucharist, and these would be great times for someone to buy a personalized cross necklace. So now from a search perspective, we have all kinds of other keywords that could be really powerful for us to target. And we can also use these as part of a custom segment to reach these people as they're doing other things across Google. So that's step one for nonlinear targeting. We can also take this a step further, thinking again of other things people might be searching for before they land on, yes, the thing I want is a personalized cross necklace. And so you can see here, you know, Christian gifts for women, Christian presents, First Communion gifts ideas. These are all things that we can target. There aren't restrictions on them. We can target them in search. You can see there's a lot more volume there, and we can use them to build custom segments. But let's go to the next step. What about going beyond search and beyond keywords? How else can we reach our target audience? So one thing I did here is I thought, well, okay, if my target audience is people who are Christian and would want a personalized cross necklace, what are other things they might do online? So I live in Toronto. I Googled churches in Toronto, and I added to a custom interest, as it's called in some campaign types, custom segment, as it's called in others, people who browse websites similar to, and then listed all these different churches in Toronto, right? Because if you're checking out the website of your church, you know, what time are services or, you know, when is youth group meet, right? Chances are you're Christian. So that would be a good target audience for me. Another idea I had, I would usually set this up as a separate custom segment, but to fit on one slide, I put it here. What kind of apps would they have on their phone? Well, someone who has a Bible app on their phone, someone who is reading Bible verses and praying every day, that's probably the right kind of person I want to reach for my personalized cross necklaces. So that's something else I could target. When you employ this strategy, again, I'm not saying, oh no, I can't target people of this religion. Okay, I just can't reach them at all. It's thinking, what are other things people might do online, whether it's people with a certain interest or people in market for a certain product you can't target directly. What else do they do online that can help me reach them? And when you're trying to think of this, you know, don't make up some persona like, oh, it's Susie Sally and she does this. No. Think of a real person, a real customer you have, or someone you think would be an ideal customer, and think of a day in their life. What do they do first thing when they wake up in the morning? You know, what's the first thing they check on their phone before they get out of bed? How do they commute to work? What news sources do they use? What social media do they use? And as you think through that day, you can think like I did of what are all the different ways we can now target them non-linearly to try to reach them and inspire them throughout their day to check out our products. Now, I mentioned nonlinear targeting can be really helpful if you operate in a sensitive interest category, because if you do, you can't use custom segments and you can't use remarketing. You only have Google's audiences. So if this is you, I want you to open up Audience Builder and browse through every single one of Google's audiences to think, is this something that overlaps with my audience segment? So in this example, I was going through and I thought, there's an in-market audience for personalized gifts. And I'm trying to sell personalized cross necklaces. There's absolutely an overlap there. That could be a really interesting market for me to target. And then in doing so, when you hover your mouse on top, it'll tell you related audience segments, which you may want to target as well, or in this case, you may want to exclude. Another one I found when I was browsing that I didn't know until yesterday was an audience is homeschooling parents. And I thought, does that overlap? So I Googled it, homeschooling parents, religion. And I saw that, yes, a lot of people who homeschool their children do so for religious reasons. So that could be another audience I want to target is homeschooling parents, a nonlinear route to get to my target audience. So the key takeaway here is even if you do have a direct audience, you can check the box on, I sell mattresses in market for mattresses, it can often be more cost-effective, more interesting to find nonlinear routes around. And then especially when there isn't an off-the-shelf audience to target, this is a great way to build your targeting strategy. Now, in order for this to work, especially if we're targeting, the personalized gifts audience or the homeschooling parents audience trying to sell personalized cross necklaces, your creative has to do a lot of the heavy lifting for you. And so that brings me to my second strategy today, which I call creative-led targeting. Because your creative itself, it's a better signal than any audience signal. The key is you want your creative to appeal to your target audience and just as importantly, not appeal to your not target audience. Okay, I'm going to show you some examples here. We're going to play a game. There's a little delay on the live stream, so you don't need to type it into the chat or anything, but wherever you are, I want you to tell me. I'm going to show you an image from a real Google ad without the text, and I want you to just shout out to yourself or guess, what is this an ad for? Are you ready? Okay, what is this an ad for? I'll give you a clue. This is the Ontario legislature. So it's like our state government building for all you Americans. Did anyone guess auto insurance? Yeah, I don't think so. That was an ad for auto insurance. Let's try another one. What's this an ad for? Did you guess website development agency? Yeah, I didn't either. Let's try another one. What's this an ad for? Dedicated servers in Canada. Okay? So common thing here, when we run ads, we do have text next to our images. It's true. But your image is especially important with formats like Performance Max. If you're using optimized targeting, if you're using nonlinear targeting, your creative has to really make clear what it is you offer so it appeals to your target audience and doesn't appeal to your not target audience. Now let's go to some examples of ads that I still think are kind of ugly, but at least, in my opinion, make it very clear what they sell. You ready? What's this an ad for? Gutter cleaning, gutter upgrades, right? Okay. What's this an ad for? There's text on the image. It makes it a lot easier. You can also see the kind of messaging people are using with Canadians right now. This is for American Public University. Now, I don't want the takeaway here to be, you should just add text to your images. But you know what? Sometimes it can help. Because with this image, if you took away the text and it was a gentleman sitting on the bus, would it be an ad for his glasses? Would it be an ad for his coat? I don't know. But even by just having their logo there, it's like, oh, okay, this is an education ad. I get it. Now, this example, these are all real ads I saw. What's this an ad for? the fastest, most affordable pen test on the market. I don't know what a pen test is. And you know what? Good. I'm not going to click on this ad. I am not the target audience. I Googled it before including it in the presentation, just to be sure it was nothing bad. And a pen test is a penetration test. It's something for cybersecurity, okay? So if you were in that field and you saw this ad, and here's the text that went with it, and you were in the market for a pen test, you would be really interested in this ad. It really speaks to you. That take days, not months. We're cheaper. Great. But for me, I'm not the target audience. I scroll right by. I don't click. I will mention, though, the schedule your test today, that's implied interactivity. So this ad should have been disapproved anyway. But that's creative-led targeting, okay? It's having creative that uniquely speaks to your target audience and repels your not target audience. And as more and more targeting turns to signals, this is going to be more and more important for Google Ads practitioners. All right, my third strategy for you today, I call indirect competitor targeting, right? So when you want to target your competitors, your basic strategy is competitor conquesting. Take your competitors' names, add them as search keywords. Great. Our intermediate level strategy might be turning those keywords into audiences, building a custom segment built on your competitors' websites or your competitors' search terms. Also great. Advanced level is indirect competitor targeting. And another way you can think of this is like non-brand conquesting. Yes, really, because SEO and SEM really do work better together. So here's how it works. You want to go to Keyword Planner, type in your competitor's website, and see the kind of searches that come up for them. These are the kinds of keywords they're showing up for organically, because what Keyword Planner tells you is Google's understanding of their website. So now you have a whole list of keywords that you can target with ads, because ads show above organic. And by doing so, you can have a high quality score and a high click-through rate and all those things we want in search, because these are non-brand terms. And if this is your competitor, these will likely be relevant to you as well. And you can ensure that you're showing up with ads in the places where they would be showing up organically. So indirect competitor targeting is a great search strategy, but it is also a great audience strategy. These would also make great inputs for custom segments. They would make great inputs for search themes in your Performance Max campaigns if these are not showing up in your search category report. And these could even make excellent display video keywords for more content targeting. So these are the advanced Google Ads targeting strategies that I challenge you to test. Nonlinear targeting, finding another way to get to your target audience. Creative-led targeting, having ad creative that appeals to your target audience and repels your not target audience. And indirect competitor targeting, finding the non-brand searches your competitor ranks for and using them for your audience and content targeting strategies. And of course, always testing new audience capabilities in Google Ads, like Google Engaged Audiences or conversion-based customer lists. I hope that after 25 minutes of speaking, I have left you with at least one new thing today. If you would like to hear more from me, you can go to jyll.ca/PSA. That's jyll.ca/PSA. It will look like this, and you can sign up for my weekly newsletter, for example, to get a real Google Ads case study in your inbox every Tuesday, or listen to my podcast where I drop a new episode every Thursday. Thank you so much, and at this time, we'll open it up for questions.
All right, we're now in the QA portion of the session. Feel free to ask your questions in the chat box on YouTube. Otherwise, we do have some questions that have already come in, which we'll touch on now. So for the first question here, you covered a variety of Google audiences, Jyll. And I was just wondering, are there any that you tend to avoid? And on the flip side, are there any specific audiences that you find yourself relying on the most or coming back to time and time again?
Ooh, okay, I have to consult my cheat sheet on my wall again. I mean, customer match is the one thing that everyone should be using, uploading a customer list into Google Ads as long as you have consent to do so. Because even if you don't meet the $50,000 requirement to use it, you can still glean insight for it, and it will still inform things like your optimized targeting and smart bidding. So that's one that still, I think, is so underutilized. One I keep coming back to time and time again. I've been making a lot more use of detailed demographics recently. It's one of the 4 Google audiences, and especially for B2B targeting, I find it really helpful. We know that's trickier with Google Ads, and they have one for homeowners versus renters. And so for a lot of home services based businesses I've been meeting with regularly in my coaching practice, it's not only targeting homeowners, but excluding renters. And that's been really helpful for us as well. So you can get really creative with inclusion and exclusion of those Google audiences.
I love the fact that you mentioned the detailed demographic targeting. I mean, I think so often people really forget about that option and tend to focus on, okay, who are the customers that are just most ready to buy right now? Okay, let's target in-market audiences. But there's so many other options out there to capture the demand that might exist and or influence someone that wasn't originally going to make a purchase, but influence them to now make the purchase. So yeah, definitely appreciate that response. Thank you, Jyll. Have a couple more here for you. With the removal of similar segments, what do you see being as the best alternative for targeting similar audiences? And how do the results compare? I think you talked about perhaps one of these alternatives during your session, but would love to know more about how you feel those results compare to the option that we used to have, which was similar audiences.
Yeah, so I actually think optimized targeting is a better substitute for similar segments than oh my goodness, brain fart. Lookalikes, that's what they're called. Similar segments would find people who are similar to your remarketing lists. And lookalikes does that too, but lookalikes now works like Meta does, where it's like a percentage of a target country that is most similar. And so, especially for small businesses, but I mean, for businesses of all sizes, it's just going to be a list that's way too large. Like, even if you choose the most narrow lookalike segment option of 2.5%, I don't think 2.5% of Americans are going to be similar to my remarketing list. That's millions of people. So I actually prefer optimized targeting, because what optimized targeting does is find people who are similar to your converters. And ultimately, conversion is what we want. So I found that to be a more suitable replacement for similar segments than lookalikes, also because optimized targeting is available in more campaign types and lookalikes are only in demand gen.
Got it. And I mean, it's lovely to hear that we do have alternative solutions and we didn't just have something sunsetted and we no longer have it. Of course, there are ways to do similar things. So that's lovely to hear. This one's more of a general question, but I'm actually really excited to ask you because it pertains a lot to your career. So as a Google Ads coach, you must get a ton of reoccurring questions, really common questions that come up a lot. Just curious, what are some of the most common ones you're hearing as of late?
Ooh, interesting. So I guess in my coaching practice, I have a bunch of people who are like small business owners and they book one call with me, maybe two, because that's all they can afford. And I have other people who are like agencies and freelancers who I meet with weekly, biweekly, monthly. So in those two groups, very different questions. So I would say in the small business owner crowd, a big thing that will probably not be surprising to many people watching this is like keyword match types and understanding that you have to uncheck the broad match setting at the campaign level. Otherwise, even if you try to use exact match keywords, they'll get switched to broad match. And then the search term versus the keyword and a close variant, like a lot of my coaching revolves around there right now. That tends to be a hot topic. I would say on the other side of the house with like the more advanced practitioners, I tend to have a lot of clients recently who their clients are home service providers. It's a space I've been working with a lot. So really been leaning into, obviously an issue in that space is two issues, high CPCs and seasonality, really high demand in the summer, low demand in the winter. How do we compensate with that? So anyway, for every agency and every client, it's different, but thinking through kind of those strategic issues and how do we address that and how does that translate to in-account optimizations? I've been working with that with quite a few different agency and freelancer clients lately.
Tremendous response. Yeah, definitely sounds like probably one of the more common questions that come up are things surrounding like common pitfalls and nuances in the platform that if you're not aware of such, it could cause some serious problems. So
if you don't know what you don't know. Yeah,
exactly. And that's why it's good to ask questions.
Absolutely.
Great. So we have around 5 more minutes and a couple more questions here for you, Jyll, if you don't mind.
I intentionally spoke fast so we could get to the questions.
I love it. So this question's in particular to audiences, as you discussed a lot about. How do you think about not over restricting? Because of course, we want to target, the most optimal user that's going to drive the highest value for a client. But there's also, audience size limits that we need to consider, like minimum requirements and things of that nature. So just curious what your thought process is there.
Yeah, I guess it's different from a search perspective where audiences are a layer, or shopping, I should say, versus like display video demand gen, where the audience targeting is the targeting. But I would say from search and shopping, I will almost always observe before I target. And with search specifically, you can exclude audiences in search. You can't exclude audiences in shopping. So with search, a piece of advice I've been giving a lot of my coaching clients lately is don't just observe the audiences you think will perform really well. Also observe audiences you think will not perform well. And then if you're proven right, you can exclude them. So always be thinking about the exclusion as well as the inclusion. On the other side of the house, display demand gen video, trying to layer audience and content targeting together, like it can get really narrow, but often like you don't know what you don't know about what the right audience is going to be for you. Like an example I love, there was a client I worked with at Google, and they were testing video for the first time. This was like 8 years ago. And they tested the luxury shoppers affinity audience and the in-market for the category they sell. And the luxury shopping audience outperformed because they sell a very expensive product at the top of their category. So they don't sell shoes, but let's say it was shoes. The in-market for shoes did not work as well because most people were not looking for, $100 shoes. So I say that to say, like, the audience that you think that linear perfect thing may not be the right thing. And so that was when I first started thinking about nonlinear targeting, which I spoke about here, is I'm trying to find the other ways to get at your target audience. Because you know what? The obvious linear way, all your competitors are doing that too. So go zig when they zag.
I super appreciate that response. I think that's a great way to identify nonlinear audiences, is by observing them within search. So you would probably suggest then to observe as many audiences as you please within search. It's not going to restrict anything so long as that observation setting is checked. And then you'll get data behind those audiences, which then can influence the decision of whether or not you want to use them in demand gen or PMAX, right?
Yeah, I will say two things. So don't target too many, because each user can only be attributed to one audience at a time. So I've seen people add like 100 audiences on observation, and then the data just gets way too messy. And the second tip I'll say is don't pick any top level audiences. So like there's in-market home and garden, and then underneath that there's in-market for, I don't know, bathroom. And then under that, it might be like toilet and tub. I'm making it up. There's not an in-market for toilets, but you know what I mean? So pick like the lowest, most specific levels you can. Don't just pick the top level ones to get better data to optimize for. And in total, in a search campaign, I wouldn't target more than like 20 audiences on observation, just because you're not going to be able to analyze all that data unless you're spending $1 million a day. And then by all means.
That's extremely interesting, actually. So if you were to have a bunch of observation audiences and a person happens to fall within both audiences, the data is only going to be reported for one of those audiences. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's one of the many rabbit holes I went down when writing my book. There's something called an audience attribution hierarchy. Fun times. And yeah, so if a user matches to multiple audiences, they'll just get slotted into one of them. And if you're choosing a lot of really similar audiences or stacked audiences, in market for business services and in market for SEO and SEM services, which falls under that, it can make things really messy. So that's why I used to be like, oh, add all the audiences. But now I'm like, no, add like 10 to 20. Some you think will do really well. Some you think you won't do well. In shopping, you can't exclude. So no point adding ones to exclude there. But yeah, that's how I'm sort of thinking about audience observation in search and shopping these days.
Lovely. Well, we are at time now. Super appreciate all these thoughtful responses, Jyll, and your contributions to the search community. They're felt week in and week out. We're always seeing your posts on socials. You're always contributing to a conference, an article, something of that nature. And again, on behalf of the entire search community, we'd really like to thank you. Would you like to leave the audience with any final closing remarks?
Sure. Actually, I saw a comment in the chat that said, how do I join your cult? I drank the Kool-Aid. So thank you for the laugh, Plashal. That's awesome. You can go to jyll.ca/PSA. That's JYLL.ca/PSA. And there you'll find links to my coaching, courses, newsletter, podcast, speaking, all that different stuff. So thank you so much, Brett, Sarah, and the PSA for having me today.
Thank you, Jyll. Have a great rest of your day. And we will now be removing Jyll from the stage, and we will be adding in Mike Rhodes. Mike, welcome to the stage.
G'day, mate.
We're so happy to have you. We are ready for your session, so we're going to go ahead and jump right into your bio, and then we'll get started. So to get started here, Mike Rhodes is a serial entrepreneur and digital marketing pioneer who has successfully built and sold 4 companies, including WebSavvy, one of Australia's leading independent digital agencies under his leadership. Under his leadership, WebSavvy earned recognition from Google as one of their top 18 agencies globally in 2018. Super impressive. A sought-after international speaker, Mike has delivered keynotes at over 100 events across multiple continents. He is also the co-author of the world's best-selling book on Google Ads. I'll just also add that I feel like this bio is super humble. Mike Rhodes is an absolute expert at all things scripts. He has some of the best scripts out right now. We're very excited for his session. And Mike, we're going to go ahead and pass this right on over to you to take it away.
Thanks very much, Brett. I haven't used this type of thing before. What am I doing? Screen, that one, and let's go with that one and hope it works. Hopefully you can see the right screen.
So I'm going to go ahead and add it to the stage, and I will remove myself.
Beautiful. All right, let's talk about AI. We all know it isn't coming. It's already here. But what does that mean for you, for your career, for your agency, for your job? That's what I want to chat about today. Brett's already covered this, so I don't really need to talk about me. The most important thing you need to know is I'm a dad of 2 crazy people and a husband. We've talked about the business. We've talked about the book, yada, yada, yada. Let's talk about you, the future of agencies and your career. And this is the framework I'm going to start with. I love frameworks. It's a way of framing the conversation, right? So I was chatting to Patrick Gilbert the other day. Incredible guy. His book's down there somewhere, Join or Die. Everyone should read it. And he said, you need to share this more. Get this out there more. I came up with this, 5 years ago, as a way of sharing with my team, basically around career progression and how we can all think about where you go in your career. It used to be enough just to be a master of the platform. That was enough. That's what I built my early career on. Creative and data, let's face it, were a bit of an afterthought with Google Ads 5 years ago, probably even 2 years ago. You keyword stuffed some text ads, you occasionally ran some image ads, and maybe even a YouTube video if you were really up there. And then on the data side, you probably knew a little bit about conversion tracking, but as soon as people started talking about data layers, you'd hand all that off to a dev and say, you figure that out, please. Platform mastery was enough. I'm going to argue that the importance of platform has been shrinking. Still important to master it, but these other 2 are now equally, if not more, important. Creative and data. What do I mean by creative? I don't just mean writing ads, but all of the things you see there, including and becoming more and more important, landing pages, the offer itself, all of that I put under the basket of creative. And then on the data side, scripts, obviously, which is what we're going to chat about a little bit today, but more and more automation, AI, even AI agents. And generally, I find that most people sort of gravitate to one or the other of these. And I think for your future, you want to master at least one other, as well as mastering platform. Maybe you're more inclined on the creative direction, maybe you're more on the data, but I think if you haven't done so already, now is the time to really dig deep into that, because I believe that only knowing the platform isn't going to be enough in 2025 and 2026. But I'll give you 2 other options just in case they really don't appeal. And the first is the strategist sitting above all of this, where really you need to know all 3, or certainly 2 in depth, but ideally you need to know enough to be dangerous, plus a bit more in all 3 of these areas. And I've certainly had many people that came through WebSavvy that learned a platform, maybe learned a second or third platform, then went really deep down one of these other channels, and then they sort of, that makes them a really, really good strategist. They're able to see across the whole thing. And now you're on the way to business strategist, which really is what many of our clients want. But I've also employed other people that went the other way. Like, this platform thing isn't really what I want to do. I got into this industry, I loved it, but I actually love the people side of it. And so this bottom one of supporting all of the people above that, whether that be in general management of an agency, team management, but these project management skills, I think, are going to really, really come to the fore in a world of AI. We won't go down that rabbit hole just yet, but project management skills, massively in demand. I'm going to focus on the data piece, though, because I think this is the foundation for everything else. This holds everything up. If you want to do creative these days, it should be based on some data. If you're going to be a strategist, you need to understand your data. And when I think data, I always think of this framework that I think Avinash, Google's old digital evangelist, no longer at Google, but an amazing speaker, by the way, if you ever get to see him speak. And he shared this with me, I think 15 odd years ago. And that is this chain of really what businesses really want from us. They certainly don't want what Avinash calls data vomiting. You know, so many reports I see agencies create are just data pukes. Our first job is to turn that data into useful information, because we as humans don't like looking at a wall of numbers. It looks like a bus timetable from the 1940s. That isn't very helpful. Our little brains aren't very good with a wall of numbers. And so we take those numbers and turn them into useful information, often in the form of some sort of chart or image, or at least filtering and sorting all of that data down to something useful so that we can have the insight. Now, the agencies that aren't vomiting data all over their clients are usually giving them an email full of insights or jumping on a weekly call and talking about insights, but they don't want insights. They don't even want to know the actions that they or you are going to take based on those insights. What they really want is that last bit, the expected business outcome. What's probably going to happen if we take these actions? Because now they can prioritize all of those actions and they've got a little bit of certainty about where their business is heading. That's the bit they really want. But we're going to start down in the bottom left-hand corner, because scripts are a great way to automate taking that data and turning it into useful information, so that you're not doing the same things over and over again, pulling data out of the interface, chucking it into a spreadsheet, creating the same chart, asking the same questions over and over again. We need to automate all of that. We do not have time to be doing that. And yet, a tiny fraction of Google Ads users, even a room full of paid search professionals, there's probably less than 50% here on the call that have ever really used scripts in anger. So let's dive into scripts. I love scripts. They're incredibly powerful, and with them, you can build almost anything. I like to break things down to the level of the Lego piece. What are the individual Lego pieces here? So that once you know what those are, you can then build those up and create all kinds of things. There's just one downside to this infinite Lego kit, and that is that there isn't a manual for it. So imagination, curiosity, those are the constraints that we're up against. Knowing what to build with this infinite Lego kit, that's the trick. So let me give you a few ideas, and again, another framework just to help order your thinking. So you've got sort of a place in your brain to put all of these Lego pieces, like where do they fit? Because once I organize the thinking, then it's going to be much easier to build. So I call this my 4 C's, the 4 levels of scripts. And level 1 is the simplest. So just quick checks, monitoring an account, sending an alert. That could be to a Slack, it could be to your email, it could be in a spreadsheet. But quick checks, a few ideas for you there. I'm not going to read out every word on the screen. That isn't fun for you. But you get the idea. Quick checks. That's the first level of scripts. The second level is that automating data into information, creating those charts automatically so you don't have to do it manually every week or every day. So getting the data out somewhere, Google Sheets is a great option for this. One of the earlier speakers was talking about Looker Studio, another great option. But once you get it out of the interface, because there are some useful charts in the interface, right? But if you get it out, then you can do other things that you can imagine. So for example, I built this little tool recently. It's freely available. I'll give you some URLs later. But I wanted to see keywords and search terms as a tree view to understand, okay, like visually, how many keywords are in each ad group? The little dots are the quality score for those keywords. And there's a bunch of filters at the top. I can change the filters. I can quickly dive into, show me the ones with terrible click-through rate, show me the ones with terrible conversion rate, and see at a glance and manipulate this and move it around. And I find that incredibly useful for getting to the insight bit. Now, remember, insights aren't the end goal. From that, we need to take actions, and from that, we need to predict the business outcome. But I find this a different way, a different perspective, a different way of looking at the data that you have. And that's what a 80/20 agent is all about. If you've been in Google Ads for any amount of time, then you're probably a fan of Ngrams. We all see, it seems to be like something you have to do to get your Google Ads ticket is you have to be a fan of Ngrams. I love Ngrams. Again, it's a different way of looking at that same data and speeding up that time to insight. So instead of waiting for individual search terms to trickle up some sort of report, because you can't look at all of them, right? Ngrams help group that data and help you see patterns you otherwise might miss. So again, same thing. I've got a bunch of filters. You can see the Ngrams, and then you can dig into an Ngram and see the actual search terms behind that Ngram. I don't know why Google don't have this in the UI. I love this view. I built this by talking to my computer, but a first step was I had to get the data out of Google Ads to then, I've got this idea, how do I apply this idea? Again, imagination is the only constraint here. So that's level 2, is charting data. So some sort of visualization to make sense of your data. Level 3 then are scripts that can make changes. Now, most of my scripts do not make changes to accounts because I don't want that responsibility of somebody maybe misusing it accidentally and making a major change to account. But you certainly can have scripts that make changes. These are basically going to be rule-based changes. If this, then that. I've seen many recently that look through a search query report, and let's say you have a search term, it's had over 100 clicks, it's never had a conversion. Maybe you want to automatically add that as an exact match neg, for example. A script would be a great way to do that. The weather-based script is one of the most famous out there, changing bids based on weather, which is very appropriate because it's about 85 degrees at 8 a.m. here in Australia this morning. I've never found a use for the weather-based script. I tend to think that smart bidding will take care of itself, but that's a conversation for another day. But you can make changes. Building entire campaigns from a template sheet. We used to work with an HVAC company in the States. They had 200-300 clients, and it was just the whole system was templatized so that when they got a new client in, they could build the entire account in a few minutes and then obviously adjust it and continue to improve it. But that was based on a Google Sheet and a script that took all of that data, squirted it into the account with some adjustments and with some settings. Very, very powerful. But the last level is the most powerful. And this has only been possible for the last year and a half. And that is bringing the power of AI into the script so that we can now have scripts that think, that make decisions. So it's no longer rule-based. Think of this as an Excel formula. If you can put something in a box in Excel, it's a rule. If this, then that. If you couldn't put it into a rule in Excel, that's a great place to try and add some AI. So classifying search terms, these are all informational terms. These are all high intent terms. Maybe you want to classify those 13,000 search terms in a report before you start to analyze them, charting the trend of those groups over time rather than charting 13,000 individual search terms. Much, much more useful. All kinds of different ideas there. But again, in order to do that, in order to have scripts that think, we need to get the data out of Google so that we can do interesting things with it. And then I'm going to give you another dimension to this 4 C's, and that is how do you actually go and create these scripts? How do we create these scripts to put in my account? I'm sold on the 4 levels. I love it. I love the idea. How do I do this, Mike? You can either take them as is. There's a bunch of us putting scripts out there. Fred, who spoke earlier, Nils in the Netherlands, the goat of scripts, writes some amazing stuff, puts a lot of it out for free. I share a whole bunch of free scripts. I sell a few as well. But you can take those scripts and literally copy paste. If you can use Word or Google Docs, then you can use scripts. Most of them don't need any changing. But if they do, you can adjust those a little bit. You can change thresholds, you can change limits and tweak those to your need. And then lastly, once you've played with that, you can author, you can create your own scripts. This, when I got into scripts 10 plus years ago, there were very, very few people in the world that knew both how to write scripts, that knew code and Google Ads. So we would hire developers and train them how to do Google Ads, because there were literally about 2 people in the world that were really, really good at Google scripts. So we had to take someone that was a really good coder and train them to use Google Ads. Now that's flipped. Now you, who are great at Google Ads, can, with the power of AI, create scripts really just based on your imagination. You have an idea, oh, I'd love it if this thing existed. You can't find it online. Nobody's created it yet. You can create that. And then if you choose, you can give it away to the industry, to the community, or you can sell it. So that gives us a little framework then of our 4 C's, the 3 A's, the 3 ways to create. The easiest is up in the top left. The hardest is down in the bottom right. A very quick tour for those that have never used scripts and don't know where to start. I'm going to give you a really, really cool tool in a minute, but just very quickly, where do you start with scripts? You found one of my scripts, you found one of Neil's scripts, you've read one of Fred's blog posts, you want to copy and paste it, but you don't know how. Go to Tools, Bulk, Actions, and then Scripts. And there's a big blue plus button there. When you press that, Google is going to suggest to you that maybe starting with a template, that sounds good, right? That sounds easy. Except you're going to see 1,500 lines of geek and Greek, and it's just there. Where do I start with that? So I'm going to suggest don't do that. Don't use one of Google's templates. Instead, choose the new script option, and you will end up with this. Google's putting a little bit of dummy code in there for you. You need to authorize scripts, give them permission to run in your account. But if you can get to that point, then I've got you. Because what I'm going to do is give you a tool. I heard this quote, God, it must be 20 years ago, by this guy, Bucky Fuller, who invented this geodesic dome. He basically said, if you want to change how people think, give them a tool. Don't just tell them how to think, give them a tool. So I'm going to give you 2 tools. There's your URL, 8020agent.com/PSA. I'll leave that up on the screen for a second. Maybe go open that in a browser. Don't do it yet. Do it after this thing. Otherwise, you're not going to listen to a thing. But this is going to cover these 3 boxes on our 4 C's grid. So I'm going to give you a few little, I'm going to walk you through. I'm not going to walk you through all 9 levels of this right now, but when you go to that page, 8020agent.com/PSA, it's a little challenge. Actually, Jyll was just on speaking. I ran Jyll through this a few months ago. She had never used scripts before. She won't mind me saying that. She said it publicly. She worked at Google. She had never used scripts before. So I ran her through this challenge. I've created a version for you for today. And this is going to take you through 9 levels, starting super, super, super simple. You literally just have to press the orange button, copy some code, go over to Google, paste it into your account. The little picture there shows you what it should look like. And then you run that script or preview that script. Either is fine. And all of the instructions are on the screen. All of the code is built into that tool. I'm not going to walk you through all 9 today. I have done webinars where I do that. I didn't think that would be the best use of your time today. I'll just call out a couple of levels. Level 5 is going to introduce the idea of Google Sheets and how do you get data out of your account into Google Sheets. Again, a new Lego block for you, because once you have this, now you can go build other things on top of it. You can take this code, you can plug it into ChatGPT and say, I've got this idea. I want to take Mike's code, but I want to do this, this, and this with it. How can you start with this and build something else? Or just stick with this. Level 9, we're going to introduce the idea of adding an email address into scripts so that you can send those alerts directly out to your email, your team's email, even to a client's email if you really want. And once you get to level 10, I've got a little gift for you. The green box over on the left there, it's a script I normally sell for $50. It's going to help you chart some of your PMAX assets and see how your PMAX assets perform over time. There's no way to shortcut there, though. You have to go through the 9 levels of the challenge to get the bonus prize. The blue box is just me selling some of my stuff. You can happy to ignore that for now if you want. But I want to draw your attention to the orange box as well, the 4 C's, because once you've gone through the challenge, and I did this on a webinar the other day, and all the questions at the end of the webinar were like, yeah, but how do we do more of this? What are the cooler scripts? So I went away and redid a whole bunch of more freebies. I've got 4 free scripts for you. Again, all the hard work's done for you. You just literally copy and paste. I wanted to give you more Lego blocks. So if the original ones were just a whole bunch of Lego pieces, now I'm starting to build little mini Lego models that you can now go and put together. I'm putting a few of the Lego pieces together for you to get you started. So here's a car and here's a house and here's a tree. And now you can go build with those, whatever it is that you want. So I've got a script there to help you check data. Literally, all you got to do is press the orange button. You take that, you plug it into your account, and it will run. So maybe you've seen this. This is a version of a script that exists out there. A countdown. You've had 0 impressions yesterday for a particular account. You probably want to know about that. You plug in your email, and that sends you an email to let you know, go check this account. It had no impressions yesterday. Maybe it was a Sunday. Maybe no impressions is normal on the Sunday for you, but at least you know. Moving on to charts. Another script to help you get data out of Google Ads and into a spreadsheet. Use the change script with caution, please. This will make changes to your account. I've made it fairly unlikely that it will make changes, and there's a setting in there that you're going to have to manually go in and say, yes, I understand this, and yes, I really, really want this to make changes. So it's not going to make changes accidentally, but this will make changes in certain situations. So campaigns that have spent more than 2 times the daily budget, if that happens, maybe you want to just pause that campaign while you go take a look at why that happened. That script is going to help you. You don't have to use it, but if you choose to use it, if that is a use case that's good for you, then have at it. And lastly, I've built this thing I called it the AI Whisperer script. Over a year ago, I put this out there for free. People found it a bit too complicated. It only worked really well if you had my PMAX script, because that grabbed all the data. Here's an advanced Lego piece, if you like, that you can use. You obviously have to add a little bit to this to make it work. You're going to have an API key. Everything is explained on the screen. This is just a very, very quick version of this because I know I don't have much time. But you can copy this script. And again, how could I use this advanced Lego script in my own agency? How could we build on top of this? How could we get Claude AI to help us build on top of this, to create something that we've come up with, that somebody on your team has had this amazing idea for something you want to create? Now you can add thinking to scripts, and it is much easier than you think. Yes, I have a bunch of courses for this. Brett talked me into giving you a discount on those. So if you would like to learn how to do this, knock yourself out. I'm not going to do a big pitch for that. But if you want my Scripts and Sheets Mastery, that basically covers the 6 boxes at the top. You've probably missed out. I close the doors tomorrow on my Build the Agent course. That's where I teach how to build something like 80/20 Agent and give you a whole bunch of sample code for that. Early bird's finished, doors closed tomorrow. Maybe wait for the next one if you want the cheaper price. But my question for you is very simple. What will you build? I've given you a bunch of Lego pieces. Hopefully I've inspired some action. What are you going to build with that? And there are those URLs again. I'm not sure how long that's on the screen, but I'm guessing it's time for some questions. 25 minutes on the dot, bang, 8020agent.com/PSA and /4Cs if you want to go and grab those free scripts.
Tremendous work, Mike. Thank you very much for that session. I think anyone who was interested in scripts now has a lot more knowledge on that kind of stuff. Those who weren't previously interested or privy to scripts are probably now extremely interested. So again, thank you for such a thrilling session. And yeah, we'll get into some questions as we have around 5-10 minutes here. So let's go ahead and jump into it. Looks like our first question here is, being that scripts are a quote unquote infinite Lego kit, and there are so many different directions you can head in, where do you personally find inspiration for the scripts that you produce?
Oh, okay. Great question. Well, in the past, I would have said my team. I work with an incredible team. I miss those conversations dearly, although I did catch up this week for lunch with Stacey. Yeah, the people on my team would always be coming up with like, could we do this? Could we do this? And once you start, you'll start to see the next level. I liken it to picture an old scary haunted house. You don't really want to go in there. That's why this page is called Scary on my page. That was Jill's idea. Thank you, Jyll. And when you pluck up the courage to walk through the front door, you find yourself in this room that's not that scary anymore, and there are 3 doors that lead off it. And you pick a door and you walk through that, and there are another 3 doors and another 3 doors and another 3 doors. But you can't get to the back of the house. You can't skip a level. You can't just like walk around the side. You have to go through these rooms. Once you start putting these Lego pieces together, it's exactly like when my kid was 4 years old, sitting on the floor playing with Lego. You start by putting a few pieces together. And then once you do that, you're like, oh, I could build something bigger. Oh, and I could build a rocket ship. Oh, now I could build a whole town. And your brain just will find inspiration. If you're on LinkedIn, or I don't do Twitter these days, but if you're on LinkedIn, there's people asking all the time, hey, does a script exist for this? Or you jump into the Google Ads forum, or you read newsletters that Jyll and Mills and other people put out, Miles and Bob and everybody in the industry, often sharing ideas. You just go play. That's the best place to start. Is just go play with Lego, and you will have ideas for scripts to build. What are your pain points for you as a freelancer day to day? If you're in an agency, ask the other people on your team, what are their pain points? What's the stuff that people find frustrating that you need to do more than once a week? That's a great place to start.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think that's really reflected in the scripts that you've built, like in the sense of like, you start to put some pieces together, realize the value, and then continue to expand from there. I mean, I think you're on what version of the PMAX script now? You might be in the 80s. So
82, yeah, version 82 we're on now.
So there's always opportunity to expand on, existing scripts or a new one that you're creating out of the blue. Tons of that.
Yeah, and look, there's a lot of community members too. Like it's the people that have bought the script that then ask me, hey, could we have a geo report? And so I did that. And then they all said like, well, I need it to do city level, really. Like country's useful, but city would be, okay, we'll do that. And so it just evolves. But nobody was asking for the, I don't know, there's probably 20 reports in the PMAX script now. No one was asking for all 20 2 years ago, but it just evolves. You walk through the doors of the house and it builds, it takes on a mind of its own.
I love that. Yeah, it's an extremely useful script. Another question we have here is in regards to ChatGPT. We know that ChatGPT can produce code, and we're curious, just how close can a prompt to ChatGPT asking for a certain type of script get you to the final product that you desire?
It depends entirely on the context that you give it. So if you go to ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini, your AI of choice, and you say, give me a Google Ads script to send campaign data to a Google Sheet, yeah, it'll do a passable job. It probably won't work first time. But if you give it what I call a big ass prompt, and you've got examples in there, and you've got my template script in there, and you detail what you want, and you mention the mistakes that it always makes because it puts in conversion value instead of conversions value, or it uses the old version of scripts, because these things have been trained by basically reading everything online, right? But scripts changed a couple of years ago to a new version, and there isn't as much written about the new version. So it'll often go back and default to the old version. But if you put information about that in the new version, you specifically ask it to create the new version, and all of that is in the prompts that are in the course, then it will do a pretty decent job. Or instead of starting from scratch, don't try and jump straight to the author level. Start with the adjust level. Take something off the shelf, grab one of my scripts or someone else's, and say, I want to change this to do that. Even the cognition script, even that AI script I'm giving away today, you can take that and say, build on top of this and have it do this next little thing. Don't try and jump from here to the moon, but just go through the next door, just incrementally build on top of what's there, and then you'll come up with new ideas for the next room and the next room and the next room, and keep going from there. And that is a bit of, I suppose, the art mixed with the science is knowing how much to ask for. And that's just a function of playing with this stuff over time. Your intuition will build, and you'll learn what is the kind of the right-ish amount, if that helps.
Yeah, no, that helps a lot. That makes complete sense. And yeah, I think basically what I'm taking from that is that, you know, ChatGPT probably can't get you to the final result from the first query, but there's opportunities to refine the queries that you're making. So after the first initial output, you can say, hey, these are the following errors. We need to do this in order to resolve, and it will kind of implement those changes.
And it really is as simple as that. Whatever error you get in Google Ads when you run the script, you literally just copy paste that back into ChatGPT. Please fix, paste the error, bang. And usually on the second, third attempt, it will. But again, it all depends on the context that you give,
of course,
the brain.
Okay, great. Yeah, really appreciate those thoughtful responses. Just a couple more here before we call it a time. Is there a way to determine if your script will change something in the account prior to executing it? I think a lot of people get nervous, and maybe the percent of users implementing script is so low because they get nervous that it might change something automatically in their account, or you know, cause an issue. How do you prevent this kind of thing?
Yes, the authorization when you have a new script looks big and scary, and it's pretty much the same for all scripts, so that doesn't really help you. By far the best way to do this, if you don't want to have to learn JavaScript, and I don't blame you, is take that script, plug it into ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini, and say, ask the question, will this script make any changes to my account if I run it? The other option is, when you install a script, down at the bottom corner, you can either run a script or preview a script. And if you preview, it won't make changes. So you can see the script run. Hopefully you can see, you know, the log messages coming up on the screen, so you can see what's happening inside the script as it runs, but it won't make changes. But I would start by plugging it into ChatGPT and asking that exact question. And it's very, very, it's not perfect, but it's very accurate when doing that.
Yeah, that's a tremendous idea. I think most people's head, they go to let's preview it in Google Ads, but they don't realize that you can actually go outside of the platform and get some information regarding the script as well in ChatGPT.
And get your scripts from trusted sources. Like if you found some weird website that you've never heard of before, and it's offering a deal that seems too good to be true and giving away this script that's going to do all these amazing things, then be much more cautious about using that script. But if it's one of Fred's scripts or Nil's, then, and they say it doesn't make changes to your account, then you can take them at their word and it won't make changes to the account.
Yep. And then we have one more question here, I think, from Claire again. Thank you, Claire, for your participation today. It's been excellent. I think you've asked a question per speaker, so tremendous work there. Does Google Ads script have a debugging functionality?
No, not built into Google Ads, but ChatGPT, Claude, is your friend here, and it is so easy now to, as we said before, just whatever error message you get, don't be scared of those error messages. They're all written for geeks. They all look horrendous, but you can just copy paste that thing in full. You can even take a screenshot of it. Like sometimes there'll be errors that are maybe too hard to describe, or for some reason you can't copy paste the text. You can take a screenshot of that and plonk it into ChatGPT and say, please fix. Literally, you don't need much more than that as a prompt, and it will usually, if not fix it, get you well on the way to fixing it. But no, that isn't built into Google Ads. I think it's a big opportunity missed there by them.
Yeah, certainly unfortunate that isn't a feature quite yet, or might not be on the roadmap. But either way, it's really promising to hear that we have other options in terms of debugging, like ChatGPT or Claude. So thank you for sharing that. I see that we do have one more minute, so I will leave you with the fact that Mike Rhodes is an absolute scripting legend. As you know, there are, as you mentioned earlier, there's very few people that actually are publicly putting out scripts on a reoccurring basis, and Mike Rhodes is absolutely one of them. And he does many free scripts, which I think the search community has a lot of thanking to do for that. So thank you, Mike. If you have any closing remarks you'd like to leave us with, now would be the time.
Mate, not at all, but thank you and Sarah and the whole team at PSA for the work that you do for the community. It is needed and very much appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike. Have a great rest of your day. We will now be removing Mike from the stage and adding our last speaker of the day, Ginny Marvin. Let's see if we can get her on stage here. Hi, Ginny.
Hi, Brett. Yeah, so nice to see you.
All righty. Yeah, it's a pleasure to see you. Ginny is a fellow board member, so really nice to have her on this call today. She's also the Google Ads liaison. So yeah, I think we're going to have a really great session today. But let's get a little bit more into Ginny's bio here. So Ginny is a founding board member, as we mentioned, of the Paid Search Association. As Google Ads product liaison, she acts as a bridge between marketers and Google Ads teams, helping to explain how Google Ads products and policies work and bringing marketers' insights back into Google. Prior to joining Google, Ginny was editor-in-chief at Search Engine Land, where she covered the paid media landscape for many years. She got her start in digital advertising back in 2005 and has worked in-house at agencies and more. So we're really excited to have Ginny today for her session. And I will go ahead and kick things over to Ginny as soon as we get her deck on screen.
Okay, I think we are, it's loading. Yeah, so thank you so much for having me while we wait. All right, here we are. Great, everyone can see that. Well, yeah, thanks so much to Brett and to the Paid Search Association. As Brett mentioned, I've been a founding board member of PSA, and it's just a really great organization. So hopefully you've had a lot of good content today. The lineup was fantastic. So, all right, we're going to talk about Google Ads in 2025, and there's a lot to cover. So one of the things I want to start with is just kind of take a step back. And we are obviously in the midst of another major shift, but most of us, many of us have been in these moments before. Think mobile, for example. And one of the main reasons that I fell in love with digital marketing and digital advertising specifically is because of the pace of change. It's an exhilarating space to be in, and obviously that comes with its own set of challenges, but navigating change management is a key part of our roles. And so as in previous big technology shifts, I just want to ground us in remembering that our core role as marketers remains the same. It's just that how we do the work changes. All right. So before we dive deeper, I want to take a quick look at sort of the overall bird's eye view of the campaign options that we have available in Google Ads. So there are options to build awareness, generate demand, and drive action. And today I'm going to highlight some of the recent updates in PMax and demand gen and search. But a mix of these campaign types may play a role in your marketing strategy. All right, so let's get into it. So in case you missed it, we just recently announced a slew of updates for PMax. And this covers controls and insights. So a quick overview of some of the controls, and this is taken from Q3 and up to now. So it's a quick note on some of these are still in beta or pilot, but they're on the roadmap. They're actively being either tested or rolled out. And in addition to controls, we've added a bunch of new insights. And stay tuned for more on things like search terms data and analysis capabilities, as well as additional insights in 2025. This is an area that we are actively focused on and know that it is important for how you use PMax to the best of what it has to offer. So this is a quick overview. We're not going to dive into all of these, but I did want to highlight a few of them. And so a couple of, so if you missed it, last fall, we changed the way that PMax and standard shopping campaigns interact to, we did this to provide more flexibility. Prior to this change, PMax outranked standard shopping campaigns, and now AdRank determines which campaign is going to serve when you have overlapping products in your PMAX and standard shopping campaigns. So that's really what we're talking about. We're talking about when you have the same product in both of these campaign types, that's when ad rank is going to decide which campaign your product is going to serve from. And because the creative is the same, pulling from the product feeds, your bid is the factor that is considered by ad rank in this case. So your target ROAS and budgets are your levers of control. And one thing I do want to call out is that this has no bearing on or effect on how standard shopping priority levels work. So those still function exactly the same. When you have overlapping products in multiple shopping campaigns, that's when your priorities levels come into play. And this update has no impact on that. And lastly, just a reminder, you can also use experiments to test PMAX and standard shopping campaigns against each other. So, recently, we just announced as part of this update last month to introduce demographic exclusions that allows you to prevent your ads from showing from certain age ranges. And so I got a couple of questions about use cases. And so you can use this again. A couple of use cases to consider are if you operate in a regulated market and aren't permitted to market to younger audiences, for example, this would be a good use case. Or say you've got products or services that cater to certain age groups. For example, maybe you're the maker of a skincare line for mature adults, mature skin. You can now exclude those ads from showing to younger audiences again. And of course you can, and vice versa. So lastly, also I did want to know, I got a question on this. Demographic exclusions also apply to your all inventory, including shopping. So while shopping campaigns don't support demos, this will, in PMAX, your demographic exclusions will apply to all inventory. And a couple of other, on the insights piece, we're making introducing two new indicators to help you understand how well your search themes in PMAX are working. And just a quick reminder that search themes, just like audience signals in PMAX, aren't hard targets, and they work to expand your reach to drive incremental traffic beyond what PMAX would have otherwise found on its own. And it can also help jumpstart the system to learn the kinds of audiences that you're looking to reach. So we're going to have new indicators. There's a new column where you're going to be able to tell where what kind of signal is driving your queries in the search terms insights. And then also an indicator that will indicate if your search themes are, again, driving incremental traffic. So those are two really good indicators to be able to tell, like, are your search themes driving traffic? And if not, then it's a good opportunity to go back and look at those themes. And then again, just to underscore that these are really for expanding beyond what PMAX would have found on its own. So if you have new offers or things are missing, language that's missing from your landing page that you want to try to expand your reach to enable, that's the kind of use case for search themes. And brand guidelines is another feature that is continuing to roll out. You may not see it in your accounts quite yet. I don't have a firm timeline on that yet, but it is continuing to roll out. And this feature is really great. It helps you ensure that your responsive display ads and auto-generated videos reflect your brand's visual identity. And there are more modern templates. Those have been updated, and you can set your font and brand colors. And first, the brand guidelines will go out and look at your website and select colors and a font that it determines matches your site, but you can then change those and add specific hex codes, for example. All right. So switching gears to demand gen, we also had recent announcements for demand gen a couple of weeks ago. And looking back, these are some of the recent updates that we've had. And we've seen demand gen updates ranging from new inventory sources, bidding options, better reporting, and more creative opportunities and controls. And many of this helps bring demand gen back into parity, with parity in with video action campaigns, which we'll get to. So one of the things we announced with recently is the update to expand channel reporting to it's going to be available at the campaign, ad group, and ad level at launch for channel reporting, and more. It'll be applied to more reports in the coming months. And so you're going to be able to select where you want your demand gen campaigns to show, and that includes sub channels on YouTube. So really granular control. A couple of things to call out about the reporting for the Google Display Network is you can see that your placements in the Where Ads Showed tab in the UI, and that's where you'll see the placements where your ads have shown. If they've only shown a couple of times, you may not see the placements. And while the other thing I want to note is while invalid traffic is removed from most other reports, it may not be removed from the Where Ads Showed report. So just keep that in mind when you're looking through that list of placements. It doesn't mean that you didn't receive invalid traffic credits on some of those placements. Okay, so exciting things are happening in demand gen. And as most of you know, demand gen is replacing video action campaigns. I want to talk a little bit about the timeline for this happening. So we highly recommend that you transition yourself, your campaigns. If you're running existing video action campaigns, that you transition them to demand gen, new demand gen campaigns on your own. This is going to give you the most control. It's typically what we always recommend when we're doing transitions like this. So you can already use the copy and paste tool at the campaign level. So you'll just select your existing video action campaign, go to edit, and then use the copy and paste. And when you hit paste, you're going to see the option to remove video action, to move the video action campaign to a demand gen campaign. It's very simple. Also, though, next month, we're going to introduce a one-click upgrade tool that will quickly manage this process and ensure that your existing settings and learnings transfer over. And then starting in April, you won't be able to create any new video action campaigns. And then starting in July is when we'll start automatically transitioning any existing video action campaigns over to demand gen if you haven't done that already. And again, we really recommend you doing this on your own and not wait for that automated transition. One thing that is really exciting and that I'm not sure a lot of people are aware of are partnership ads with YouTube creators. This is powered by Brand Connect and available in demand gen as well as video reach and video view campaigns. But partnership ads are they're now available globally, and you essentially can use videos made by a creator and promote them as ads in your campaign. We've also rolled out a new video linking API to make it easier to link creators' videos to your Google account at scale. So if you're interested in harnessing the power of creator-generated videos to support your marketing efforts, like definitely check out partnership ads with YouTube creators. All right, and okay, search. So, oh, and one thing, I do see your comments. I meant to mention at the top, I will try to get to questions, and anything I don't get to, I'll respond to on the Paid Search Association Slack channel. So you can find me there, and if I don't get to anything, we can definitely follow up on Slack. All right, so search. There is quite a lot happening in search, and it's undergoing major changes, both in the types of questions that people ask, how they're asking them, and also in the results that Google is providing with AI overviews, which combine LLMs with Google's core search systems. It's now available in more than 100 countries and reaching more than 1 billion users monthly. So we see people asking more complex questions. And looking at query trends, what we're seeing is that people are asking more questions with longer number of words, longer queries. And so for many years, we saw people search with short 2 to 3 words. And that meant that advertisers could simply target a list of keywords matching those short queries to reach the right audience. But this has been changing as queries have been getting more complex. So you can probably guess a little bit where I'm going there with that, in terms of, obviously that's reflected in the way that match types have evolved. We're also seeing that visual search and multimodal visual search capabilities have been just made huge leaps with Lens. And this is also driving and influencing the way that users search. We're seeing 12 billion visual searches a month using Lens. And if you're not familiar with Circle to Search in Lens on Android, it works. You basically can just circle right on your phone, and it will bring up results for the product's image that you, or anything that you've circled. It'll bring the results up. That's in both iOS and Android. You can also search with photos, screenshots, and now you can even ask about what's happening in a video with Lens. And so overall, again, we're seeing the 12 billion visual searches a month on Lens, and 1 in 4 of those searches has commercial intent. And then thinking about ads creatives. So one of the things that the responsive search ads are designed to do is to enable testing and personalization at scale. And this has been another one of those mindset shifts, moving from regular text ads to RSAs. And so, but just to kind of highlight how much iteration can happen. So in some accounts, we see up to 50 million permutations of responsive search ads per day. Obviously, that isn't necessarily going to be reflective of your accounts, but it is just an indication of how much iteration can happen when you have a whole lot of assets and can do that personalization and testing at scale. So we've made some updates to RSAs that I want to highlight. We may show your headlines elsewhere in your ads, and we launched also campaign level headlines and descriptions that can be scheduled or pinned. And with the other update being the showing headlines in more than just the headline space. For example, we have allowed it to now move to the second headline in the beginning of the description when that is predicted to perform better. And this only happens, of course, when H2 pinning isn't in place. And you can see the impact of this in your combinations reports. All right. Landing pages. So just last week, I believe, we announced an update to our ads quality systems. So I can share the blog post, and I wanted to really highlight, this was covered in Search Engine Land and Search Engine Journal. Matt Southern did a great job covering the impact of this and what we're actually aiming to do here. So we've essentially improved our ability to understand and predict if search ad leads to an unexpected landing page. Oftentimes it's because it doesn't have helpful navigation and users are stuck. It will now show fewer ads like this, so reducing negative user experiences as well as short-lived clicks on your ads. And so impact for advertisers should mean more longer-term revenue. And just also remember, of course, that great ads can't help you if the landing page experience is poor. So just a quick mention on that. All right, moving to data and measurement. First-party data is the foundation for better performance, and it helps drive better results and also helps protect your campaign performance from privacy changes. So I quickly just want to underscore some of the privacy-centric measurement solutions that we have: site-wide tagging, enhanced conversions, consent mode, and of course, Google Analytics. Site-wide tagging, I just want to double underscore how important your tagging is. So don't start advertising, don't start doing anything before you have that all squared away. Quick note on confidential matching that we launched last year, and this works for customer match in data ads data manager, and we have it in pilot beta right now for enhanced conversions. Quick note, we introduced measurement diagnostics. Again, if you're wondering if your tagging's in place, check out measurement diagnostics that can help you troubleshoot. And if you're in lead gen, I wanted to highlight quick shout out for my lead gen marketers that there's lead funnel reporting if you are sharing qualified and converted leads. Meridian is our open source marketing mix model, or MMM, that we rolled out globally to everyone very recently. And a few things I want to highlight in terms of our methodology. So we have 3 different methodologies that are unique to Meridian. One enables better measurement by modeling YouTube reach and frequency for your video measurement, more complete performance media insights, because that includes insights into paid search contributions by accounting for Google search query volumes, and calibration for better access, better accuracy by integrating incrementality experiments across channels. If you're interested in that, you can check that out. All right, so I want to play a quick game, and I don't know if we have emoji options here, but let's see. I don't know, Brett, if you probably can't talk to me. So, all right. Just if we don't have emojis, I guess I don't see them, but no
emojis present. Sorry.
Okay. All right. That's all right. So you're just going to play this game by yourself. It's fine. So, as many as all these changes are coming across, I just always want to underscore fundamentals and understanding how the systems work is just so key to being successful as things evolve. So let's go for a game of true or false, and the slides don't even work. So we're just going to go straight into it. Broad match. So true or false, broad match takes other keywords in the ad group into account. I want to underscore this. This is true. It looks at the whole ad group to better understand keyword and search intent. And so really want to make sure that you are theming your ad groups for more relevant matching when you're using broad match. If you've tried broad match and it just has not been great, yes, you would have guessed false. Okay, so this is so great. Awesome. Glad you learned something. This is when you're thinking about broad match, this is why your campaign structure makes a ton of, it can make a really big impact. If you tried broad match before, it was not bringing in great queries, you might want to go back and look at your theming. Okay, and I know we're just about at time, so I'll go quickly through this. True or false, ad strength can impact your CPCs or the ability of your ads to serve. This comes up all the time. This is false. This is a diagnostic tool. Okay. Only. It has no effect on bidding, and it does not prevent your ads from entering the auction. This is just a tool for you to understand your ad setup. Okay. True or false? Gen AI powered creatives are grounded in your assets. This is true. So this is where branding, the connection between branding and performance and results really makes a difference here. So again, the more differentiated your landing pages and existing assets, the more they represent your product POV, the more your generated assets are going to uniquely reflect your business. So this is where the role of the marketer is really, really important. True or false? Pinning prevents ads from entering the auction. Does not. It's false. It restricts the number of ad combinations that can be matched to a query, which is where you might see an impact on impressions, where you can see incremental impressions by not pinning. But that's the only impact. It's not preventing your ads from entering the auction. True or false? This one comes up all the time. Separating campaigns by match type offers more control and better performance. So this is false, and the reason is that it can cause, if you have your match type separated, it can cause the marginal CPA or ROAS between the campaigns to vary and be actually less efficient because that data is being split between the two campaigns rather than combined. And smart betting works best when it can aggregate data to optimize against your goals and drive marginal ROI. This is true. And again, this kind of goes back to account structure and thinking about consolidation. So segmenting your traffic can force smart bidding to set different marginal CPAs and limit the auctions that you participate in. So if you haven't gone back and looked at your campaign structure recently, if you have very segmented campaign structure of like our days of old, I was a big segmenter. But today's, the way the systems work, consolidation is going to be your friend. Okay, I think this is our last one. Target ROAS is a good option if you have a fixed budget. This is false. A restrictive budget with TROAS can limit the system's ability to achieve your goal and participate in auctions. So when you're using TROAS, you want to have an uncapped budget and then use your target to manage your bids and spend. And if you have a fixed budget, then you want to use maximize conversion value without a target. And then that will try to find as much, meet your target with and spend your whole budget per day. But that is the way to think about when to use a target ROAS and when not. And that does it. So appreciate the last few extra minutes here. You can find me across the web. I also write for Search Engine Journal. If you have any burning questions you want me to tackle in longer form, definitely let me know. And thanks so much, Brett and the PSA board.
Thank you so much for your session, Ginny. It's really a thrill to be able to have representation from the actual platform itself, and also such an active member of the community. I think I speak for everybody when I say we really felt a difference when you came on board at Google as the ads liaison. Felt like we were really more up to date and up to speed with all of the latest happenings. And again, can't thank you enough. We really appreciate that. And if you don't mind, we have just a little bit of time here we have about 6 minutes to get into some questions here. Not currently seeing any in chat, but if you are still on chat, please do add any questions that you'd like to ask Ginny. This is a great opportunity to get real-time responses. But I have a couple noted here. And I wanted to ask, because you mentioned the test of standard shopping versus PMAX, I wanted to know if you could speak to any potential typical outcomes that you tend to see. And if Performance Max did happen to perform worse than standard shopping, which I suspect isn't usually the case, do you have any recommendations of what to do from there?
So I think a couple of things. So obviously I think you want to kind of measure the shopping and PMAX a little bit differently, for one. And when you're obviously, because PMAX is going to be on, it's goal-based, it is going to go for your targets, but you are reaching across inventory. I think when you're thinking about what can improve your performance on PMAX, and think about the signals that you have at your disposal. So look at things like the signals you're sending, your targets, your assets obviously are going to be the same across the board, but that's where if your targets are going to be different on shopping or PMAX is where you're probably going to see most of that change. But again, and the other thing I just want to reiterate is that that interplay happens when you have product overlap between those two campaigns. So a lot of people will already run, they might have a small or, a campaign running on standard shopping and have a campaign of separate products on PMAX. Those aren't going to interplay with each other no matter what. But when you do have that product overlap, that's again where ad rank is going to play a role.
Tremendous. Super appreciate that response. And I do see a question here in chat. They wanted to know if you were able to provide any insight into the future of the SERPs. I feel like it changes every other month and it does impact CTR for paid and organic. Curious if there's anything that you can speak to there.
Yeah, I think, well, certainly AI overviews is continuing to roll out. I think I mentioned it's in 100 countries now. We also have some experiments going with the ads experience in search. I think we'll have more to share in the coming weeks and months, maybe on that. But yeah, I do think it's something that you're, the changes to search and experiments and trying to, the goals of these evolutions are to improve user value and of course the advertiser value on the ad side. So I would expect to see continued evolution.
Thank you very much for that response. We appreciate you providing the transparency of which you can. So thank you. I do see another question that's come in. This one's a bit of a funny one, but I am curious of the answer as well. When it comes to maximizing conversion value, which would Google target harder over a month's worth of data? A $10 conversion that happens 10 times or a $1 conversion that happens 100 times? Feels like a bit of a trick question there.
Yeah, I think like just to kind of take a step back. So maximizing conversion value, you're going to set your what your goals are, and so and what your goals are, but also what you're optimizing for. So I'm not sure. I don't think you're going to optimize for both of those conversions in the same campaign, or please don't. Yeah, I would advise against that. Yeah.
I don't know if you'll be able to speak to this one, so feel free to pass on it. But there is a question here asking if Google Marketing Live 2025 is going to be more e-commerce centric like last year.
All right, Steph, I appreciate the question, and I completely empathize. I would also love to see lead gen. I will say there are also lead gen events and lead gen focused forums that Google puts on. Oftentimes there are, a lot of new things in happening in e-commerce and on the retail side that do get featured at GML. I will put in another plug for lead gen, but if it doesn't make its appearance at GML, please don't think that that's a indication that lead gen is not valued and not something that's really invested in. And if you have any specific lead gen questions or things you want to know about or to help bring back to the team, definitely let me know.
Awesome. Shout out to Steph for all the questions in chat.
Yeah.
She's been really active throughout the entire day. So just want to show our appreciation towards you, Steph. And also, of course, Ginny, Marvin, as who you see on screen. We really appreciate your time and contributions to the search community. They're felt day in and day out through your post, through Ads Liaison, through your contributions on search engine land and various publications throughout the industry. So again, on behalf of the search community, thank you for your contributions. And with that, we're going to go ahead and close out today's conference with a final reminder of who our sponsors are. That's both Jumpfly and Clever Programmatic. So thank you to Jumpfly and Clever Programmatic for supporting our operations and making it so this event could take place today. If you do anything today, please follow all of the speakers that you've seen on screen today, as well as connect with our sponsors, Jumpfly and Clever Programmatic. Ginny, is there any final words that you'd like to leave us with?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond back to the ClickPath consultants. No, in other words, I'm trying to add value to different marketing actions by conversion. Which would Google recognize as the most successful? I want to split that around, and you determine what's most important to you and then optimize for that. So always think about what is the signal I'm giving to Google about what is important to me? And that's that information that is so critical because we don't know. Google doesn't know. You know what's important to your business, and that's where feeding those signals back into your campaigns and giving us that information is the mindset to approach your campaign strategies. That's it.
Terrific. Anything else? Any other questions you want to address before we close out today?
I don't think so. I'll follow up. I can follow up with that on your question later, though.
Tremendous. Okay. Again, thank you everybody for attending. Be sure to connect with our sponsors, Jumpfly and Clever Programmatic. Follow all of the speakers. And if you share your learnings on social media, be sure to use the hashtag PSAC25. Again, thank you for joining us for Paid Search Association Conference 2025. Have a great day, everyone. Bye.
Thanks.